opening October 15th. Celebrate with us at the grand opening event, October 24th through the 26th, with over $30,000 in giveaways and prizes, including our 10K closest to the pin contest. Discover the latest golf clubs, explore cutting-edge styles, and immerse yourself in a brand new golf experience. And the first 100 adults in line each day will receive a mystery gift card with a chance to win up to $500. Learn more at golfgalaxy.com/Burlington.
Here's Will Campbell, football player and Ford truck owner.
There's only one truck that can keep up with my game, the Ford F-150. From heavy lifts, long hauls, and hard plays, the F-150 never hesitates. So I didn't either. When it came to choosing my New England ready ride, I chose the F-150. No hesitation.
Visit your New England Ford dealers. Ford trucks, built Ford tough.
Safety Insurance is committed to working with independent agents that will listen, ask smart questions, and make sure you have the coverage that truly protects you. Ask an independent agent about safety insurance. We'll help you manage life's storms.
Boston Sports Talk, the Sports Hub.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
From the Town Fair Tire Studios, this is Boston's home for sports. WBZ-FM and HD Boston 98.5 The Sports Hub. Media Group Station. Sports Hub headlines, presented by Celsius Energy Drinks.
It's the 4-2 Patriots and the 1-5 Titans in Tennessee today. Stephon Diggs and Harold Landry both active despite being listed as questionable this week. The Pats elevated running back Terrell Jennings from the practice squad along with defensive back Miles Battle. They're both active. The inactives, safety Jalen Hawkins, linebacker Anthony Jennings, cornerback Charles Woods, guard Caden Wallace, and defensive tackle Eric Gregory. They're all out. Tommy DeVito, the emergency third quarterback. Calvin Ridley out for Tennessee. Pats and Titans kick off just after 1. Bob Socci and Scott Zolak have the call on the Patriots Radio Network. Injury news around the league. Kyler Murray out. Jacoby Brissett gets the start at quarterback for Arizona today. Brock Purdy out. Mac Jones starts again for the 49ers tonight against the Falcons. Carson Wentz starts at quarterback for the Vikings. Tight end Brock Bowers and wide receiver Jacoby Myers both inactive for the Raiders today. Right now in London, it's still 21-0 Rams. That game now going to the fourth quarter over the Jaguars in London. Hockey. Bruins take on Utah at tonight. In Utah, you can hear that game in Boston on 98.5 The Sports Hub. Pregame at 6:30. Baseball ALCS Game 6 tonight in Toronto. Mariners have a 3-2 series lead. Sports Hub headlines are brought to you by Valvoline Instant Oil Change. Enjoy quick and convenient vehicle maintenance this month. Visit NewEnglandOilChange.com for 15% off your drive-through oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change, the oil change of busy people. I'm Jim Louth. Your next update at halftime.
This is Patriots Preview, driven by the stylish Honda Accord. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more or shop online at newengland.hondadealers.com. Now, here's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper.
All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview. It's driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It is Jim Murray and Chris Gasper. We're coming to you this afternoon from the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham as we're getting closer to kickoff for this Week 7 road matchup for your New England Patriots against the Tennessee Titans. Time to go around the NFL. Brought to you by Webster Bank. 90 years of purpose, a future full of possibilities. Webster Bank. Progress starts now. We have another overseas game. What is this, like the 6th week in a row, 5th week in a row with these things? We have the Rams, who's technically the road team, against the Jacksonville Jaguars, who are home in London today. Here's a highlight from this game.
Everybody on the line for the Jaguars. The snap. Play fake. Throws it over the middle. Devontae Adams, one-handed catch. It's a touchdown for the Rams. Unbelievable snag on the back line. He got both feet in. And the Rams celebrate their 3rd touchdown of the game.
Yeah, that was the second touchdown catch of the day for Devontae Adams. Matthew Stafford so far 17 of 28, 135 yards, 3 touchdowns, all in the first half. Rams lead 21-0. At the end of the third quarter over Jacksonville. Jacksonville has not looked good offensively. Trevor Lawrence, 16 of 36, 185 yards passing, no touchdowns. Again, they're scoreless for Jacksonville. And it's another game where I look up, and even if it's just like highlights and highlight packages after a Jags game, this team does not know how to use Travis Hunter. Their top pick this year.
That's a great point. He has 4 receptions for 30 yards on 9 targets, so they've targeted him. But you're absolutely right about that. I do have to tell you this though. I should have put some money on this game because I saw this stat. All time, Sean McVay against first-time head coaches, 19-3. Looks like he's going to go to 20-3.
Yeah, it's Liam Cohen, who is the rookie head coach there in Jacksonville.
And used to be McVay's offensive coordinator.
That's right. So, yeah, 21-0 at the start of the fourth quarter. Part of the 1 o'clock slate this afternoon, the Cleveland Browns at 1-5, hosting the 1-5 Miami Dolphins in hurricane-like conditions they're calling for in Cleveland. Here's Dolphins quarterback Hawaiian Tebow, Tua Tagovailoa, apologizing for throwing everyone within a 5-mile radius of Miami under the bus earlier this week.
As a leader of this team, of the Miami Dolphins, the comments that had been said, I would say I've made a mistake, and I'm owning up to that right now. I've talked to guys on the team about it, talked to the leaders about it, and they know my heart. They know that the intent was right, but no matter the intent, the intent can be right, but when things get misconstrued or however the media wants to portray it, that leaves a void of silence and a lot of questions for the guys on our team.
What a word salad where he didn't really take responsibility or accountability.
He's supposedly taking accountability there, but still finds a way to throw someone else under the bus. This time it's the media.
And he's been quarreling with the media all season long, going back and forth. And that's just, look, it might not be fair. And you can say I'm biased because I'm a media, but it's a losing battle. It's especially when you're a 1-5 team. I will say this, though, Cleveland, listen, you would appreciate this as someone who appreciates crappy football. Cleveland has scored 17 points or fewer in 11 straight games. That's the second longest drought since 2000. The Arizona Cardinals did it in 13 games over the 2000 and 2001 season, and I'm sure you watched many of those games if they were on.
The Philadelphia Eagles have lost 2 in a row. They're on the road at the Minnesota Vikings this afternoon, who are starting Carson Wentz again, as J.J. McCarthy is still, and I'm using air quotes here, dealing with the high ankle sprain, because that feels like a soft benching to me. But the Eagles have been struggling, especially offensively. Here's their insufferable head coach, Nick Sirianni.
Yeah, I always want to stay to the process. There's times the ball bounces a certain way, and you don't win the game, or you don't coach well enough, or you don't play well enough. And so it's about identifying issues. It's about identifying strengths and getting better and sticking to your process. I know that's boring, but that's truly the things that we try to live in.
I know they've lost some pieces on that offensive line, and their running game was the strength of their Super Bowl run last year. They've gone away from it so much in these recent weeks and these losses, Chris. They don't run enough with Saquon Barkley. They have no play-action game. Their offense right now is shotgun, incomplete, check down for 7 yards, stupid tush push, rinse and repeat. Like, it's so predictable. I'm not surprised at all that they've been in this run.
Well,
these last
this is part of the problem with trying to placate A.J. Brown and Devonta Smith, and that's one of the issues. The wide receivers want the ball more, but Jalen Hurts, he's a Super Bowl winning quarterback. He does some things very well, but I don't know if he's at the level of proficient passer where he can get those guys the ball, and that's what's best for the offense. You're right. What's best for their offense is a heavy dose of Saquon Barkley. And just this stat, as you hit on it, through 6 weeks, the Eagles are averaging 275.4 yards on offense. That's 30th in the league, ahead of only the Bengals and, drum roll please, the Tennessee Titans.
Oh, wow.
They're struggling.
Interesting one tonight. San Francisco 49ers at 4-2. Mac Jones still quarterbacking the team. They're home against this plucky Atlanta Falcons team, who were 3-2 with the win over Buffalo in primetime last week. Bijan Robinson looking like a MVP candidate for that team. He's the motor that runs that Falcons offense. But here's Niners tight end George Kittle, healthy and back.
Whatever it is, I don't think our offense hasn't 100% figured it out yet, but we're 4-2. Mac Jones is playing a hell of a football. Our wide receivers are stepping up when they need to step up. Our guys are making plays when they need to step up. I know last week we lost, but overall, I think the team's playing well, and I don't think we've really found out who exactly are yet. Besides gritty, which I can work with.
Has there been a more injured team in the NFL over the last couple of years than the 49ers? And look, they still find ways to win, but a massive loss for them last week, losing Fred Warner.
Oh, yeah, best linebacker in the league. No question about it. Injuries have really undercut the 49ers, and that's one of the reasons Mac Jones is in there. It's huge for them to get Kittle back, though. I mean, they've been banged up at wide receiver all year long as well. And then you mentioned Bijan Robinson. He leads the NFL with 822 scrimmage yards. That's the fourth most by a player in his team's first 5 games in the Super Bowl era, trailing only Christian McCaffrey, who's on the other side. In 2019 with Carolina, he had 866, and The Juice, O.J. Simpson,
Oh, wow.
in 1973 and 1975, had 861 and 842, respectively.
That was an impressive win for the Falcons last week against Buffalo. And again, Robinson looks just absolutely ridiculous.
he's
It's
sick.
McCaffrey-esque what he's doing with
Yes.
that offense there. But of these two teams, who's more legit to you? Falcons or
that's
the
a
Niners?
great. I'm going to go with the Niners, just the Kyle Shanahan factor, and he can make things happen with the quarterback. Again, Kittle getting him back is huge. I'm going to go with the 49ers. I think when they get healthy, they're legitimate.
Another thing that annoys me throughout the NFL, outside of these early morning overseas games, these double dips we get on Monday night. Is this the fourth week in a row we're getting these?
Thank you. I know.
Who wants this other than week one? Anyway, we get it again tomorrow night. The late game is Seattle at home against Houston at 7 o'clock. It's Detroit at 4-2 at home against the 5-1 Tampa Bay Buccaneers. Here's Lions head coach and Super Bro Dan Campbell.
It's our players. You know, we got a good group of guys. They're competitive. They're a resilient group. They know how to overcome adversity. They don't like losing. And they go back to work to fix the things that need to be fixed. You know, we got a couple of things to clean up, and we're going to clean them up this week.
It's Dan Campbell talking about the team looking to avoid their first losing streak in 3 seasons. I like Detroit in this game as much as I'm bullish on the Bucs, and right now Baker Mayfield to me would be the MVP of the league. They're too beat up, and I like a bounce back for Detroit. And you have Jared Goff right now as your MVP of the league.
Yeah, I do. I do have Jared. And I have to say, Dan Campbell's won me over. You know, I was a real skeptic of him.
Same.
But he's definitely won me over. And then, incredibly, believe it or not, since 2023, the top 2 players in passing yards and touchdown passes in the NFL are Jared Goff and Baker Mayfield. Talk about a sentence I never thought I'd be saying.
Yeah, well, all right. That's around the NFL for Week 7. When we come back, it's time for Zoe for his sit-down with head coach Mike Vrabel ahead of this week's opponent, the Tennessee Titans, down in Nashville. That is going to be coming up next here in the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
Hi, I'm offensive lineman Caden Wallace. When I got drafted, I worked hard to find my place, learning the playbook, building trust, and finding a home in New England. But not everyone has that chance. That's why I'm proud to partner with Heading Home. Heading Home is working to end homelessness in Massachusetts by helping families find stability and a future. Because a real win is when everyone has a place to call home. Learn more at headinghomeinc.org. That's headinghomeinc.org.
Building a fireplace, patio, walkway? Plymouth Quarries has 60 acres of products for you. Visit their Hingham location or PlymouthQuarries.com. Plymouth Quarries, excellence in stone since 1915.
In recent years, advances in the fight to cure pediatric brain disorders such as epilepsy, moyamoya disease, and brain cancer have been relentless. However, more work remains, and Credit Union's Kids at Heart is determined to move the ball forward again. This year, for each New England first down, Credit Union's Kids at Heart will make donations to its Boston area medical partners in order to fund research and clinical trials. Together, we'll overcome challenges, discover new therapies, and one day find cures for these diseases. Learn more at cukidsatheart.org. The First Downs to Fight Pediatric Brain Disease campaign is generously supported by St. Anne's Credit Union and John Dark Credit Union. Celtics fans, join Felger and Maz on Wednesday starting at 2 p.m. as they broadcast live from Hurricanes at the Garden on Canal Street with Miller Lite before the Celtics home opener against Philadelphia. Miller Lite, official partner of the Boston Celtics. Miller Lite, when it's game time, it's Miller time. Must be 21 plus, celebrate responsibly.
Hey guys, it's Greg Bedard. I know you hear a lot of spots about heating, plumbing, and AC here on the station, and it's something you don't need until your system breaks, and then you need it immediately. That's what happened to me, and luckily I called Naturnal Home Services, a locally owned company based right here in Massachusetts. They are there when you need them. They offer Bryant heating and cooling systems, and right now they are offering 0% financing for 60 months on all qualifying purchases of Bryant equipment. So call Naturnal Home Services, there when you need them. Visit naturnalhome.com today.
Hockey players, stop going to the store or rink to get your skates sharpened and do it right at home with the Sparks Skate Sharpener. Sparks allows you to sharpen your skate with pro-style accuracy at home. Sparks is easy, safe, consistent, and requires no experience. Perfect sharp skates every time with just a push of a button. Over 25 NHL teams are using Sparks, and so should you. Why go to the store or rink ever again when you can get pro-sharpened skates fast and easy? Get your Sparks Skate Sharpener today at sparkshockey.com and use promo code SPORTSHUB to save $50 at checkout. That's sparkshockey.com.
Comcast Business can help turn your small business into a connected, secure, modern business. It's how retailers become constantly connecting must-visit shops. How restaurants become reliably up and running neighborhood favorites. how healthcare offices become the data protecting caregivers that we all depend on, and how wealth management firms become cyber-securing guardians of your information. With reliable connectivity, enhanced cybersecurity, and Wi-Fi backup, your business can stay connected and get threat-ready with Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Get started with our reliable business internet. Plus, stay connected when you add Wi-Fi backup for just $35 a month. And ask about a $500 prepaid card on a qualifying gig bundle. Call today. Restrictions apply. Wireless Connect requires business internet for additional monthly charge. Taxes and other fees extra. Prepaid card offer ends 11/16/25.
Do you suffer from sore feet, back, knee, or hip pain? The Good Feet Arch Support System has helped many people find relief, like Tim.
I'm always telling my colleagues who have sore feet, this is the greatest thing. I'll even take my shoe off and show them. And I believe in the product so much. When you have something that works, you kind of want to share it with people. It worked for me, maybe it can work for you.
Or do you wake up at night with heel pain, like Crystal?
I would wake up in the middle of the night with all kinds of pain in my heels and in my arch. So I went to the Good Feet store. And ever since then, I've been pain-free. I wear them every day. I wear them when I walk, at the gym, when I work. They're great.
Get back to walking, working, and exercising, and imagine a life without pain. No shots, no surgery, no medication. You've got nothing to lose but your pain. Stop into the Good Feet store today for a free fitting and test walk. We have 10 locations throughout Boston and southern New Hampshire to serve you.
Back to doing what I love and more. Thanks to the Good Feet store. Thanks to the Good Feet store.
Hey, it's Felger here. If your home or business is in need of a roof, contact my friends at East Coast Metal Roofing during their Fall Into Savings sales event, where Sports Hub listeners get 10% off a new roof and financing options with no payment and no interest for 1 full year with approved credit. That's a great deal. You will never have to replace your roof again because their roofs have a lifetime transferable warranty, never rust, and can be installed on any style of home. Schedule a free quote by calling 844-611-ECMR. That's 844-611-ECMR, or visit eastcoastmetalroofing.com. East Coast Metal Roofing, your lifetime roofing solution.
Is your fantasy team slowly becoming a nightmare? Don't just pick your favorite players, pick your favorite numbers with new Keno games every 3 minutes. It's fast, easy, and just as exciting as watching a game-winning touchdown. Pick and play today. Must be 18 or older to play. Please play responsibly.
Your hot takes on the Sports Hub.
Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It is Jim Murray and Chris Gasper. We're here in the Town Fair Tire Studio this afternoon, ahead of this afternoon's Week 7 road matchup for the Patriots against the Tennessee Titans. And it's time once again for Scott Zolak's weekly pregame sit-down with head coach Mike Vrabel. It's Breaking Bread with Coach Vrabel, brought to you by Big Y, your family market. Take it away, Zo.
All right, thanks a lot, Big Jim. Joined now by Patriots head coach Mike Vrabel down here in Tennessee. And Coach, you guys obviously won 3 in a row, 2 on the road. This is the last of 3 on the road. What have you learned about your team through this stretch since, I guess call it the Buffalo game?
I don't know. I mean, I don't really put a lot of stock into what I learn. I think I'm trying to figure out, what it is that we need each week. I feel like we've gotten better at some details. I think that some technique. I think we've gotten some turnovers. We've hammered at the football. I would like to tip some passes and try to get our hands on a ball and do some of those things and improve the run game. But I think a lot of the things that we showed the team throughout the course of the week and in previous weeks, we're showing up on that tape for good stuff. Us, the ability to, at the end of the game, get down after the first down, force them to burn a timeout after getting the first down with Kayshawn. And, those are the things that we show our team, and now it's us doing it, so that's a positive.
That running game that you talk about, been calling games for Ramondre here for a couple of years now. It seems like there's a little bit, not tense, but tension. I don't know if it's from guys putting the ball on the ground. Are they too aware? Maybe we don't want to fumble instead of hitting it. Could that be part of it where you need a couple games, clean games, to where you're really attacking, hitting the ground, running?
I don't know. I mean, you seem to have the best view out of everybody. You call the games, and everybody that sits up there has all the answers. We're going to try to move them off the line of scrimmage. We certainly don't want to paralyze anybody, and I think that there's a balance there. Yeah. I do think that I get what you're saying. There's a balance there, being able to take care of the football, but also we got to get into the line of scrimmage. We got to get into the line of scrimmage on the proper track, and then we have to run, and we have to run where they ain't. And you never ran with the football, so I'm certainly not going to tell them anything. I've coached and been around running backs, and you just have to be able to get back into the line of scrimmage and be able to help the line. And be able to set up blocks, but also, be able to fall forward and get what's there. And then when we get into the second level, you got to make somebody miss. You're not going to be able to block them all.
How important is it for you to stay healthy? Obviously, you lose Gibson. He's done for the year. But you watch the games, you see guys get nicked up and go down, but they fight to get back in the game. Guys like Landry, guys like Davis. It's the difference between being hurt and being nicked up, right?
Yeah, and I'm never going to question anybody as it relates to that. I mean, I think I'm going to assume everybody wants to play, or we got to address that. I don't think that's ever been an issue. I think guys have to be ready to go. I think when you talk about injuries, one thing I know that in professional football, the injury rate is 100% if you play long enough. That you're bound to at some point get hurt, and we try to prepare the next guy, and that's really my stance on injuries. And if guys can go back in and they're healthy enough and they can protect themselves, and they can go back in the game.
Wide receivers, last week, Booty Pops gets 2. Pop should have had 2. He popped. Both Booty and Diggs were complimentary of Todd Downing. How big has Todd Downing been for that wide receiver room?
Well, I really, I get into all the meetings and I get into all the different rooms. I like to sit in there with guys, or I like to see what they're doing. I'm interested, and I want to be around our players. So always learn a lot in there. I think that Todd has done a great job of taking the vision of what I had for the position and trying to bring the quarterback perspective. He's been around quarterbacks a lot in this league and trying to understand and explain to them progressions of the quarterback, and you can still be open and you can still create separation and not get to football. And the quarterback's job is to go through the progression or read it out and throw to the guy that's open in the progression. So Todd's done a good job of explaining that. Like, hey, if you want to get the ball, you better be able to create separation, or you better be able to sit down in a zone and be available when the quarterback needs you. So there's a lot of good and positive things that have gone on in that room, and there's an unselfishness.
It feels like Drake trusts them and trusts them. You look at the 3rd and 11, for example, last week, the Booty to end the game. Normally, the thought process is we got to play conservative, we got to run the ball and then punt it, and then we'll play some good defense and we'll get out of here with a win. That's pretty good that you could execute plays like that with the game basically on the line right there.
Yeah, it's hard to do. You got to go win it. You got to go win the game, and the protection was good, and Ramondre stepped up and blocked the middle linebacker in the A gap and gave Drake time, and the offensive line did a great job of building a pocket and running the outside guys by, and then he trusts Kayshawn enough to go backside there on a one-on-one.
All right, special teams. Seems like we're talking about something different every week with them making plays. And Jack Gibbons, he's 9 special teams tackles, which I think is tied 7th in the league right now. Guy flies around, right?
Well, I think everybody's done a nice job. And Gibby has shown up on the kickoff, and Schools has shown up and done what we've expected them to do. And I think that, the more that this football is in play with these kickoffs, there's going to be a lot of special teams opportunities. And it's not just on the punt now. So having guys that are, can cover that kickoff and understand when to go backdoor, when to go over the top, when to go speed to power and not create lanes is critical. And so I think there's just a lot more opportunities, and I'm glad that guys are showing up to help us cover kicks.
Coaching change, obviously, down here in Tennessee. I know you reached out to Coach Callahan, but Mike McCoy takes over. What's his style? I know he coached with the Chargers before, but he's got the young quarterback that he's got to get ready.
I have no idea what Mike McCoy's style is, and really that's going to be dependent on. We have to be ready for everything. I guess is my point. And whether they want to fake a punt, whether they want to run wildcat, or they want to run reverses or go on the ball or tempo or everything else. Like, our job is to be prepared, and our job is to respond and be ready to make the plays that we need to make and continue to play the style of football that's helped us get to this point. And that's just kind of where we have to be, and we have to focus on that. We have to focus on being able to block Simmons, and we have to be able to focus on getting open against Snead and trying to break some tackles and handle Tavondre Sweat in the middle and all these other things.
Yeah, that Gray guy, Cedric Gray's got 60 tackles. Speaking of Tony Pollard too, that's an experienced back, a good NFL back that you might want to rely on with the young quarterback, right?
Probably. And Tajay's back. Tajay Spears got fresh legs, and Tony Pollard has done a nice job for him last year. He's done a nice job this year thus far. He's not the biggest back, breaks a lot of tackles, got great vision.
Little rain here today, this morning. Should be clear by game time. How do you prepare the team, get ready? Extra spikes, anything?
Whatever,
Don't fall.
Just wear shoes at work, and obviously we focus on the wet ball drill when we're back home practicing, and wherever the conditions are, we'll have to understand what the turf looks like and be able to play and execute.
Spent over 5 years here in the city. What do you like most? What do you remember most about the city?
I mean, really just coach. I mean, I've met a lot of great friends here. I mean, Carter went to high school here and lives here. And so this is, we'll probably have a home here for a while. I mean, just centrally located. But, I think just meeting a lot of the players and working with a lot of players that I still have relationships with now is probably the thing that I appreciated the most.
All right, good luck today, Coach. Go get him. All right, let's throw it back up to Big Jim.
I woke up on the wrong side of the truck bed this morning with a bone.
Thanks, Zone. Music of the Game brought to you by Live Nation. Hardy returns to Xfinity Center on Friday, June 26th for the Country Tour. Get tickets now at livenation.com. Coming up, Zoe is going to be back with us. Join us from Nissan Stadium in Nashville to set the scene ahead of kickoff between the New England Patriots and Tennessee Titans. That's next here on the Safety Insurance 98.5 Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
The Become Elite Sports Dome at Wyndham Woods School is coming. Break the mold with your company's advertising and join partners like Hafner's and the It Kicks Foundation, Convenient MD, and Southern New Hampshire Concrete and be seen in one of the largest, most highly visible year-round multi-sport and fitness facilities in all of New England. Email the dome at wyndhamwoods.org.
Nobody knows New England like a true New Englander. We bang Ue's, gun through rotaries, and nurse wicked beaters through one more winter. We shovel snow in shorts and drink large iced coffees in January. And yeah, sometimes it sounds like we're speaking our own language. At McGovern Auto Group, we get it, because we live it. We know the roads and how New Englanders buy cars. With 35 locations, 25 top brands, and over 9,000 new and pre-owned vehicles in stock, we can make car buying wicked easy. Oh, and we're also the automotive partner of the New England Patriots. McGovern Auto Group, New England born and driven. Visit McGovernAuto.com today.
When it's really cold, you'll feel it in your bones, and your house will feel it in its pipes. Of course, if your pipes burst, you're going to feel it in your wallet, too. That's why Safety Insurance offers discounts to Massachusetts and New Hampshire homeowners if you have water leak devices or freeze detection systems. It's smart to think safety first. Ask an independent agent about Safety Insurance. We'll help you manage life storms.
It's our anniversary. Come celebrate the 165th anniversary of Shaw's and the 110th anniversary of Star Market. We're celebrating our legacy as one of the country's oldest continuously operated grocery stores. Enjoy savings from our iconic partner brands with New England roots, like Cabot, Hood, Dunkin', Cedars, and Nabisco Newtons. This week, pick up Cabot favorites like 16-ounce sour cream or 8-ounce cheeses, 2 for $5, limit 4. Enter to win Shaw's and Star Market gift cards. Details at freegrocerysweeps.com. Go shopping. Get rewarded.
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire for Michelin's cross-climate tires, offering a design that delivers an exceptional level of long-lasting performance throughout the tire's lifespan. Plus, Town Fair gives you more free services than anywhere else. For the guaranteed lowest price and your best deal on Michelin cross-climate tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. And I mean nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Hi, I'm Sean Flaherty, managing partner of Catches Law Group. And for over 40 years, Catches Law has been more than just a law firm. We've been your neighbors. We've stood with New England families through good times and through tough times. That's why the New England Patriots chose us to be their official law firm, because we know what this region is built on: hard work, grit, and loyalty. At Catches Law, we fight for workers who are injured on the job, families who have been wronged, and neighbors who need a voice. When you need someone in your corner, turn to the team that's been here for decades. Visit catcheslaw.com today.
Webster Bank was founded in 1935. Banking's changed since then, and so have we. We've grown into one of the largest banks with comprehensive financial solutions that meet the needs of modern life. But in 90 years, one thing hasn't changed. We're committed to doing what's right for our clients, our colleagues, and the communities we serve. Today, tomorrow, and for the next 90 years. A legacy of purpose with a future of possibilities. Learn more at websterbank.com. Webster Bank N.A., member FDIC, equal housing lender.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to take an adventure with rugged capability and commanding style. Check out the Honda Ridgeline, Pilot, Passport, or CRV. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 4.49% APR on a 2025 Pilot or 3.99% APR on a 2026 Ridgeline, 2026 Passport, or 2026 CRV.
See dealer for financing details.
Hi, I'm Paula Solomina, Business Development Manager at Blue Sky Restoration. What makes Blue Sky unique compared to other restoration companies? At Blue Sky, we take care of everything from beginning to end, so we're the only call you need to make. Visit gobluesky.com and we'll take it from there. Blue Sky, restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow.
Hit 985thesportshub.com.
Welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. It's Jim Murray and Chris Gasper. We are here in the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham ahead of this afternoon's Week 7 road matchup for your New England Patriots against the Tennessee Titans. It's time to design today's game plan and set the scene with Zoe. Presented by Autodesk. From skyscrapers to stadiums, design and build anything with Autodesk, the official design and make platform of the New England Patriots. Zoe is joining us from Nissan Stadium in Nashville. Well, it's definitely Nashville. It's loud. That's oh boy. So last night
they got them redneck non-stars, like they got them cranking on the guitars down here in pregame.
Yeah, they
got on the stages.
That guy Hardy that we just was music of the game. Hopefully he's there.
I did radio with Hardy for 14 years. Yeah.
Yeah, who
Hardy's
knew?
Good dude.
Who knew that he was also a country artist as well? So last night, I got to start with this. Last night, it's I'm sure you have to do like the old grip and grin because it's the annual client trip for Beasley Media. We take all our clients to one road game a year. Did you have to kiss babies, shake hands all night? Was it like that for you?
I did a lot of that. Part of the problem was at the end, me being my conservative self, I had to carry Capello and Mike Reese out. They were hammered, man. Like they couldn't walk. Couldn't see straight. Capello was like an Italian restaurant, so he started drinking all that ouzo and what's that stuff? That limoncello stuff.
Oh yeah,
doing shots. Yeah, but now Mary was fired up too. She was good to go.
So they're all down there. Is it a big Patriots contingent as well? Is this like a de facto
home game everywhere, in the hotel, on the streets. I didn't even go down to Broadway. They said, "Don't go down. You're gonna lose your voice." You end up at Kid Rock's bar and end up throwing chairs off the roof. So I think I took the high road. I've been really the adult on these away trips, which kind of shocks me. It tells me I'm getting old. Like the tease is there. This is 2 weeks in a row. No Bourbon Street, no Broadway for me. Like, think about that, Murray.
Well,
come a long way.
You said last week.
a long way.
You shut it down at like 10 p.m. last week in New Orleans.
I did. Saw the people I had to see, shook those hands, kissed some babies, went to dinner with Capello. Dinner was great last night. It was an Italian joint. They kept bringing just plates of food, like taste testing. It was awesome. Family style was great. We loved it. In and out. Yep.
Are we getting ahead of ourselves, Patriots fans, media, that this is as much of a layup as we think it's going to be today?
I'm watching this team warm up. They're not very good. They're small. They got guys out left and right. Ridley's out. Jeffrey Simmons is an issue in the middle. You got to block him. And Josh isn't stupid. He's going to stay away from him, double him down, get some help with the backs. Don't run at him. And they got a linebacker that can fly around, make some tackles. That's about it. Like Pollard's a good back. But they do have some guys back. They got a couple guys back on offense. So, you look at the running backs here. Tajay Spears. So they got a nice 1-2 combo there with those guys. I look for them to try and run the ball today.
I wanted to get your take. What do you think of the rookie quarterback, Cam Ward? They said they're going to simplify things for him. He shows some flashes. What do you think of him as a quarterback and what his potential is or isn't?
Chris, I know nothing on this guy. Like, I didn't watch him in college. For whatever reason, Miami wasn't on TV or he wasn't playing at the right time and we were traveling. And honestly, I haven't seen him play this year. So I'm anxious to call the game and see it today because, I like seeing these young kids that come in and see. I can't wait. A couple weeks from now, we're going to have Jackson Dart. And I hope he continues on his arc because I like the infusion of the young guys into the league. We'll see what he can do today. But, Mike McCoy's a guy that he coached for the Chargers, made some awful decisions out there, didn't handle things the right way, and I don't know what kind of bump they're going to get. Bo Hardigree is calling the plays. I don't know if you remember him.
I remember Bo. Assistant quarterbacks coach.
Yeah, so he's calling the plays here today, so we'll see what they do. It's got to be conservative, right? They got to dial back for him.
Coach Vrabel has downplayed the revenge factor for him going down back in Tennessee where he got fired. And I've said, look, if I was in his shoes, as a spiteful man myself, sure, I'd want some level of revenge. But, look, I'm in a much better situation with this franchise. Sure. I have the real quarterback. But if he was to do that Vrabel thing, we've seen it before when the Patriots went down there in 2018. He ran that play to Mariota after the failed play to Brady. The clock thing in the playoff game. What do you think it could look like? The Vrabelization of this today if he's trying to stick it to the Titans?
Win by 24 and just keep trucking it or throwing it in the fourth quarter. I don't anticipate that happening, but personally, I'm a dick. I keep receipts. I like to punish my opponents. I like to bury my enemies. I think Mike is times 10 that. So I think if this thing gets going, I mean, if we're running it at 8 yards a clip, just keep running it. It's their job to stop us. I wouldn't throw it and run it down or, throw it all over the lot. But if he's got a chance to put one on him, I'd put it on.
Here's what I think
4
he'll
games
do.
here.
Oh, no, go ahead, Zoe. Go ahead.
They've won 4 games since he left here total, since 23. That's their total wins.
I was going to say, just quickly, I could see him doing the Roger Clemens, pointing to, like, Amy Adams' shrunk box during the game.
That or here's the one I said earlier. What was he known for here as a player when he wasn't playing on defense? Catching touchdowns as that random offensive player. How about a touchdown at former Titan Harold Landry or something like that? That would be fun.
That would be, or get like Marcus Bryant in the game, like the 6'9" guy, throw it to him on one of those little post corners. I was coming off to do TV underneath, and that whole ownership family showed up in their little Porto bus, and they're all getting off, hugging, they all got their fur coats on and high heel boots and that, and I'm like, you people just have no clue what you're doing. Just, fire him, fire the general manager, fire the next guy, fire that general manager, hire the interim guy. It's like, now you got to go looking for another head coach after this year. Like, there's no stability within this franchise. And there's a giant stadium literally being built 8 feet from the back of this one. Last time we were down here, there was a massive flag hanging up there and blowing. And for whatever reason, Gerard Mayo didn't go with the win in overtime for some reason, which was crazy.
Yeah,
there was a big flag up there. They took the flag down.
Could weather end up being a factor there today, or did it already clear up?
I think it's cleared out, Jim. It was real dark when we came in. You started to see some blue skies pop through. There was some steady rain and bands here up until about a half hour before kick. It's a little windy and gusty, so could be a big one for Borregales. You might have to get down inside the 20, 25 before you even attempt to try and kick a field goal here today. So that can affect your 4th down calling.
So I thought in your interview with Vrabel, you raised a great point about maybe a little bit of tentativeness from Ramondre Stevenson. And at first he kind of batted it away with the, you have all the answers, you guys in the press box. But then he said, I see your point.
There's some truth to that. Some truth
right?
To it. Right.
Yeah. I mean, and so they do need to get this running game going because there's 22 carries for 45 yards from the running backs last week.
And it's human nature because they're not going to say anything to him, so they're yelling at him all week, doing all the skill ball drills, protect the football. So you get into the game, the natural thing to do is cover it up. And there were times I thought Bob and I called the game last week where running backs could step out of some holes. There were some holes there, and they just seemed like they missed them. They were off like half a second. So I think once they get that going and feeling good again, get a couple clean games under their belt, that was my point. Get a couple clean games, and then you get the hit and the spin. Like Ramondre's one of those R2, L2 on the PlayStation button, man.
Oh, yeah.
Hit, drop the shoulder. He looks for contact in the secondary, and we just haven't been seeing that.
So Brian Callahan fired. You have Mike McCoy in as the interim.
Yeah.
There's talk this week of this narrative of the interim coach bump. Look, I don't know if they have enough talent to do that, but could we see some different offensive wrinkles? Like, it's probably not the best comparison, but we know that this has given the Patriots fits throughout the last 25 years where you see something that you didn't see coming, like the Wildcat game in 08 with the Dolphins. Like, could there be something weird the Titans have planned today?
There could be, but like the fact Mike brought that up in our interview, like, hey, we got to be ready for fake punts, for Wildcat, all that tells you they already covered it, prior to coming down here. So I think the interim coach is a pud. He's not one of the better guys in the league. Like if you had some like young up and coming guy that wants to really put his name on it, really vacate the game plan, let's put in something totally new. I don't see that happening. I think they just try and get through the next 5 weeks and see what the hell happens.
Have you heard? We asked some of our guests like Bert Breer earlier, because now there's this thing bubbling here last 24 hours. Feels like they are going to be active ahead of the trade deadline. Are you hearing anything? Any names they might be looking at?
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I mean, I don't know how they don't go looking for a running back. I go running back edge guy. I don't think they're going to be a balls to the walls to go get a rental, get like a Hendrickson type player. I don't think that's going to happen, even though we all wish it would. But I do think you need a quality veteran running back. And I'd get another edge guy because I think attrition, that defensive front is thin. Once one of those linebackers starts going down, you lose a couple of those guys, you're thin there. Like secondary, I think is okay.
Big win today, big day for Drake May.
Huge day, huge day. I don't know. I don't think it's going to be as big as last week. I'll take a touchdown or two and just manage the game. Don't turn it over. Let's win by 14. Let's get the hell out of here.
All right. All right, Zoe, have a good call with Bob.
Thanks,
All right,
Travels
gentlemen.
back.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, Scott Zolak from Nissan Stadium in Nashville, getting closer to kickoff between your New England Patriots and the Tennessee Titans. It's universal, Chris. It does feel like this is going to be a layup today, and I'm with them. Like, I just don't see how they could. It might be a little close for the first half, but I don't see how they don't blow doors today. Coming up, we will wrap things up, give you the final weather report, say our goodbyes. That is all coming up next here on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Clinton Savings Bank is here to help power up your business. With our new partner services, you can process payments on any device, saving you time, and manage payroll with flexible, affordable options. Plus, with online banking, mobile deposit, ACH, and wire services, managing your business finances just got a whole lot easier. Enjoy no minimum balance requirement and no minimum deposit to open your business checking account. Visit clintonsavings.com to get started today. Member FDIC, member DIF.
At National Grid, we know home is where you feel your best. That's why we're dedicated to making your home comfortable and energy efficient year-round. With a home energy assessment, you can learn how your home uses energy and receive a custom report with helpful recommendations. You can also learn about energy-saving solutions such as insulation, air sealing, and more. If you're ready to save energy at home, we'll be there for you every step of the way. Visit ngrid.com/assessment or call 866-527-SAVE to learn more. National Grid is a proud sponsor of Mass Save.
Hey, it's Zoe, and I'm pumped to get our football team back to their winning ways, and our coach knows it starts with being prepared and a winning playbook. And when it comes to technology, nobody prepares your company for the future better than my friends at Oakers Technologies. Because for over 100 years, the Oakers playbook has been unstoppable, and I'm talking about full IT, infrastructure rebuilds, to your everyday AV upgrades. That's what it means to be future ready. Be sure to tune in all season long to hear from our coach during his weekly and post-game press conferences powered by Oakers, proud partner of your New England Patriots.
Slow drains driving you crazy too, Nelson? Super Service Today uses the latest techniques to get your water flowing, and we do whatever it takes to get the job done right. Visit superservicetoday.com.
BJ's Wholesale Club has always been proud to offer great prices every day.
In this economy? Almost sounds too good to be true.
These prices are very true, and at BJ's, they're great, not good. That's great prices every day, no matter the economy. Including 3-pound rotisserie chickens, just $4.99. Wellesley Farms Deli Honey Ham, $6.99 a pound. Plus great prices every day on everything in the club. Join at bjs.com/join and make BJ's your destination for savings every day.
Tune in every Bruins pregame show to hear Bob Beer's interview with head coach Marco Sturm, presented by Safety Insurance, providing comprehensive coverage for your auto, home, and business. Ask your independent agent about safety. We'll help you manage life's storms.
Hey, this October, eliminate chili drafts for good with Window Nation. Right now, when you buy 2 replacement windows, you'll get 2 for free, plus pay nothing for 2 whole years. But you have to hurry. The sale ends October 31st. Schedule your free estimate now at windownation.com.
Do you ever scream at your screen when your 5G internet freezes? It's the worst. So why not switch to Astound? Wi-Fi that just works. With Astound Wi-Fi, you'll rage less, buffer less, and live more. Get Wi-Fi starting at just $25 a month, and for a limited time, get up to a $300 Amazon gift card. Astound Wi-Fi, it just works. Visit astound.com today.
Zoe and Beetle, middays on the Sports Hub.
All right, welcome back to Patriots Preview, driven by the rugged Honda Ridgeline. Jim Murray, Chris Gasper coming to you one last time from the Town Fair Tire Studio in Waltham ahead of this Week 7 road matchup for your New England Patriots against the Tennessee Titans. Time to give you the weather report, brought to you by Blue Sky Restoration Contractors. If your home or business is damaged by weather or any other property disaster, Blue Sky will take care of everything from beginning to end with locations across New England. Visit gobluesky.com. That's BLU sky.com, restoring your property and your life for a brighter tomorrow. Just got a little bit of this from Zoe, but, the weather conditions for kickoff here coming up in about 15, 20 minutes, 61 degrees. Looked like the rain has passed. The field was covered overnight, so it feels like the field should be ostensibly in good shape. Wind could be a factor today, though, with gusts in the 15 to 17 mile per hour range, Chris.
Yeah, well, Drake May has the arm strength to be able to get through that. There's no question about it, but this would be a good day to get that running game going. Jeffrey Simmons is just tremendous. The Titans, though, have not recorded a sack when Simmons is off the field this year. I'll throw this out there quickly. I mean, knock on wood, But this is one of those games where you need to be able to run the ball, because if you keep exposing Drake May, God forbid he gets an injury, something like Jeffrey Simmons lands on him or something like that happens, because even though you're winning the game, you can't run the ball to kill the clock and just get out of there.
Yeah, at some point they're going to have to find something. Like, while it's been a blast to watch May become the guy, and it's been so May-centric in these wins over Buffalo and New Orleans, there has to be some semblance of a running game here going forward, and hopefully that starts today.
And I'll also just throw in there, again, we would see this a lot of times with Brady and the Patriots offense. Early in the year, the passing game would be really explosive, but then you're playing your games, half your games in New England. When the weather changes and it gets colder later in the year, it's harder to throw the ball. It's harder to be precise in the passing game. You do need to be able to have that complement of the running game. I always say this with the running game, Jim. It's like saving. It's putting money in the bank. At some point, you're going to be able to cash in, and you're going to need that somewhere down the line.
And when it comes to the offensive line, I'm a big believer in that continuity is key. You get it again this week from left to right. It's Campbell, Wilson, Bradbury is your center, and Nwenu and Morgan Moses is your right tackle. For the Titans, you mentioned this a couple of times. Adam Schefter of ESPN had a report this morning. They're expected to simplify their offense for rookie quarterback Cam Ward. What do you think that looks like?
Yeah, that's a good question. Maybe it's shorter throws, quicker throws, more declared throws, get the ball out sooner, stuff like tunnel screens, running back screens, RPOs, things where there's not a lot of processing.
Yeah, I'll give you this, too, seeing, as we're getting closer to kickoff here, the fans are starting to fill in. It does feel like this could be a de facto Patriots home game for the Titans fans that are there. Chris, I don't know if you've seen this, some of them holding signs like this one. Memo from Titans front office. We're sorry for firing you, and we deeply regret it, with a couple of photos of Mike Vrabel. If I was a Titans fan, I would feel this way. Like, I get it, and sometimes you get premature. You move on from a quarterback that ends up having a resurgence somewhere else. We're seeing that throughout the league, but with coaches, too. 4 wins since they fired him. Like, they probably should have never done that, but it did feel like there was some real animosity between him and that Titans front office.
Yeah, and really ownership with Amy Adams-Strunka. Mike Reese had in the story that she did not appreciate when he came here to be inducted into the Patriots Hall of Fame and made the comments he made about it's not like this everywhere, and then sat next to Robert Kraft.
Blowout win today, or closer than people expect?
2 scores.
2 scores for the Patriots. I like the Patriots big today as well as with a defensive score for the Patriots defense for the first time this year. The New England Patriots pregame show has been driven by the Fun to Drive Honda HR-V. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more, or shop online at newengland.hondadealers.com. As always, some thanks to send out today. Executive producer Jeremy Conley. Technical producer today, it's James Scaramazzino, and our intern Luke Arnpriester. Thank you guys as always. Also thanks to assistant program director Jim Louth, who had the top of the hour headlines. Coming up next, it's the New England Patriots and the Tennessee Titans from Nissan Stadium in Nashville. For Chris Gasper, this is Jim Murray signing off. Enjoy the game, everybody.
This has been Patriots Preview, driven by the Fun to Drive Honda HR-V. Contact your local New England Honda dealers to learn more, or shop online at newengland.hondadealers.com.
Yeah, man, get some rhythm, dude. Get some rhythm.
The Patriots are brought to you by Safety Insurance, Catches Law, Shaw's and Star Market, Oakers Technologies, your New England Honda dealers, Credit Unions Kids at Heart, Town Fair Tire, Clinton Savings Bank, Bud Light, Witches Woods, McGovern Auto Group, and by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Hey, listen to Cadence now. Listen in. Listen in.
Also brought to you by your New England Ford dealers, Eastern Propane and Oil, Comcast Business, Massachusetts Energy Marketers Association, Drains by James, Live Nation, UMass Lowell, your Boston area Chevrolet dealers, Big Y, your family market, John Dye Credit Union, Devlin Energy, FindMassMoney.com, and by Bigelow Tea.
Listen to me. More urgency. More urgency.
And by Reed's Ferry Storage Sheds, Miller Lite, Peerless Boilers, Wendy's, the Peterson School, Dig Safe, Dairy Queen, Autodesk, Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, Eagle Leasing, Webster Bank, AZEC Exteriors, Heading Home, and by Apex Entertainment Center.
What a beautiful day, man.
The Kickoff is next on the Safety Insurance 98.5 The Sports Hub, Patriots Radio Network.
Safety Insurance is committed to working with independent agents that will listen, ask smart questions, and make sure you have the coverage that truly protects you. Ask an independent agent about safety insurance. We'll help you manage life's storms.
Here's David Andrews, former New England captain.
I've officially retired from the O-line, but we've got a new team member to hold it down. Will Campbell, your newest O-lineman and Ford enthusiast.
I have big shoes to fill.
Don't worry, you're built Ford tough too. I can tell. Kind of like F-Series, America's best-selling trucks for 48 years. See, you're a natural. Plus, your voice was made for radio. You'll be a legend in no time.
Visit your New England Ford dealers. Ford trucks, built Ford tough.
Everyone has a fave Wendy's Frosty flavor, but try picking your fave from all new Frosty Swirls and Frosty Fusions. Not so easy now, huh? For a fresh way to Frosty, gotta be Wendy's. Open till midnight or later.
At participating U.S. Wendy's, hours may vary by location.
Before every kickoff or first flash of the stage lights, there's the build. At Gillette Stadium, unforgettable moments from Patriots football to world-class concerts begin with what's designed and made behind the scenes, and it starts with Autodesk. As the official design and make platform of Gillette Stadium and the New England Patriots, Autodesk helps the craft group reimagine how New England designs and builds for the future, because when it's built right, anything is possible. Autodesk. Make anything. Proud partner of the New England Patriots.
We're just a few weeks into the football season, and fans are fired up for what's ahead. But while the teams are chasing wins on the field, you could be scoring off it. Here in Massachusetts, 1 in 10 people have unclaimed property from things like uncashed paychecks, refunds from overpaid bills, forgotten savings accounts, and more. FindMassMoney.gov is free, easy to use, and only takes 30 seconds to search for your name. Don't leave your money on the sidelines. Visit FindMassMoney.gov today and claim your winnings. That's FindMassMoney.gov.
Apex Entertainment in Marlboro is 100,000 square feet of pure fun. This is New England kicker Andy Borgalis, and this season, with every field goal I kick, Apex will be donating $100 to support autism education and research at the New England Center for Children. Check out Apex on social media or go to apexentertainment.com.
Now's the time for a great deal on a new Honda. It's time to drive smarter with high-tech features and excellent reliability. Check out the Honda Civic, Accord, or HR-V. For a limited time, well-qualified buyers can get a 4.99% APR on a 2026 Civic, or a 3.99% APR on a 2025 Accord, or 2026 HR-V.
See dealer for financing details. Exclude Civic Si and Type R.
Hey, football fans, it's Keon White. I'm teaming up with Jean d'Arc Credit Union to tackle financial wellness. For every New England tackle, Jean d'Arc Credit Union donates $50, up to $50,000 to support financial wellness. Ready to join a credit union that puts you first? Visit jdcu.com today.
Toucher and Hardy, mornings on the Sports Hub.
So far in his second season, no NFL quarterback has been hotter than the Patriots' Drake May. And a play fake by May. Roll right. Sets up, plants. He throws a deep ball. Wide open Pop Douglas at the 14. Catch left side of the 10. Cuts right to the 5. To the end zone. Touchdown! Patriots! They drops back. Slides up. Fires toward the end zone. Pass is going to be caught. King John Booty. What a throw. What a grab. Stands in, throws it near side. Booty. Catch made at the 3. Shoved into the end zone. A flag on the play. And it's a touchdown for the Patriots.
Yeah, just another year playing football in this league, I think is the biggest thing. Another, more experiences of, making throws, studying opponents, studying different defenses.
As for May's Patriots, a big difference after 4 wins total in 2024 is that 4 wins thus far in 2025 are enough for first place in the AFC East.
Well, they're not going to cancel the rest of the season, and that's not really our focus right now. But I would say that we've put ourselves in a position to play meaningful games.
And though Mike Vrabel has downplayed talk of returning to Nashville today, there's no denying the added meaning for him and his fellow ex-Titans as the Patriots take on Tennessee. Next.
This is Patriots football.
Set to go. Snap ball down. Kick up. Kick is on the way, and it is good. It's good. It's good. And the Patriots are Super Bowl champions.
The Patriots are brought to you by Safety Insurance, Catches Law, Shaw's and Star Market, Oakers Technologies, your New England Honda dealers, Credit Unions, Kids at Heart, Town Fair Tire, Clinton Savings Bank, Bud Light, Witches Woods, McGovern Auto Group, and by Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Wilson, quick throw. Intercepted by Malcolm Butler with 20 seconds to go in Super Bowl 49.
Also brought to you by your New England Ford dealers, Eastern Propane and Oil, Comcast Business, Massachusetts Energy Marketers Association, Drains by James, Live Nation, UMass Lowell, your Boston area Chevrolet dealers, Devlin Energy, Hub International New England, Big Y, your family market, John Dark Credit Union, FindMassMoney.gov, and by Bigelow Tea.
Driving forward, diving to the goal line. It's good. A touchdown and a title for the Patriots.
I can't believe it.
They have completed the greatest comeback in Super Bowl history.
And by by Reed's Ferry Storage Sheds, Miller Lite, Peerless Boilers, Wendy's, the Peterson School, Dig Safe, Dairy Queen, Autodesk, Blue Sky Restoration Contractors, Eagle Leasing, Webster Bank, AZEC Exteriors, Heading Home, Wellesley Testosterone, the Dome at the Wyndham Woods School, and by Apex Entertainment Center.
And the Patriots are world champions again. Back-to-back world championships. 3 out of 4. Yes, it's a dynasty.
And the Patriots have won their 6th Super Bowl title. Yes, it's still a dynasty.
Now, here's Bob Sosi and Scott Solak.
And hello again, everyone. A very pleasant good afternoon and welcome to Nissan Stadium in Nashville, Tennessee for this matchup in Week 7 of the NFL season between the 4-2 New England Patriots atop the AFC East opposite the Tennessee Titans at 1-5 out of the AFC South. Bob Sosi along with Scott Zolak. It is great to have you with us after rain this morning, heavy at times. Thus far, we've been on a windy and cool day by Nashville standards, treated to a glimpse of sunshine. We should see more of it as this game progresses for the Patriots, although it's a windy day here in the Music City. And the winds of change have swept through both of these organizations in the last year. Mike Vrabel, of course, the former Tennessee head coach, fired after 2023, now leading the Patriots' resurgence to the top of the AFC East standings through 6 games. And meanwhile, his successor, Brian Callahan, this past week was fired by the Titans. Oh, this is a Tennessee team in disarray. The Patriots have to take advantage this afternoon as they seek a 3rd straight win on the road.
Yeah, it's been a tough grind. It has. You know, we've been traveling here, but now you're starting to stack games. And the problem with stacking games, not that it's a problem, but you now have the target on your back. Now you don't sneak up on anybody. You're not just one of those teams coming along. You're a team that's 4-2 in first place in the AFC East. So now you got to go out there and take care of business. And sort of that carrot that's dangling out in front of you as you get a trip home next week. So take care of business here. Do it for your coach. I mean, this is a guy that's been with this team from day one, that wants to prove he's a player's coach, that wants to get to know the players, that wants to respect them, that wants them to respect him. Diving into piles in camp, scratching his face, you know, having her back in the press when guys are fumbling out. Still my guy. Like, he is everything you want in a coach. So why wouldn't you want to go out and play for this guy today? And if you get a chance, play your tail off. Now, don't tighten up. Like, go out and play your game, man. Like, you're going to have to survive the early little bump they're going to get because they're going to be excited. They want to play hard for their new guy, Mike McCoy. Now, I don't think Mike McCoy is a very good coach. He wasn't a great head coach, but he could be a good play caller. You don't know that. So I know Bo Hardegree's going to be calling the plays, but McCoy will lay heavily, I think, in the decision-making. And starting to get a little nervous here with these dark clouds rolling in. It rained heavily early. It was bands of rain.
It did, and I thought we were. And I said we've gotten a glimpse of sunshine thus far, and the forecast has been calling for it to clear up a bit as the afternoon wanes on.
It was clear. And then we're blowing left to right here, as we call it. These dark clouds have just sort of entered the picture here, and as they drift over the new stadium that we're looking at on the other side. So,
well, the wind did have an impact last year on an overtime loss for the Patriots against the Titans. Much different circumstances, though. Drake May turned the ball over in overtime in that game. The Titans' Amani Hooker sealed it with an interception. May has been playing at a remarkable rate of efficiency of late and productivity, coming off 3 touchdown passes.
And he should feel comfortable here today. I'm glad he played in that type of game last year, even though they didn't win, but he made one hell of a play at the end of regulation. And sort of you get your bearings about you, understand what the stadium is, where the winds blow, and what you expect here today. I expect Drake to be fine.
It is the Patriots, again, seeking a 3rd straight win in as many weeks on the road, a 4th consecutive victory overall in Nashville to take on the Titans. Coming up next, starting lineups from the kickoff on the Safety Insurance 98.5, the Sports Hub Patriots Radio Network.
Witches Woods is back. New England's premier haunted hayride and Halloween scream park. Featuring 6 fiendishly fun haunted attractions. For more information, visit witcheswoods.com.
For all your heating and cooling needs, you need Endless Energy.
Hi, this is Matt Kidd, CEO of Endless Energy. At Endless Energy, we help you look after the health of your whole family, and that includes the water that you drink, eat, and bathe with. Book your no-cost water quality test today. Give us a call at 775-ENDLESS. That's 775-ENDLESS, or self-schedule online at goendlessenergy.com.
Hey, it's Felger here, and football season is back. Make Surfside Iced Tea and Vodka and Surfside Lemonade and Vodka your tailgate must-have. Real vodka, real brewed tea, just 100 calories, 2 grams of sugar, and 0 bubbles. Easy to sip and enjoy. Ask for it wherever you watch the game, or take it with you to the tailgate. Must be 21. Please drink responsibly.
Hey guys, it's Greg Bedard. I know you hear a lot of spots about heating, plumbing, and AC here on the station, and it's something you don't need until your system breaks, and then you need it immediately. That's what happened to me, and luckily I called Naterno Home Services, a locally owned company based right here in Massachusetts. They are there when you need them. They offer Bryant heating and cooling systems, and right now they are offering 0% financing for 60 months on all qualifying purchases of Bryant equipment. So call Naterno Home Services, there when you need them. Visit naternohome.com today.
Ladies and gentlemen, football fans of Foxborough, are you ready to tackle cyber threats? IntraSystems, New England's leader in cybersecurity solutions, presents the ultimate defensive front against malware, phishing, and cyber blitzes with Barracuda's XDR solution. Barracuda's XDR solution is relentless, fast, and always keeping threats in check. Contact IntraSystems today to protect your business with the champions of cybersecurity. Remember, a good defense wins championships and keeps your data safe. Access Security Trust. IntraSystems.com.
Grab a brush and a big black bucket of paint and go out in front of your house and put up there in big letters, put up UGLY. Ugly. Now, why would you ever do that? Well, it's exactly what you're doing if you have an ugly front door. You may never use your front door, but it's the first thing people looking at your house look at. But who will help you with that? We will. We're Right Window. We do doors, too. Right Window comes over to the house with a laptop and this fancy schmancy software, and you choose a brand new front door perfect for your place right there at your kitchen table. How about painted? How about wood grain? Huh?
Prior to his heroic efforts in World War II, General Patton had purchased a horse farm along Boston's North Shore, naming it Green Meadows. Today, the Patton family owns and operates the award-winning Green Meadows Cannabis Dispensary. Swing by our newest location, now open 7 days a week in Marlboro, across from Apex Entertainment.
Visit live.
Meet your newest member of our team, both on the field and off the field, here at New England Ford Dealers, Will Campbell.
I'm excited to be here, and I'm ready to work hard.
Well, these trucks are ready to work hard too, man.
I can't wait.
We got the pads on now.
This is Fox Sports End Zone Radio, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios. Here's Steve Hartman and VJ Husky.
Living the dream once again here on a fully loaded Week 7 Sunday in the NFL. This is End Zone Radio, and we are in the Fox Sports Radio studios. 6 games kicking off right now.
Can't wait.
Saints at the Bears, Dolphins at the Browns, Patriots at the Titans, Raiders at the Chiefs, Eagles at the Vikings, Panthers at the Jets. 1 game in the book already today, and who saw this coming? I mean, the Jaguars essentially, London is a home game for the Jacksonville Jaguars. The Rams had spent the entire week on the East Coast, have been practicing out at Camden Yards out there in Baltimore, did not arrive in London until exactly 24 hours before the game. 5 touchdown passes for Matthew Stafford today, VJ, as they absolutely demolish the Jacksonville Jaguars. Getting back to what, we were talking about earlier in the year. How good are the Rams? Well, the Rams are good if they have a healthy Matthew Stafford. He's healthy, and even without Puka Nacua, they put the hurt on the Jags today.
Not only did they put the hurt on, as always, first of all, what's up, my man?
How are you today?
I'm doing good, Hall of Famer. How about you?
Man, we're excited. We're excited. Another big week in the NFL.
Yeah, another big week in the NFL to follow a huge day in college football yesterday and a huge week in Major League Baseball that we've had. So it's been a great week of sports. As of the game this morning, you and I have talked about the Rams, like, honestly, ad nauseum. We really do feel like, and you and I are both Matthew Stafford guys. I'm of the ilk of he's a Hall of Famer. If you don't think he's a Hall of Famer, like, honestly, we can't talk quarterback Hall of Fame football. We can talk about other stuff, but let's just leave this one alone. I've always loved this guy coming out of high school when he was in West Texas before he went to Georgia, following him all through Georgia and through the years in Detroit. And he's got the ring. Like, he got with a competent team, a competent franchise, a competent GM, a competent head coach, and he went, and immediately, boom, he's holding the Lombardi. And then they have some down years, but he's still that guy that you feel like if you got him,
And then you add a Devontae Adams. You and I were talking. He's forcing. Puka goes down. I said, well, guess what he's gonna have to do now? And he did it today. How did the Jaguars? Listen, I got 2 people on Devontae Adams all damn lay long. Somebody else is gonna have to beat me. 3 touchdown passes. But McVay, we both love him. He is a top 5 coach, in my opinion. Matthew Stafford is still a top 10 quarterback. They have young pieces. They are a competent franchise. They play hard. They haven't been bit hardcore by the injury bug. You remember last year, they started off like they looked like the Ravens, right? But guys got healthy. They didn't lose a lot of guys for the year, but they had a bunch of guys 6 weeks, 7 weeks, 4 weeks, 5 weeks. Guys started off slow. Guys came back healthy, and then what they do? They win the division. So right now, they're on pace, and this game didn't make me look at Jacksonville like, The overseas games to me, Steve, they're a coin flip,
but
man.
I mean, this is like their home game. They're used to it.
Not. Their home games are in Jacksonville.
I think the Rams, the idea that they waited as long as they could to essentially fly into London was smart.
Yeah.
There's no reason to hang out in London. Let's fly in, get in, get out. And that's what the Rams did today.
Air's different, water's different. Like, everything's different. It's not bad, but everything's different. Get over there, get the dub, get back home.
By the way, we have chain conversations here on the show during the week. And, we were talking about what was happening with Ohtani and, the Dodgers and everything else. And then we got into the Thursday night game, which was an incredible performance by Joe Flacco. 2 days.
Uncle Flacco.
2 days.
Uncle Flax.
Working that offense, and the Bengals pull off a huge win over the Steelers. But I took exception to that game for one reason. I watched that game, and in fact, I had to I pulled a VJ Husky because he likes to watch games over and over again.
Yes.
I watched that game because I wanted to see if I actually had seen what I had seen.
See, there you go. That's
that game, and VJ, I've been watching NFL football forever.
Yep.
Was the worst tackling game I've ever seen in my entire life. I mean, bar none. And both teams were guilty. I mean, we've talked about this ad nauseum about the lack of practice, the lack of training camp, the lack of repetition, to try to protect the players, even though it seems like we have more injuries than ever before. But when you talk about padding passing numbers, it's a lot easier to pad your passing yards when guys are literally not being tackled, getting an extra 10, 15, 20 yards. Yeah. The tackling in that game was non-existent. I know the NFL is a big proponent of the future of flag football right now. Fine. Then let's put flags on them right now because that's what I'm seeing. Remember we were talking about this a few years ago with the Pro Bowl before they finally pulled the plug on that game. Okay, what is this, touch football? The tackling is horrific.
Yeah.
They don't know how to tackle in this league anymore, and it really makes me upset.
Listen, the tackling was horrific, but what it is, and this is ironic, when I covered the Michigan USC game last week, I had asked Rob Moore. He was very, very disgruntled in the postgame, and I told you the story off the air where he just kept saying, we got to tackle better. We got to tackle better. He did it like 3 or 4 times, and the last time they allowed somebody to ask a question, I just kind of throw my hand up to get one in because I need more than that. And I asked him, I get what you're saying, and I'm not trying to pound on you, but what is it? Is it schematics? Is it fundamentals? Is it body position? Is it getting off blocks? Is it reads? Like, what is it that's causing you to miss tackles? Because it's one of those things that causes players to miss tackles. And the one thing I always look out, just look at players' body positions there. You see more arms flailing because you're overrunning a guy. You don't break down. You don't keep your chest up. You don't get your butt down and keep your eyes on his waist. He can't go anywhere without his waist.
That has always been the target, right?
He can show you legs. He can do shoulders.
You see
but he can't
high
go
tackles.
anywhere without his waist.
People go high, and that is not a tackle.
No.
You have to zero in on their core and bring them down and know how to wrap up somebody and tackle them.
Yeah.
I mean, it was so infuriating, and both teams were guilty of it. It was, and you're talking about this physical, AFC North Cincinnati. It was soft, soft.
Right,
I mean,
and I'll add it to this too. It was weird to see it from a Tomlin coach team because Tomlin is one of the fundamental type of defensive coaches in the league, and they have always been a great tackling team. They don't hit hard. They tackle you and get you to the ground. You don't get a lot of yak and a lot of yards after contact with playing against it. So it was surprising to see it from a Tomlin team.
Oh, man, it was really unbelievable. All right, first points of the day. Tennessee Titans get a field goal, take an early 3-0 lead over the red-hot AFC East leading Patriots. Right now, they're number one in the AFC East. They got the tie break head-to-head against Buffalo, so Buffalo is now – and this is really what we're talking about. We're sitting here now as we have week 7 of the NFL, and we're trying to make sense of what's happening. I mean, the prime example to me are the Chiefs. By the way, if the playoffs started today, the Chiefs are still not in the playoffs. They are the 8th seed right now in the AFC.
Okay.
But after their win against Detroit, all of a sudden, all their problems are over. Chiefs are the team to beat. I'm like, I'm sorry, they're missing something here. They're 3-3. They have lost games that they should have won. They're 0-3 in one-score games after winning 17 consecutive one-score games. How did the Chiefs, after one home win against the Lions, suddenly rise to the top of the charts? What am I missing?
This is really easy for me, and I threw this down in my notes, and I texted you about this the other night. Remember how we go into the NFL season? What's normally the mantra between offenses and defenses? Offenses are normally ahead of defenses, and you see these teams, you see these scores, you see the Jets come out and put up 30-plus points. I don't know if they've cracked 20 since then. Maybe I think the Dallas game, a garbage touchdown. So they can't score, but the opening weeks, you get that. What we saw last week is we saw the top 2 offenses in football, that's the Buffalo Bills and the Detroit Lions, get locked down, because now we're into week 6, week 7. Defenses, you know what they have? They got 6 weeks of tape on you. They got a lot of tape, not from last year, not from preseason. No, they got regular season game tape, and now the defenses are starting to show. It wasn't surprising to me how that Detroit Chiefs game went, because it's still Spags' defense. You know for sure the Chiefs are going to hold you on defense. It's their offense that's been lacking for Kansas City. That defense has been fine all year long. And when the defense is fine and Kansas City gets a little stuff clicking, like where's that Travis Kelce been? Right? Where's that guy been? Like, he's going to have those spark moments this year, ladies and gentlemen. Trust me, it's not going to be the Travis Kelce we remember or the one that's going to the Hall of Fame. He's just going to have those late career. But when you need him on nights like that, and you could get him the ball, you saw the one bobble catch where you can tell he knows it's coming down the track for him, but I'm in it. I'm here. I'm going to stick with it. We want to go get another ring. So that's what I saw. And then you saw Buffalo again for the 3rd straight week now.
No,
Buffalo has not looked great. Their record has, and it's just like Pittsburgh. 4-1, yeah, but put the tape on. We were saying this about the Eagles last week. We were saying this about Kansas City last year. We were saying this about the Steelers. What was it, 2 or 3 years ago? The Steelers started like 9-1 or 10-1 or something. People were like, dude, that's not a real 10-1 team, but they are what they are. But the cream rise to the top, man, in some of these games. I think that's where we are right now, Steve, is the defenses today. Watch today. Watch these games go under today. Watch a lot of these games go under. These defenses are going to be locked in. I don't see any high-scoring games today.
All right, so one game that's going on right now, Dolphins at the Browns. Battle of 1 and 5s. Yeah. Remember, the Dolphins' only win this year is against the winless Jets. If they lose at Cleveland today, is that it for Mike McDaniel? I was looking at their schedule. They don't have a bye. Their bye is later in the year.
It's later.
I mean, usually you wait till a bye week if you're going to make a coaching change. It makes it a little bit easier. Yeah. But, I mean, seriously, if they go to 1 and 6, and by the way, the Tua Tagovailoa meltdown post-game after their latest loss, where he basically fired off on his teammates and really indirectly his coach, losing the locker room and everything else. Then he had to come back. I guess he had to apologize, which he did. Sort of, he was misinterpreted on what he was saying. I mean, when you get to a situation like that, where all of a sudden your quarterback's making strong comments and then he's backing off on these comments, that to me talks about a team in total disarray, and it's time to make a coaching change.
I don't know if it's total disarray, and I didn't have a problem with anything Tua did Sunday. What I had the problem with was the comeback and the apology, because I think we have to be honest and be real about Tua. Tua is a leader. He's just not – he's uncomfortable with being this rah-rah guy that's behind the scenes trying to hold this thing together. And what I saw, honestly, was a quarterback who just basically said, okay, if this is what we're going to do, I'm trying to do it behind closed doors, we're going into year 5, and this is what it still is, then fine. I don't understand how we want players to be real and be organic and give us stuff, and then we pick and choose by how we feel about the player, whether we appreciate or like what they gave us. He gave us authenticity. If there are players missing meetings and it's probably been addressed behind closed doors, all right, no problem, man. I'm the franchise quarterback. I'm going to stand here and say Tom Brady's called out his own coach indirectly before. Like, the quarterbacks have done this, but people don't like Tua. So therefore it's, oh my God, look at this. The apology I felt like was, bro, you should have just stuck with what you said. You said it. It's out there. The apology. Then people came back. Oh, I respect it. Man, come on. No, I said it. This is what it was. If you don't like it, then don't ask me the question. That's how I received it.
All right. Speaking of disrupting things in the locker room, one guy that's happy right now, A.J. Brown, 37-yard touchdown reception from Jalen Hurts as the Eagles jump on the Vikings first. 7-0. By the way, they gobbled up 8 minutes to open up that game. So we'll see where they had the old tush push as well. So Eagles 7-0 lead. Also, the Bears are on the board right now against the Saints with an early field goal. 3-0 Bears. All right, we're just getting started here. 6 games around the NFL. Again, if you've never heard End Zone Radio before, this is how it works. We give you the scores. We give you the stats. We give you the analysis. We'll preview games coming up. We've got it all covered for you. Nowhere else to be. Right here. This is End Zone Radio.
The World Series is almost set.
Play ball.
The Los Angeles Dodgers are in.
That's it. They've done it. It's the World Series for LA.
Keep it locked for reactions to the NLCS. And start breaking down the Fall Classic with us on Fox Sports Radio.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. All so that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
An official message from Medicare.
Medicare plans change from one year to the next. And this year, it's important for you to review your current coverage and compare all your options during Medicare open enrollment. Compare health plans, drug coverage, and costs. See if you can save some money, and don't forget to make sure your drugs are covered. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Visit Medicare.gov or call 1-800-MEDICARE.
Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Maaco's running a paint sale right now, starting at just $499. How about that? Now, if you've been thinking about maybe doing something with your car, don't pass up this opportunity, okay? There's dents, dings, chip paint. Maaco's seen it all. But for this price, take advantage of that, and you could give your ride a fresh look. Free estimate. They'll work with your budget. They'll get the job done fast. No pressure, no judgment, a fresh start, and you're going to have a national warranty to accompany it. And they're community-based, great people to work with, somebody you can trust to make your car look nice. A fresh ride. They've been doing it for over 50 years, and it's easier than ever for you to take advantage of this. Your car could use a little love. Now's the time. But don't wait. These paint sales will not last long. Visit Maaco, that's MAACO.com, and find the nearest location. Schedule that free estimate. And with the paint sale starting at just $499, your car is going to look awesome. Better get Maaco.
Having 4 kids in 4 years changed everything, especially our perspective on food.
We started paying closer attention to the things that mattered most, especially the food we were putting on our table.
We wanted better, safer, healthier. And when we couldn't find it, we took matters into our own hands. We started Good Ranchers.
We partner with local farms and ranches right here in the U.S., families who have been raising livestock the right way for generations. Hard-working men and women who care deeply about the land, their animals, and the quality of the food they produce.
We're proud to bring their legacy to your table. 100% American beef, chicken, pork, and wild-caught seafood.
And then we make it simple. We deliver it straight to your door.
Because we believe in making it easy for families like ours and yours to enjoy meat you can trust. Food that honors the American farmer. Food that brings people together.
Visit GoodRanchers.com and use code RANCH40 to get $40 off your first order. Plus, free meat for an entire year.
GoodRanchers.com. American meat delivered.
Check it out. The Herd. When Colin Cowherd drops the info, The Herd, you need to listen. Right here.
So, when I got into this business as a kid, and I'm talking about when I was like 7, 8, 9, 10 years old,
The sportscasters that I was always attracted to as a kid were the ones that were like honest. Even at 8, 9, 10 years old, if my team played bad, it was okay for the local sports announcer to say, my team played bad. So I almost always defend people in my business that are critical of teams, even if they win, because a lot of local, there's some pom-pom waving and everything's sunny and rosy. So Troy Aikman apparently did not hand out flowers after the Bears and Caleb Williams just beat Washington. So here's what Ben Johnson said about a former Fox broadcaster's comments.
It sounded like from that game the other night, a few people weren't particularly pleased with how we were winning right now. So I woke up this morning and, my kids were watching the second half before school. And so I heard some of the commentary. But listen, in this league, any way you can find a way to win is a big deal.
Of course it is. But the Bears are 3-2, and they're a blocked kick and a fumble from being 1-4. And Caleb Williams, who I loved out of college, is a work in progress. Right now, he remains dead last in the NFL in expected completion percentage. What is that? That's when the game's over, people look at tape. Translation, he should be completing 72% of his throws. He's at 61.5.
If you're eager to find out what Colin said next, just podcast it by searching The Herd. And as always, you can listen live to Colin Cowherd weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Here we go.
Ben Maller, the late night wordsmith.
We speak fluent emoji.
Ben Maller, holding the sports world accountable.
They went out there like a toy poodle with fleas, is how they played in that game.
And when he's right, you'll know about it.
And you know what? I was absolutely right.
It's the Ben Maller Show.
So I've got NASCAR, IHOP, and opera.
Listen on the overnight, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Dan Patrick.
You ready?
Yay!
Dan Patrick, always saying the right things.
Here's my thought process with this.
If I had abs,
Just think about it.
And always asking the right questions.
You don't have to answer it. I have to ask the question.
It's the Dan Patrick Show.
I want publicity.
Doing radio the only way he knows how. Listen weekdays at 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific. Right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Here's a statement you can take away.
When it comes to talking, we can't shut up.
We believe in real talk.
Are we talking about it?
Yeah. We won't shut up.
It's loud.
I know what the hell I'm talking about.
As a matter of fact, we do more than talk.
Ladies and gentlemen,
We sing.
It's raining dogs. Hallelujah.
We yell.
What do you want to do? We got to keep our composure. Relax. This is baloney.
We are Fox Sports Radio. The premier sports lineup in the nation. FS1.
Call your friends and ask how they doing.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Boom. Trust your eyes.
FS1.
Hurts lines them up. He goes trips right. 3 receivers. Barkley to his left. Motion. A.J. Brown from right to left. Hurts is back. Hurts looking. He's still looking. Still looking. Waving. Going down. Going for A.J. Brown. Caught at the 10. In for a touchdown. Hurts to Brown. And Brown fires it into the stands.
That's 94 WIP Eagles Radio Network. And just like that, the Eagles lead the Vikings 7-0. However, Vikings have the ball in the red zone right now. The Eagles are trying to get back into this matchup. Once again, this is End Zone Radio. Hartman and Husky with you from the Fox Sports Radio studios. Hey, be sure to subscribe to Fox Sports Radio's YouTube channel. Just search Fox Sports Radio on YouTube. You see our best videos from all of our shows. And don't stop there. Hit that thumbs up icon and comment away. Let us know whose takes you like, even whose takes you don't like. Just search for Fox Sports Radio on YouTube and subscribe. Also, the Chiefs, wow, right down the field. Patrick Mahomes, 6 for 6, 88 yards through a touchdown pass to Rashee Rice, and just like that, yeah, the Chiefs lead the Raiders 7-0. By the way, I was listening to our morning show. The Vegas odds on this game just skyrocketed. Like, Chiefs opened at like 9.5, it went up to 12. Like, they are desperate for the Raiders to keep this game close. All the money in on the Chiefs. So here I'm, questioning why all of a sudden the Chiefs are getting all this recognition. Well, that opening drive against the Raiders, they look like an absolute juggernaut. I don't know how much that's the Chiefs and just how bad the Raiders have been so far under Pete Carroll.
I found this game at 11.5, and that's when I took it late last night at about midnight. The Chiefs are 15-1 in their last 16 games straight up at home. They're 20-3 over their last 23 games as a favorite. So this wasn't much of a hard pick. Listening to my good guy, Bernie Fratto, last night here on Fox Sports Radio on his show, he always has this rule. He doesn't like double-digit division spreads. That's always been a thing for him. So I've always I took that from Bernie Fratto. I now use that. So when I saw this, the first thing I thought was I actually took the Raiders to cover. The under on this, I heard our the show that's on before us, Bill and Brian and all those great guys doing that show before us. They liked the under 23 in the first half. So it told me, and then the over-under is 45.5. So the Chiefs haven't had an explosion. That's a great, opening drive, but this is still a division game. And with division games, you get one or two things. Oh. You either get a blowout or you get a game where you're like, how in the hell did this team even keep up with this team? But this offense in Geno Smith, you want to talk about changes being made in Miami.
Look at this. Geno Smith just dropped the center snap and had to recover his own fumble.
That's just great. Like, I'm not sure if I've ever seen a quarterback come in with a lot of questions, struggle, then have this uptip in his career, and we all go, you know what? We were wrong about this guy. Gets a max deal, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, not like over here, the next following season, opening day, it doesn't even look like the same quarterback.
The turnovers have been crazy, and he's not been throwing accurately, and right now they are facing a 3rd and long right now, already down 7-0. The Chiefs not looking good for the silver and black. All right, some other teams that we're sort of keeping an eye on today, the Bears. So the Bears are playing the Saints today at home. They have a 3-0 lead. Bears are 3-2.
Right.
And we talk about Ben Johnson. And is this one of those young coaches that can turn a team around? And, you get the home win against the Saints 4-2. All of a sudden, you're like, okay, the Bears are definitely, look at Geno Smith, just absolutely getting crushed by this Chiefs defense. It's going to be a long day.
It was just a 4-man.
I'll put it this way. Anybody that wagered on the Raiders today, why? I don't know what you're doing. I mean, at Kansas City, are you crazy?
11.5. Bernie Fratto said you don't do it.
Okay. Well, we'll see. Anyway, but, I mean, are we taking Ben Johnson seriously? Do you think he has changed the dynamic for Caleb Williams and that Bears team?
Absolutely. Absolutely. How is the only way this was not going to work out is if Caleb Williams wanted to just still be Superman, Oklahoma, Gonzaga High School, USC, Heisman Trophy. He still wants to be that guy. It wasn't going to work.
We have a special guest on right now, joining us from London after the Rams' huge victory today against the Jacksonville Jaguars. Jared Verse is joining us right now. Jared, how are you today, man?
I'm smooth, tired, ready to get back home. How y'all doing?
Hey, Jared, look, I mean, it was interesting. You guys sort of waited as long as you could to make that trip over to London, and you guys have never looked better. Give us a little sense of traveling to London with only really 24 hours in London to prepare for this game and how it may have actually helped you focus on this game.
Yeah, we just treated like a West Coast to East Coast game. We used to travel in 4 or 5 hours to get to the East Coast. We was like, we'll just stay in Baltimore all week, train like how we usually do, come over there and get some good work in. We're going into the bye week. I'm not going into the bye week with a loss. We was not letting it happen.
Jared Verse, VJ Verner Husky here, man. A pleasure to be speaking with you. Great win today, man. Great team collab. I often cover you guys almost every game last year, so I got a chance to see you guys up close and personal. And you guys have like this camaraderie and this chemistry that's just undeniable, and I think it starts with your head coach. But talk to me mentally, what is it about being a young guy in the league? And you know your leader, Matthew Stafford, Hall of Famer, Super Bowl champion. You got a shot every single day.
I'm sorry, you're cutting. No, I can't hear you. I can't hear you. You're starting to cut out.
I'm sorry. What does it mean to have a guy like Matthew Stafford leading this team, man?
That's cut. No, I can't hear you.
Are you hearing us, Jared?
I can't hear you.
All right, so we lost Jared there.
Yeah,
I mean, it happens when you go a long way across to London.
He's not in Inglewood.
We can hear him loud and clear. By the way, I mean, what a young player he is. Last year's NFL Defensive Rookie of the Year, obviously, but a big win again. And just the idea that they planned it beautifully. I mean, they go to Baltimore. And take care of, obviously, a struggling Ravens team, and then decide to stay in Baltimore, prepare the entire week. They actually worked out at Camden Yards, did not fly into London until literally 24 hours before the game, and demolished the Jags today.
Steve, you know what smart franchises normally do? They make smart decisions.
Yeah, they do.
That's what smart franchises normally do. They make smart decisions. This is just a very, very smart franchise. And listen, you spoke about this team. You think they can go far. I like them as a wild card, definitely. And then I would
if
have
Matthew
to see,
Stafford can stay healthy.
Right. Well, that's any team.
Yeah.
We know that with the QB position. But I love the way this team is constructed. I love the chemistry of this team. The head coach is awesome to me. You know how I feel about Matthew Stafford. They got young pieces. They've drafted very well.
Oh.
And then they've added vets when they needed to add vets to give you that extra for a guy that may got a chip on his shoulder and they need to feel like they still got something to prove. I thought Devontae Adams might have been the best offseason signing. I said that here on our show over the summer because just of his ability. And when I saw him on receiver and he was mic'd up and hearing the stuff he was saying on the sideline of the Raiders, I said, okay, you need to get that guy out of there because he is checked out, but he's still got something left in the tank. And the Jets is just the Jets, so we knew what that was going to be. But here's an opportunity, man, for them to actually quiet a lot of the, it's over with the Rams people. And we could be sitting in the second playoff weekend in January, and we're like, okay, so the Rams take on such and such today. We can be in the same position we were last year with this team.
All right, we got 6 games going on right now. We're watching this New England-Tennessee game, which is actually right now Titans lead this game. As you know, they have a new coach after getting rid of Brian Callahan. It's a guy I know well, Mike McCoy. Oh, my. I got stories. Oh, do I have stories from his days with the Chargers.
Hey, guys, he was telling me Raider stories before we came on the air. Steve
is
loaded
I got
today.
stories today, but McCoy is the former Charger coach, and I got stories about him. But first, let's find out what is trending right now. Muncie. Quite a week for Muncie.
It's been a busy week in sports, absolutely, but that's how we like it. Exciting times.
Were you out at Dodger Stadium at all for the games?
Absolutely not.
Yeah.
This is going to sound like, but been there, done that. You know what
exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
I know one thing. You know, when people...
I know that sounds bad, but it's like...
that sounds so arrogant.
I know.
But I love it coming from you.
It is. I just been there, done that.
Yeah. Well, the thing about it is, here's the thing that drives me crazy. When I'm seeing the full champagne sell, only in baseball.
Yeah.
I get it, like 162 games, right? You make the postseason. But after a wild card series, a division series, a league championship series, what is that?
I love
they
it.
don't.
I
you think the Lakers?
You
think the Lakers, after winning a Western Conference, would have a full champagne?
The Lakers today, yes.
Yeah,
the Lakers today.
No, they don't.
They celebrated an in-season tournament.
Yes,
LeBron,
like that.
No.
LeBron was 100%.
No, I know the story behind that. I know the story behind that. The Lakers had zero intention of any celebration. The NBA mandated it as they try to push that.
Mandated with
they
air
said
quotes.
you will put a banner up. They're like, we're not putting a banner up next to our NBA. There's no freaking way.
It looks so. I feel like I'm in a high school.
It was ridiculous. But the
JV,
NBA said
JV
you will,
championship.
because we're going to make this thing work. All right, what's happening today?
Listen, the Titans are making something work. We're going to start there because the Titans are on top of the Patriots right now, 10-3 late in the first quarter. Cam Ward threw a nice touchdown pass to Chimere Dike, his first career touchdown. So obviously he kept the ball, but the Titans are up right now. New coach, hey, they're feeling themselves. The Browns are up on the Dolphins right now, 3-0 after the first period. The Bears were driving and Caleb Williams threw an interception. So the Saints have the ball right now, but the Bears are up 3-0. Also late in the first, you guys talked about Patrick Mahomes and Rashee Rice connecting for a touchdown already. Kareem Hunt, I'm looking to see if there's an update. He was hurt on that play, and he actually was helped off the field by Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce. There is no update, but Kareem Hunt was definitely helped off the field after that play. Chiefs are up on the Raiders 7-0 late in the first. All these other two games are also late in the first, but the Eagles have a 7-3 lead over the Vikings, and the Panthers are up on the Jets right now 3-0, also late in the first. Rams crushed the Jags 35-7 in London. Travis Hunter with his first career touchdown, 8 catches, 101 yards, and a touchdown. And in NBA news, in case you missed it, Kevin Durant has agreed to a 2-year, $90 million extension with the Rockets. He is now has the highest career earnings, apparently, in NBA history. $598.2 million, surpassing LeBron, who has $583.9.
And he's played, what, 8 less seasons?
Yeah.
Max deals.
And he's already, talking smack on Twitter.
When you're 6'10",
Kevin Durant.
When you're 6'10" and you can shoot from anywhere on the floor,
Of course,
God's
yeah.
green earth.
Yeah.
And when you can ride the coattails of Steph Curry to win a couple of
I've
championships
been
is what he
saying
did.
that. I didn't know you were on that train. I've been on that. Oh, I didn't know. Okay, we never talked about it. Okay, cool. Yeah, I'm with that too.
My dear friend Jason McIntyre, J-Mac, he's a big Durant guy, right?
Yeah.
We used to get into heated arguments about this. I'm like, okay, I'm not denying the guy is an insane
he's super
offensive
good.
force.
Yeah, of course.
But jumping on the bandwagon with
Totally.
the Warriors to get a couple of rings. How many rings has he had since?
Big fat 0.
Yeah, I've been in the finals too. Quick thing, I saw Kevin Durant at 16 years old. He played for an AAU team in DC called a DC Assault with Michael Beasley. They were on the same
Beasley
AAU
was a
team.
gay player.
Then I watched them at Montrose Christian Academy in Landover, Maryland.
Yeah.
And at 17, you can see him and go, oh, okay.
How about this?
At
You ready for
17,
this?
He was like, yeah.
His
He's that
rookie
guy.
year, remember they were the Seattle
Absolutely, the Supersonics.
Supersonics, his rookie year, and PJ Carlesimo was his coach. And so we interviewed, I was working with Michael Thompson, who, by the way, insisted that he was going to be a bust, okay? He went over and over and over. Greg Oden would be the star, and no one will ever remember Kevin Durant. But after his rookie season, we had PJ Carlesimo on as they were moving to Oklahoma City. And we're like, how good is Durant? He says, I'll put it this way. This is after his rookie season. I would not trade him right now for any player in the NBA. I go, really? You wouldn't trade him for LeBron? I mean, we're rattling off names. He goes,
At
no.
that point, it would have been Kobe. It would be the top guy.
Kobe, I mean, you would not trade him for nobody.
Well.
So he was one guy that saw how good. I'm sorry, Monty, were you done? I mean, okay. All right, so there we go.
Yeah, it was good.
Thank
Back
you
to
very
you guys.
much.
Yeah,
Thank you,
all
Monty. We just get talking here, or I get talking. All right, we're in the Fox Sports Radio studios, End Zone Radio. We're going to get a preview coming up of the Packers-Cardinals matchup. Kenny Albert's going to be joining us a little bit later in this hour. Just quickly about Mike McCoy, the interim head coach of the Tennessee Titans. He was the head coach of the Chargers. I was there. He was one of those classic young coaches that would never take blame, ever. If they would lose, and they were losing a lot of games his last couple of years, he would literally sit there with the media and say, look, we put together a perfect game plan. Players just didn't execute. He did this week after week after week. And I'm like, okay, maybe it wasn't a perfect game plan. Maybe your game plan sucked.
Yeah.
But he was one of those guys that would never take blame, and he did something that'll never be done before. After he got fired by the Chargers, the Broncos hired him as their offensive coordinator. He actually got fired midway through the first season. The following year, the Arizona Cardinals hired him as offensive coordinator, and he got fired midway through the season. Now, think about that.
This guy can't keep
Offensive coordinator for 2 NFL teams in his first year got fired midseason in both jobs. That's who Mike McCoy is.
Wow. Yeah,
not the right guy for the Titans.
I was about to say, yeah, but nowadays I think one of the best jobs in the world, a job I would love, it would be a fired coach. Because you still have money, like maybe a fired college coach, because you still get like $40 and $50 million for not having a job. Really quick, on this Titans game, there's always, you know me, Steve, I like to think outside the box. I hate low-hanging fruit. I want that tangerine that's way up at the top of the tree. There ain't no bugs and nobody, no hands and no monkeys and stuff mess with us too high. I like to try to really reach. I looked at this Pats Titans game, and it was a +7 last night when I did these numbers. The over was 42.5. Even though the Titans 6-18-1, man, in their last 25 against the spread as the dog, I felt like what we saw with New England, and they're in first place. But I think a game like this makes people go, oh, they got the Titans. Yeah, they got that one. This Titans team has played tough. This Titans team beat a Cardinals team that actually knocked out, is the reason why Kyler Murray is still out again today. Like, this Titans team, they play tough. And Cam Ward, we just don't talk about the kid enough, and he's the #1 overall pick. And I'm not saying he's going to set the world on fire this year, but there's a reason why he was the #1 overall pick. He's got a ton of talent. We don't talk about him. The nation doesn't talk about him. He's not on mainstream right now, but I looked at this spread. This is one of my underdogs today. I took the Titans to cover this 7.
Well, you're off to a great start. You want to hear some numbers. Cam Ward already 6 of 7, 101 yards and a touchdown. On the other side, Drake May, Mike Vrabel's got to be coach of the year, right? He's got the Patriots off to a 4-2 start. He's 3 of 4 for 8 yards.
Yeah.
So Cam Ward, 6 of 7, 101 yards and a score. Drake May, 3 of 4, 8 yards. So early on, Cam Ward dominating. They just got to the end of the first quarter there. Titans lead this game 10-3. And by the way, the Patriots this year 3-0 on the road.
Yeah, they're winning the
So
game.
you
They should
figure that they should go into Tennessee and win, but I don't know. Whatever is happening right now, Cam Ward has a perfect passer rating of 158.3 in the first quarter.
You love passer ratings.
I'm into that kind of
love
stuff.
passer
I'm a
ratings.
numbers guy,
I know,
BJ. You
but
know
all
that. I
numbers
see
you
numbers.
Don't need, Steve.
Yeah.
Passer rating.
Passer rating
How's
means
it even
if-
calculated? I
mean,
don't even know. And I'm a football head, man. I don't care about passer rating.
All right. I want to get out a little early, so we have a little extra time on the other side for Kenny Albert. All right, so we'll get a preview coming up here. That Packers-Cardinals game coming up a little bit later on. This is End Zone Radio.
On game day, we suit up too. I'm in the lead. By getting you ready.
It's Fox Sports Radio's countdown to kickoff.
Every stadium, every score.
Scrambling and then heaves one into the end zone.
Where it's caught! Oh my goodness! And by recapping your day.
We're working through all of it tonight.
We're Fox Sports Radio.
Actual price will depend on product and subscription plan. Featured products are compounded drug products, which the FDA does not approve or verify for safety, effectiveness, or quality. Prescription products require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. See website for details, restrictions, and important safety information.
Want a boost in and out of the bedroom? Hims has you covered. Introducing a new 2-in-1 approach to level up your game. Tadalafil for better bedroom performance and zinc for testosterone support. Turn things all the way up and find affordable treatment options at up to 95% less than brand names at hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy.
Are you facing an unexpected financial emergency? You need WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com could help you get up to $5,000 fast. WeFixMoney.com is free to use, available 24/7, and has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. Go to the name you trust, WeFixMoney.com. If you need emergency cash up to $5,000 for bills or anything else, type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com. Jason Smith and Mike Harmon are dropping knowledge like this.
These guys are sick, man.
I think there's a weirder, different question to ask. And Pablo Torre went on a podcast and talked about new audio that he unearthed that shows Jordan Hudson's involvement in Bill Belichick's career. Some audio and video when they taped their coach show from a year ago that Belichick and Matt Patricia taped, where Jordan Hudson was asking questions about what they were talking about, asking about the Cowboys. Is it kind of easy to say to stop the Cowboys from scoring touchdowns? And Belichick's got to explain to her, well, they have the best offense and you want to make them kick a field goal. And she says, well, is that kind of a red zone thing? And you just see overall her involvement with a football show is kind of weird. They argued about graphics as well. It was really strange, this whole thing. And look, the audio's been out there all day, and you see it, and it's you can see it if you want to, but there's a bigger question here that I really want asked, and I think and the question is this: so Pablo Torre's been the guy, and he's reinvented himself as an investigative reporter, right? Pablo Torre finds out, right? He's investigating the Kawhi Leonard situation. And I get the Kawhi Leonard thing with, hey, did he get money to do a sham job so they could skirt the salary cap? Because that's about rule breaking in the NBA. And it's something that other teams do, right? I'm nervous. What are they going to find out about Jalen Brunson? He took way less money, man.
But that's it, right? How many teams are going, please don't investigate this any further.
Yeah.
We don't need you knocking on our door.
So I get that part of it. I don't understand why He's investigating.
To get the rest of what Jason Smith and Mike Harmon said, podcast it by searching The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon. And as always, you can hear The Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific, right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Basically, get out of the way.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan Patrick.
Kurt Signetti, the Indiana head coach, timing is everything. So you had James Franklin losing a couple of games. He loses to UCLA, loses to Northwestern. You get beat by Oregon. And all of a sudden, Kurt Signetti beats Oregon. So now he doesn't get this raise right now if James Franklin doesn't lose to Northwestern and, lose to UCLA. So the timing of that, he gets fired, and then all of a sudden it's like, is he going to go to Penn State? As I said on the show, no, he's not. I think he likes where he is. He's 64 years of age. He's got something, and he signed a 8-year, $93 million deal. Now, that doesn't mean there's going to be 10 or 15 coaches going to benefit from James Franklin getting fired.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan and the Danettes and you.
Weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. This is the Jason Smith Show.
Check this out.
With Mike Harmon.
Shohei Ohtani, 6 innings pitched for the Dodgers, 2 hits, 10 strikeouts. At the plate, 3 for 3 with 3 home runs, including a home run that was hit out of the stadium that landed near the team store, which is at the edge of the... You walk out of the parking lot into the team store, and that's where Ohtani hit the home run to. I told you, that's where my dad and I had nachos last year in the NLCS. We were there before the game. We were there. We had lunch. It was an unbelievable day. And Ohtani hit a home run there. It's the single greatest night you've seen in the playoffs in baseball history. No one's ever had a game like this. Pitching, hitting. It's easy to blow off greatness and say, yeah, we've seen this from Ohtani a lot. But I'm telling you, man, you have a better likelihood of seeing Halley's Comet.
You're listening to Jason Smith with Mike Harmon. Weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. When it comes to the things we do,
I love the show. Yeah, I love the show.
we just do it better than the rest.
Bang.
From our YouTube numbers to our streaming numbers.
That's how you get beat.
You want any other information?
No one can compete with us.
End of story.
Just search Fox Sports Radio.
I'm just enjoying listening. Thank you guys for the entertainment.
When you have a product this good, no one, and I mean no one, can compete with us.
Nope, guess what? That's the truth.
Let's go!
We are Fox Sports Radio. FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
One receiver to the left, 3 to the right, fakes the handoff to Pollard. Cam rolls right now, sets his feet, throws back to the left, downfield, it's caught, that's a Titans touchdown! Jim DK, 38 yards!
WGFX 104.5 Titans Radio Network. Titans leading the Patriots by a score of 10-3 right now. By the way, Carson Wentz just threw a pick 6. There's a reason why Carson Wentz
got rocked
is
on that hit, too.
Where, he got rocked.
He got blasted.
Eagles jumping out to a 14-3 lead right now on the road against the Vikings. So getting well quick against the Carson Wentz led Vikings. What is the update right now on your boy J.J. McCarthy? What's his status?
Today he was the 3rd emergency quarterback. I think what they were doing. Listen, he had the knee, he had the meniscus, and then another lower extremity injury. You want to kind of walk your way into this. They're sitting at 3-2. There was really no big rush for him back. I feel like he's still the future, because if he wasn't, then Wentz wouldn't be in there. They'd have found some other younger guy to throw in there and try to see what they can get out of him. They didn't do that. So I think probably next week or the week after that, he should be there. But they're missing some other pieces, too. Their offensive line is banged up. The defense continues to play well, but not with Carson Wentz throwing, pick sixes like this at home in a game like this. A game in which I took the Eagles. I'm still on the Eagles train. I'm not going to let the sky fall. If the sky can't fall for Buffalo, then it can't fall for the Eagles for me. If it doesn't fall for Buffalo, it's not falling for the Eagles. So Vikings, they should be fine, man, once JJ gets back.
All right, well, we'll see. Right now, though, they're down big to the Eagles. Speaking of down, the Dolphins are down after a, 46-yard touchdown run.
Oh, a run? Surprise, surprise.
Yeah.
They give up
so-
168 a Sunday, Steve.
Yeah,
on the
Junkins, 46 yards for a touchdown. 9-3. There was an injured player on the play. I didn't see where that was.
Mika Fitzpatrick got a block.
Fitzpatrick
somebody
got it.
blindsided him. Got a good block on him. It was a
All
good
right,
hit.
so we
It
keep an
wasn't
eye
bad.
on that. New England trying to get back in this game right now against the Titans. I just saw a big run by Drake May. We were mentioning the fact that Mike Vrabel. It's amazing when you have an experienced coach and he can identify talent. So here's the thing that Vrabel learned from his mentor, Bill Belichick. Here's how you have to operate as a head coach in the NFL. You have to identify what the talent is in each player that they have. Because everyone has a certain talent. And then, I know this is a novel idea.
Say it.
Put them in a position to succeed.
What?
Yes.
Why?
So if you do something well, I'm going to put you in a position where we're actually going to be able to use your talent. And so everyone talks about, well, they don't have talent in New England. Well, they may not have as much talent as other teams, but they do have talent. If you're playing in the National Football League, you have talent, okay? Yeah. So you have to identify what it is your players can do well and then put them in a position to succeed. And that's how Mike Vrabel has already turned things around for the New England Patriots.
So you mean don't take players and try to make them do things that only you want them to do?
Exactly.
You mean actually take a professional player that's making multi-millions of dollars to play a game and figure out, because you're the coach, so it's really your job to figure out how to scheme so that your players are successful. And then, hold up, Steve, I got it. And then have them do their job. Oh, Steve.
That's crazy.
Dude, we should
It's
coach.
crazy.
Why do we have a team?
This is the frustrating thing to me year after year after year when you hear this guy's a bust. They're usually a bust because they were put in a position to fail.
Right.
You ask quarterbacks, obviously, are the prime example, right? You have a quarterback that's running a completely different system in college than what they're asked to do in the NFL, and they don't succeed.
Yeah. Tom Brady said it best, and I keep referencing this because I just thought it was so great, where he was on a show and someone said that, I think by year 2, Thanksgiving, you should know. He said, you're assuming, though, that every team knows how to develop a quarterback. So you're assuming that everybody knows how to do the job that they've been paid to do. And that's not the case. You have to know how to develop a quarterback in today's NFL or yesteryear's NFL, and definitely moving into the futures. We see these rule changes. We see these offenses evolve, and, guys can't hit anymore. You can't touch receivers down the field. You're going to have to come up with things, but you're going to have to develop the guy. You can't just take Caleb Williams from USC and say, okay, stay this version of you for the next 15 years. No, you better. I need 10 times better than this. But this is the reason why we drafted you, because we know we can get those 10 times versions better than you out of you if you listen to us.
I go back to Joe Montana. Joe Montana was not an All-American at Notre Dame.
No.
He was a guy, okay? He had a nice couple of
draft pick.
He's a third-round draft pick. But Bill Walsh had a clear set on this West Coast offense that he wanted to run, and he was looking for a quarterback that fit the system. And what happened became history. So, again, right place, right time, wrong place, wrong time. That is a story around the National Football League.
Is that the West Coast offense, Steve? Yeah. 1, 2, 3, release.
Mm-hmm.
1, 2, 3, release.
Well, and
1, 2,
also
3, release.
a quarterback that could throw the ball accurately,
Put it
rolling
right on.
out.
Yep.
And that's exactly what he did. By the way, speaking of throwing accurately, this game may be the blowout of the year. Chiefs Raiders. It's already 14-0. Patrick Mahomes is 12 of 15, 145 yards and 2 touchdowns in this game. One to Rice, one to Hollywood Brown. So they're off and running right now. The Raiders don't ask. They can't get anything going. And now New England is now driving, and they are trying to get right back in this game right now. Drake May, again, looks like an entirely different quarterback this year. It's not perfect, but he's doing a lot more positive things and staying away from the negative.
Yeah.
Don't do more than we ask you to do.
Do your job.
Do your job. Look at early in Tom Brady's career, what were they telling him? That was a defensive-oriented team. Don't screw this up.
No.
Stick with the script as he developed as a quarterback, they were able to expand the playbook. In the second part of his career, suddenly he became a prolific passer. That wasn't him early on.
Yeah, throw to Troy Brown, hand to Corey Dillon.
Yeah,
right.
Disgruntled
running back. No one wants from Cincinnati. Turn the hand to this guy. Throw to guys like Troy Brown, right, who's playing every position on the field. Who's playing all three phases of the game for the Patriots at the time. No, you're right. Just do your job. But this Buffalo game, this Patriots team is still very interesting to me because I think the Buffalo win made us go, oh, wow, they've arrived. And they've also beaten a couple of bad teams also, too. So I just want to see, and I'm not knocking them, just want to see what this looks like today because this is Mike Vrabel going back to his old team. You know, his players want to, play for coach. But you also know Tennessee, hey, we want to beat this guy. You know, he used to coach here. It's the same thing with players go back to other places, man. So I just thought Tennessee would play tough today. And once again, I just don't think we give Cam Ward enough attention and talk about him enough.
Jets and Panthers tied at 3. Now, I know you made a preseason prediction that the Saints would go 0-17. I'm looking at the Jets' schedule right now, and I'm saying, where is a win? Where is a win? I mean, obviously, they're hosting the Panthers today. Panthers are at 3-3, playing much better football right now, which we both predicted. Next week, you're on the road against the Bengals. Home against the Browns. I mean, that's a game that could be winnable. And they're at the Patriots, at the Ravens. By that time, Lamar's back. No, Falcons at home. Dolphins at home. Could that be it? You don't want to have that to happen, right? I mean, yeah.
I'm not that emotional fan, man. I sit here and I just call it what it is. I didn't see this defense playing this bad. They were 7th in the league last year. And here I am going against myself. I'm kind of being hypocritical, I guess, because I tell you, the postseason and last season, regular season has nothing to do with the postseason, and last year don't matter. But I looked at this defense, and I thought they'd be a lot better, too. They're averaging 24, 25 points a Sunday. They're putting points on the board, but I'm watching them get driven on right now by the Browns. There's been 3 drives in this game that would have ended on third downs. That's been aided by a penalty on the Dolphins to keep those drives going. It just happened again. I don't like the call, but once the quarterback hands the ball off, Jalen Phillips, just don't go take a shot in the back at Dylan Gabriel because he's a rookie or you're trying to prove something. This is the type of stupid bleep that's been happening with the defense, and this is why everybody wants to fire McDaniel. Why aren't we talking about Anthony Weaver? Why aren't we talking about him? He's running this defense right now. They're last in the league. They give up 168 a game on the ground, last in the league by like 30 yards. If you want to fire somebody, fire the defensive coordinator.
Drake May just threw a touchdown pass to Austin Hooper, so we're now all tied up 10-all, Titans and Patriots. That game, 5.5 minutes to go in the first half. Actually, these games are moving rather quickly so far, right? I mean, we're on the end of our first hour, and we got the games almost to the half, but we got much more coming up in the next hour. Keep it glued right here. We'll give you the scores. We'll give you the stats. The analysis is all here. This is End Zone Radio.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
Big color, bigger savings. It's Sherwin-Williams' biggest super sale. Get 40% off paints and stains October 17th through the 27th with prices starting at $29.39. Whether you're refreshing your interior or exterior, we've got the colors to bring your vision to life. And with delivery, getting everything to your door is easier than ever. Shop online to have it delivered or visit your neighborhood Sherwin-Williams store. Retail sales only. Some exclusions apply. See store for details. Delivery available on qualifying orders.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Go! Check them out.
FS1.
Check them out.
FS1. Ladies and gentlemen.
Here they are. Their morning show is funny.
Kind of set the tone for my day.
This is the show that has 2 pros and a cup of Joe.
Who is Joe?
LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, and Jonas Knox.
You remember how Juju Smith-Schuster got in that altercation with Brian Branch
and Brian Branch got popped a game for it because he punched Juju Smith-Schuster, and I was like, man, that was uncalled for. What'd you do that for? And then it was like, well, he kind of cleaned him up on a crackback, and Brian Branch was pissed about it. Yeah, and then did the same thing he did to your guy Vontaze Burfict. Just cleaned him up in a game against the Bengals years ago and then stepped over him. Well, Juju Smith-Schuster did that again. He did it to Brian Branch, and they had the altercation. Well, Zaire Franklin of the Colts, he had some thoughts on the entire situation. He was hanging out on the Club 520 podcast, and he went on to defend Brian Branch.
First of all, Juju needed his ass whooped. Damn. Let's just go there. Number one.
Why does everybody say that?
Him specifically really needs his ass whooped.
What's wrong with Juju?
Bro, he been needing his ass whooped for a minute. Brian Branch doing the work of the Lord, bro.
So, Zaire Franklin of the Colts.
You ain't said nothing inaccurate. That picture of him on the ground,
bad.
That one was bad. But then when they showed him standing next to Coach Reed with his face all jacked up and disheveled, that made it all the way worse, bad. All the way bad. Listen, that was a dirty hit on Branch, by the way. That was not a...
To get the rest of LeVar Arrington, Brady Quinn, and Jonas Knox. Podcast by searching Two Pros and a Cup of Joe. Listen to Two Pros and a Cup of Joe weekdays from 6 a.m. Eastern, 3 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. This is The Herd.
You got to be consistent.
With Colin Cowherd.
Mike check. So Tomlin's great on Monday Night Football. These Thursday games, J-Mac and I talked about it yesterday. Tomlin, less time to prepare and motivate. He's not good. So we thought we'd have Bengals, Steelers, probably be boring. No, it's 33-31. Flacco, in 2 games with the Bengals, 555 yards, 5 touchdowns, no picks. But that game was not only about Flacco, it was about Pittsburgh's defense. It's the highest paid in the league once again. It's atrocious. Chase Brown, who knew he was Jim Brown? The Bengals averaged 6.2 yards a rush. And Cincinnati has the 30th ranked offensive line in the league. I mean, I thought it was going to be a boring, ugly Steeler win. Not at all. It was a fireworks show. Don't blame it on Aaron Rodgers. Aaron's been terrific.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
Listen up, people.
Doug Gottlieb.
Dude.
He's talking.
Here's the important thing. That, my friends, is known as damage control.
Coach Gottlieb, he's coaching.
Full disclosure, I'm watching this as a basketball coach, and I've lived some of this.
This guy.
I'm a smartass.
Yeah, he does it all.
That's the crazy part about this.
It's the Doug Gottlieb Show.
What happens is you'll get you're a hater, you're this. Shut up.
Listen every weekday at 3 p.m. Eastern, 12 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. FS1.
Call your friends and ask how they doing.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Boom. Trust your eyes.
FS1. And here's what you need to know.
Week 7 of the NFL continues, and it has been all Chiefs so far against the Raiders.
Reed Humphrey snaps it to Mahomes at his hip. Now Mahomes goes over the middle. Caught. Touchdown! Kansas City. Weapons everywhere. Hollywood Brown loves gargling the sweet nectar of the end zone. 2 drives, 2 touchdowns for the Chiefs.
Yeah, you just heard it on the Fan Chiefs Radio Network. It's 14-0 against the Raiders late in the second quarter. The Patriots just tied the game against the Titans as Drake May connected with Austin Hooper in the end zone. It's 10-10 also late in the second. Halfway through the second, the Eagles have a 14-3 lead over the Vikings. Carson Wentz has 2 interceptions. One of them was a pick 6, but Minnesota is knocking on the door to score. Halfway through the second, Panthers and Jets tied at 3 apiece. Browns over the Dolphins 17-3, and the Bears are up on the Saints at home 13-0 early in the second. I'm Monty Bolaños.
This is Fox Sports End Zone Radio. Every stadium, every touchdown, every score, all broken down for you.
We got the pads on now.
This is Fox Sports End Zone Radio, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios. Here's Steve Hartman and VJ Husky.
Rolling along here, Week 7, Sunday in the NFL. 6 games going on right now, and we are all over it here on End Zone Radio from our Fox Sports Radio studios. All right, so we got the games going on right now, but coming up a little bit later on, one of the games will be the Packers on the road against a Cardinals team struggling with 4 straight losses. And the man on the call is one of our all-time favorites. The great Kenny Albert is joining us right now. And Kenny, it's always great to catch up with you right now. Let's get right to this game because I'm trying to get a read on the Green Bay Packers. You know, they had the opening win against the Lions and, you know, the Micah Parsons situation, everything else. But to me, they've sort of faded from view a little bit. Are the Packers right now on your radar as one of the top 2 or 3 teams currently in the NFC?
Hey, guys. First of all, great to be with you. I think they're still certainly in that top echelon in the NFC. They've only lost once in 5 games. They did have the tie with Dallas, 3-1-1. Looking to win on the road for the first time today. They've won all 3 of their games at Lambeau. They have a loss and tie on the road. You know, the Josh Jacobs situation we'll be keeping an eye on over the next couple of hours, questionable throughout the week, and he's obviously a huge part of it. You know, on the other side, you have the Cardinals who have suffered some excruciating losses. They won their first 2, and they've lost 4 in a row by a combined 9 points, 3 of them, you know, right as the clock hit 0. So looking forward to the game today here in Glendale. Should be a fun one.
Kenny, great talking to you. VJ Vernon Husky here. Let's stick with the Cardinals because as I look at this team, I agree with you. That loss to Indianapolis last week, and then the Tennessee loss was just brutal for them. But now, you know, no Kyler Murray, and you got Jacoby Brissett, and they could have pulled that off last week. But how long they got to keep this team together before you could get Kyler in? Because this division can get away from them, what we saw with the Rams put up today.
Right, and they have a bye next week, so it'll be Brissett again today. And he played really well last week, passed for over 300 yards.
Yeah.
Had 7 passes of 20 or longer, so they really, you know, spread out the field, opened things up a little bit with Brissett. They've gone through, you know, a crazy situation with their running backs. They're missing the top 3 today, all out with injuries. So they've gone deep to the depth chart, you know, at the running back position. Marvin Harrison Jr. is back today, you know, following the concussion. They have one of the top tight ends in the league, and Trey McBride. So, you know, from an offensive standpoint, yes, it's Brissett, but he's coming off a real strong game last week. And, you know, we'll see what those running backs, Carter and Knight, can do, basically 4th and 5th on the depth chart.
Kenny, you've been covering the NFL for a number of years, obviously. I've been around this league around a lot of years as well. The general product right now, I know way back in the day, the late, great Pete Rozelle dreamt of parity across the NFL. And I've always said there's a fine line between parody and parody. And at times, it's been a bit of a joke what I've seen around the NFL in terms of, I don't know, just the lack of really outstanding play. And I get back to the lack of practicing and, you know, full practices. The tackling in this league is awful. I'm just looking from what you've been seeing week in and week out, because it's really a season so far without an identity. We don't really have a dominant team right now. It just seems week to week. It's hard to predict what's going to happen in this league, but just give us a general view from your standpoint, your years covering this league, of what we see right now in the NFL in 2025.
Well, you know, you're right as far as, you know, some of the teams that we expected to be at the top. You know, you look at what Baltimore has gone through and Buffalo to an extent. So there's definitely been some surprises this year, you know, as far as that goes. But, you know, as far as the games that our crew has worked, we've had some really fun games. We've gotten to call the Detroit Lions twice, and they put up a lot of points in both those games. We had the Vikings-Browns game in London a couple of weeks ago, which went right down to the wire. We were in Las Vegas last week. It was a great atmosphere, and the Raiders defense is outstanding. So, you know, the small sample size over the first 6 weeks, the games that our crew has done, along with Jonathan Bilma and Megan O'Leary, we have Jen Hell with us today. And, you know, we've had a lot of fun. You know, we watch the other games from afar, always watch the teams that we have. You know, we watch their previous games. So, The NFL is bigger than ever. And you look at the TV ratings, and every year, I think it's 92 out of 100 the last couple of years. 92 out of the top 100 rated TV shows have been NFL games. So, I would say the product's doing pretty well. And like I said, the games that we've worked have been a lot of fun.
And speaking of the NFL being as big as ever, I agree with you. I'm a total football NFL guy. I'll ride with the NFL till the good Lord calls me home. The quarterback position is the reason why, Kenny. And I feel like we're in this flux right now where you watch Thursday night. We got two old guys, honestly, like dueling it out, going at it, giving us a great Thursday night NFL game. And we're still kind of waiting to see who's this next young crop of quarterbacks. You got Jalen Hurts with a Super Bowl, but people say he's still got to prove stuff. And you got Pat Mahomes, and you got Lamar Jackson that's long in the tooth and get there in his career, and Josh Allen. Are we still kind of in this flux in your opinion where we're still trying to figure out who that new young guy is going to be that the league's going to attach themselves to after Pat Mahomes?
Well, first of all, how great was that, watching what those guys were
tremendous
on Thursday night. We did the Browns back-to-back weeks, and Joe Flacco started the first game, and then it was Dylan Gabriel in London. But for him to go in there to Cincinnati, with basically no practice time, totally new team, and, do what he did in game number 2 against Pittsburgh was just amazing. But, he's a veteran. He's started a lot of games. He's won a Super Bowl, 40 years of age now. And then, you look across the way at what Aaron Rodgers was able to do. Some of the guys you mentioned, Allen, Mahomes, Hurts, obviously have had great careers to this point. And as far as some of the young guys, you're looking at Jackson Dart and what he's been able to do over the last 3 weeks, winning 2 of his first 3 starts with the Giants. Some of the others you mentioned have been up and down, but, excited to see Jordan Love play here today and in Arizona, his 3rd year as a starter. And, his trajectory has just gone higher and higher with each season. And talking to Matt LaFleur the other day, just gushing about everything that he's seen from Jordan Love this season so far. So, you're going to have your ups and downs, with all of the quarterbacks, certainly, because they can't be perfect every week. But, I think as far as some of the young guys, Jackson Dart's certainly the one that stood out to me so far. And then you see other guys who are in their 3rd or 4th spot. Look at what Geno Smith was able to do in Seattle the last couple of seasons, last 4 or 5 years after, the struggles he went through. You look at Sam Darnold, what he was able to do in Minnesota last year. So sometimes it doesn't happen right away. Jordan Love sat for 3 years behind Aaron Rodgers. That was the norm 15, 20 years ago. Drew Brees sat as a rookie in San Diego. Aaron Rodgers sat behind Brett Favre for 3 years. Mm-hmm. Eli Manning sat for half a season. So it doesn't always happen right away. Sometimes it takes, whether it's half a season, 2 years, 3 years, to just sit back and watch and learn. And then in some of those cases, their careers just took off after that.
Well, not everyone is an immediate star like Kenny Albert, as he was from day one. Kenny, awesome, we always appreciate the time. Thanks so much. We'll be looking forward to the matchup between the Packers and Cardinals with Kenny Albert on the call. Thanks, Kenny.
Thanks, Kenny.
All right, thanks, guys.
That's Kenny Albert. Right now we have some breaking news.
Breaking news from Fox Sports.
Yeah, guys, we got breaking news out of college football. ESPN reporting that Florida, who beat Mississippi State yesterday, is firing head coach Billy Napier. His buyout is more than $21 million. Half of that number is due within the 30 days. He's not subject to offset or mitigation, so he's due all of it, even if he lands another job. They're 3-4 this year, Florida.
Best job in the world, fire college coach. I just said it 15 minutes ago.
Not bad. I mean, wow. I mean, again, with Napier, this is the problem. The Florida Gator fans are living in a different era.
They're living in,
they're going back to Urban Meyer. They're thinking
before that, Steve Spurrier.
Yeah. A reminder, Tim Tebow won the Heisman 18 years ago.
Thank you. Long time ago.
18 years ago.
He's already retired from the NFL.
Oh, come on. I mean, it's just ridiculous. All right, Monty, thank you very, very much.
Steve, if I could just really fast. This is what you and I talked about with now that you have NIL.
Yes.
You have a shorter window in college now.
Oh, much shorter.
Because
we've never seen anything like this.
You can
ever.
go buy. Let's just call it it. You can buy the players now openly, like we all know about it. So now, if I spend this much, you better win. And if you don't,
who do you think is paying these buyouts? It's not the university's not paying these buyouts
at all.
This is
not one red
sponsors'
penny. Yep.
money and everything else. They've invested into your
Friends
program.
of the program.
And so whether it's $20 million, $40 million, this is pocket change for these people. They will get rid of them until they find the right guy that's going to put them in a better position sponsoring their university. All right, by the way, the Chiefs right now have, Raiders trying to tighten up a little bit here. 3rd and goal, already leading the Raiders by a score of 14-0. Your Dolphins, 17-3. Cleveland is leading right now. Oh, my God. Over the Dolphins. The Vikings got a field goal, but they still trail right now against the Eagles, 14-6. Bears all over the Saints right now, 13-0. Titans got a field goal to retake the lead over the Patriots, 13-10. And still 3-3 game of the day between the Panthers and the winless Jets. Hey, by the way, have you seen that red ostrich logo on professional baseball's postseason helmets? That's Strauss, family owned since 1948 and trusted by pros worldwide. Pants built like tools, durable, comfortable, and engineered to perform from grit to glory. Gear up now at Strauss.com. That's Strauss.com. And exactly where would you put Shohei Ohtani's 3 home run, 10 strikeout performance as far as greatest individual games that you've ever seen in baseball?
It might honestly be the greatest individual baseball game I've ever seen, because I, even at my age and as long as I've been watching sports, I've never seen a pitcher go out and do that and then go to the plate and then go do what he did in my entire life. I understand that probably Babe Ruth could do it back in his day because he was, or had the ability because he pitched and he was at the plate.
But he really didn't do both simultaneously. He was the best left-handed pitcher in baseball with the Red Sox. And then his last season in Boston, they morphed him into an outfielder. Right. And with the Yankees, he was a full-time outfielder. Okay. So there really is no comparison.
Right. Okay. So then with that
no
piece
one
of
has ever done what Shohei Ohtani's doing.
From the Walking Sports Hall of Fame Almanac I sit next to every Sunday.
No one has ever done this.
I've never seen anything like. And here's the thing. It looked easy.
Max
it
Muncy
didn't look hard.
Max Muncy, after the game, was interviewed, and he said, Shohei Ohtani is like that kid in Little League that you swear is 4 years older than everyone else.
Right.
And he goes, he's so much better than anyone else. He doesn't even belong in this league, but this is the highest league.
It's the only league he can come to.
This is as big as it gets. And he's so much better than everybody else.
You've seen a lot, man. Is he the greatest baseball player you've ever seen?
Ever.
Steve?
There's nothing.
I'm almost there.
There is no comparison. There is no. I mean, Babe Ruth was phenomenal. Okay, and again, you have to put everything in the context of their time.
Right.
Babe Ruth's numbers speak for themselves. I mean, he was hitting more home runs than any team in the league. But he wasn't doing what this guy's doing. Nobody is doing. And by the way, just for the record, that second home run that ended out of Dodger Stadium actually did hit the roof. Somebody got some video and they hear the kink, but then it bounced out of the stadium. That ball was so crushed. They were trying different angles to see, like, where did that ball go?
Where did the ball go?
It didn't actually clear the roof. It hit the roof and went out.
That's fine. That's fine. It's the roof.
It's the roof.
It's the roof. I don't care. It's the roof. Like, remember old Tiger Stadium?
Yeah.
Where Griffey would go out there and hit the thing, like, out of the stadium?
Yeah. I mean, this was unbelievable. Yeah. And so, wow. What are you going to say? So you know, if
Dodgers
you're watching, well, we'll see, but we don't know what they're, we got later on tonight, obviously, Toronto hosting the Mariners, trying to stay alive in that series. If Toronto wins this series, they will host Game 1 of the World Series. If the Mariners prevail, Dodgers will host Game 1 coming up on Friday. All right, coming up on the other side, we're heading to halftimes around. By the way, Chiefs just scored again. 21-0, 3 touchdowns, 206 yards passing in the first half for Patrick Mahomes. Keep it here. This is End Zone Radio.
Here we go. Have you asked yourself, why do we do what we do?
Here's the thing. I think there's something different.
Well, we do it all for you.
I love it.
I love it, love it, love it. We give you the sports and entertainment you need to get you through your day.
You got to be consistent.
We do what we do for you.
For you.
We are here for you. On Fox Sports Radio.
Oh, no.
Ah, that's the sound of someone who's misplaced
My debit card.
their debit card.
Where'd I leave that thing?
Not at the gas pump, or the checkout counter, or the roof of your car. Now, if he has the Chase mobile app, he can use Card Lock.
Wait, I could just lock my card.
Yep, just a few tippy taps on his phone, and that sound? That's peace of mind from Chase.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank N.A. member FDIC.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Mako's running a paint sale right now, starting at just $499. How about that? Now, if you've been thinking about maybe doing something with your car, don't pass up this opportunity, okay? There's dents, dings, chip paint. Mako's seen it all. But for this price, take advantage of that, and you could give your ride a fresh look. Free estimate. They'll work with your budget. They'll get the job done fast. No pressure, no judgment, a fresh start, and you're going to have a national warranty to accompany it. And they're community-based, great people to work with, somebody you can trust to make your car look nice. A fresh ride. They've been doing it for over 50 years, and it's easier than ever for you to take advantage of this. Your car could use a little love. Now's the time. But don't wait. These paint sales will not last long. Visit Mako, that's MAACO.com, and find the nearest location. Schedule that free estimate. And with the paint sale starting at just $499, your car is going to look awesome. Better get Mako.
Having 4 kids in 4 years changed everything, especially our perspective on food. Suddenly, it wasn't just about what tasted good or what was convenient. It was about where it came from, how it was raised, and whether we could trust it to nourish our family. We spent years reading food labels, asking tough questions, and searching for food that matched our values. But it wasn't easy to find, and we knew we couldn't be the only ones feeling that way. That's why we started Good Ranchers, to make it simple for families like ours and yours to get high-quality, 100% American meat you can trust. Beef, chicken, pork, and wild-caught seafood, all sourced from local family farms and then delivered straight to your door. Because mealtime should be simple, gathering together should feel good, and feeding your family quality meat should never be something you have to worry about. Visit GoodRanchers.com and use code RANCH40 to get $40 off your first order, plus free meat for an entire year. GoodRanchers.com, American meat delivered.
Jason Smith.
Oh, you're that bloke on the radio.
It's Mike Harmon.
Ta-da! I'm kind of a big deal.
And they talk sports.
The one person that this playoff is not fun for is my wife.
Amongst other things.
I had an incredibly long dream about Jerry Jones last night.
Really?
Did I mention they're best friends?
You're hateful, and I'm positive.
It's the Jason Smith Show with Mike Harmon.
Bang.
Weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Yeah! There are some shows you don't want to miss.
This is going to be fun.
And there are some shows you can't miss.
Let's not overreact.
This is Covino and Rich.
Can we give props to T. Higgins for a second?
T.
Higgins had the wherewithal and football IQ to not score that touchdown. And that takes, honestly, in the moment wherewithal.
Suntan lotion, good for me. You protect me. T. Higgins.
Dan Meyer, you agree that T. Higgins, a lot of guys, no matter how disciplined they are, somehow, coast into the end zone there.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. It was a magnificent play, and I felt that there was some good recognition by him, and it also pales in comparison to what Amari DiMarcado, Adonai Mitchell, of like where their heads are in that certain spot.
I thought if Danny G hit me immediately, I said, wow, what a play. I hit you with wow, and Danny G hit us right back. High IQ Higgins. Seriously, got out of the chair and gave him a round of applause. Eat that clock up, put the pressure on him. It was dope. That game, dude, we went in there with low expectations for the most part. I didn't expect all that. I kind of had a low energy sort of vibe about me. Low energy Jeb. low energy Steve. And then all of a sudden, I'm there pacing around like, wow, this is insane.
As if you're invested in the Bengals and Flacco.
Yeah, like that's what I mean. There was intrigue because we got the two ex-Super Bowl champions, old guys going at it, but I did not expect.
Hey, this is Cheech, and this is Chung, and you're listening to Covino and Rich, so listen up.
To get the rest of what Covino and Rich said, podcast it by searching Covino and Rich. And as always, you can hear Covino and Rich weekdays at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Give it up. When you're a couple, you're a team. I give you. It's Rob Parker.
Let's just deal with the facts,
not the feelings.
It's Kelvin Washington.
Man, let's ride.
Put your hands together.
And they're the odd couple, teaming up and making plays.
Dude, you can be the guy
most nights. I'm the poo-poo king.
Oh, boy.
I want to hear what they have to say.
I'm not gonna lie, the Cheeks were clinched.
Listen to The Odd Couple every weekday, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, on Fox Sports Radio.
Scrolling mindlessly.
We know all about your social media habits. So, scroll past the cute dog videos, scroll past the DIY, you know, the ones that you have no business watching, and the thirst traps.
Wait a minute.
Fine, you can look at those, but start putting that algorithm to use.
Now it's social media.
Follow us at Fox Sports Radio.
The big story of the day.
Interact with us at Fox Sports Radio.
I want people to pull up a chair.
Find out at Fox Sports Radio. The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
4 yards behind him is Monungai. Motion right is Loveland. Give to Monungai. Slanting in for the touchdown. Touchdown Bears. And the first career rushing touchdown for Kyle Monungai. That's the Bears Radio Network, and the Bears spanking the Saints right now, 20-0. Minute and a half to go in the first half of that game. This is End Zone Radio. Steve Hartman, VJ Husky with you. Enjoying some NFL football here. 7th week already in the National Football League. By the way, if you're wondering, teams off this week, Bills and the Ravens. Boy, both those teams could use a rest right now, huh?
Yeah, both of them could use a rest. Not only use a rest, sit back and see what the rest of the league is doing, the rest of your division is doing. Get healed up. If you're the Ravens, you're trying to get healed. If you're the Bills, I think you're just trying to figure out what's going on. Like, there's something up. It's been 3 straight weeks with the Bills where they have not looked good. They have not looked like the juggernaut that people thought they were. And if you look at some of the teams that they've beat, if we're going to do this whole, they only beat this team, they only beat this team, they only beat this team, my whole thing is just stay consistent with it. Let's just make sure we do it with everybody, because everybody's got to play everybody for the most part during the league. So you're beating up on the Saints and you beat the Jets and you beat the Dolphins. If you're all beating the same teams, then okay, none of y'all are beating anybody by that metric. But I think Baltimore needs to get healthy. Buffalo, you know, what's up? What's going on with this offense? It hasn't been as high powered. It started out, but the last 3 weeks, you know, we've had some lower ranked defenses kind of stick it to them.
Well, and you've seen the frustration from Josh Allen. Like, what the heck's going on here? Why can't we move the ball? Interesting taking a look at some of these division standings right now. As predicted, the NFC North, no teams with a losing record. Everyone has a winning record there. Mm-hmm. But the NFC South saved New Orleans. Maybe a little bit better than people thought. I mean, Tampa obviously sitting as the number 1 seed currently in the NFC. Falcons have gotten themselves back on track. They're at 3-2 right now. Panthers, big game today, obviously. If they win on the road against the winless Jets, they get to 4-3.
Yeah.
And so we've been sort of waiting. You and I are sort of the last of the Mohicans here in terms of still having some defense of Bryce Young and insisting that there's still better days ahead. And we have a missed field goal by the Miami Dolphins.
There's a flag on the play, but the snap was bad. The snap was high. It almost hit the holder in his head.
Right.
Like, this thing is in.
It's against the Browns. You're okay. Right back in this game. Reprieve for the Dolphins right now. But I mean, you know, it's one of those things with the Panthers. You know, you have a new coach. They've been trying desperately to get this thing back on track. It wasn't that long ago, by the way, that the Panthers were a perennial playoff team with Cam Newton. I mean,
That's
you
been
know,
a while, though, Steve.
it's been a
When you
while.
think about it, because we're talking about Tebow winning the Heisman 18 years ago, that's Super Bowl. That 15 in
That was
one
10 years
year,
ago.
That's a decade ago,
That's 10
man.
years ago,
That's
but they
10
were
years
still in the
ago.
conversation for a few years after that. The problem was ownership.
Yeah, they're on this.
I mean, you just brought in an absolute abysmal owner who got his hand in the cookie jar, tried to change things and everything else. I mean, when they hired Matt Rule, what a disaster that was.
Yeah.
A disaster. College coaches aren't necessarily NFL coaches. There are two different games. When are people going to understand? There are two different sports, college football and the NFL.
Don't listen to him, Bill. Don't listen to him, Belichick.
Oh, my.
Don't listen to him, Bill. You all right, man. I watched the game against Cal. I watched it. I stayed up late. I was 2:30 in the morning going through my DVR, watching my man Billy go down 21-18. But no, you're right. You're right. My man Billy, man. That's my man. But listen.
By the way, you hear about the documentary that they're shooting right now? Yeah. And,
I can't wait.
And his significant other, she's trying to rule NFL films. Can you imagine?
Listen,
Look, I know the people that do these things, right? These documentaries. The idea that she would like dictate to them how this is going to go.
That's right.
They're like,
That's
sure,
right. That's
okay.
right, Mama. That's right, Mama. Because Billy's really in control. And I'm sure Bill, how do you want to do it?
How awkward is this going to be? You understand Belichick is going to be elected this year. This is his year to go into the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Hey.
And so how awkward is that going to be after everything that's gone down really since Tom Brady left?
Not to him, and it won't be, because Bill can still say, I got these things on these rings on my fingers, baby. Like, Billy can still hold up his hand.
Do you think
with all the
he'll
rings.
return to his significant other in the Hall of Fame ceremony? And with all
I hope
due
he
respect,
thanks her.
Oh, he absolutely thanks her.
I can't wait till he thanks her.
Before we talk about any players or coaches that I work with over the last 40 years, I want to acknowledge the most important person in my life.
That's right. That's right, man. Behind every great man is a great woman, America. Don't let social media and Instagram and all this stuff tell you different. It's still real. Behind every... I can't wait. Billy, hey, Billy, it's VJ talking, man. Please. Hey, make sure you add your lady to the team. I gotta hear it, bro. I gotta hear it.
Maybe she'll be his presenter. That's even better. Remember, you get to choose your presenter.
That'd be dope.
She'll demand.
Yes.
She'll demand.
Oh my God.
I am your presenter.
Oh wow, I love it.
So I can stand next to the bus as they unveil it.
What's her name? Anybody know her name?
I forgot her name.
Okay,
But anyway.
Billy's girl. We just call her Billy's girl.
But if he
on the
picks
show.
her to be the presenter,
that'll be.
By the way, Drake May has gotten the Patriots leading now at the half against the Titans, 17-13. Drake May is 10 of 11 for 110 yards and 2 touchdowns. Not bad.
Yeah.
But Cam Ward is certainly hanging in. 11-16, 148 yards and a score. So pretty good matchup there today between the Pats and the Titans.
Look at Mike McDaniel in this halftime interview right here. Have you ever seen that man look so, like, you could tell this job and right now it's wearing on him. He don't even look the same no more. He got gray in his beard over the last 6 weeks. Like, that's a bad sign. It's like when President Obama was in office. Go look at a picture. Go look at a picture when he first started running. Then go look at pictures as the 8 years went. And then go look at him when he got out the office and now he can just chill and live again. It's 4 different looking type of people. And Mike McDaniel right now for the Miami Dolphins just looks like, okay, this, I mean, he's not going to quit. He's not going to resign. That's not in him. He'll be somewhere as an offensive coordinator. But you and I do agree. If you're going to fire him, just do it after the season.
Yeah, I'm
just
not
do it
into
after the season. Make the decision now, but just do it after the season.
Here's the problem when you fire coaches mid-season and then you bring in an interim person.
Right.
Look, at UCLA is the ultimate right now, right? They fired Deshaun Foster. They bring in Skipper as the new coach. And all of a sudden they're winning everything. Like, we found the guy.
Mm-hmm.
How many times have we seen this happen? You get an interim coach comes in, they win a few games, the team says, all right, maybe we found our guy. They make him the full-time coach, and the team goes bust.
You know what?
It happens all the time.
I compare it to the breakup that's not the breakup yet, and you move on to somebody new, and you think, oh my God, this is great. This is the person. Wait till they get upset. Wait till you see how they sleep, or how they brush their teeth, or how they live, or how they just wait. Just give it a minute. Just give it a minute. Just give it a minute. The new endorphins, the newness, and all of that. Oh yeah, it's gonna feel so great and so perfect at first. Let some time go by, and that's what we see with these interim coaches. The interim coach was there with the coach that just got fired. What's going to change? A little beginning energy in the beginning.
There's always a little burst of energy when things are going bad with the new interim guy. Do not be fooled. That's the problem with bringing in a coach mid-season. All right, let's find out what is trending right now. So, Monty, any excitement with your fantasy teams today?
No, not even a little bit. Let me tell you, I have the Raiders kicker, and it's a big fat 0, so no bueno.
Why do you have the Raiders kicker?
Because my kicker was on a bye or something.
Happens.
I just, you got to make moves sometimes,
VJ.
Have you never played? Why are you hating on me? Why am I catching strays right now because the Raiders can't score?
I understand.
I haven't thrown no strays at you. Listen,
tread lightly here.
Nah, man, Monty, no, we do this. It's been 7 weeks. I haven't thrown a stray at you, but for you to say, I got the Raiders kicker, I immediately go, why do you have the Raiders kicker?
Because if you're smart, you go for a team that doesn't get a lot of touchdowns, that does a lot of kicks. I just didn't expect them to be shut out in the first half against the Chiefs.
I would just love to see
but we're going to start with the Dolphins and the Browns here, guys.
Yeah, back in your face.
Did we make a kick?
No, the Dolphins had literally the opportunity to score again. They said, we're going to put you halfway to the distance of the goal, give you another chance, another four set of downs, and they didn't do anything. They got a field goal. So the Browns are still on top, 17-6 at the half here. All of these games are pretty much at the half except for one. I think there's about 16 seconds left between the Bears and the Saints before going to halftime. The Bears are up right now 20-7. Spencer Rattler did get a touchdown. He's also thrown for 104 yards. Patriots over the Titans. That one's been fun, back and forth. Cam Ward has thrown for 148 yards and a touchdown, but Patriots are up 17-13. All Chiefs, and they're about to start the third quarter against the Raiders. 21-0 is the score. 3 drives for Kansas City, 3 touchdowns for Kansas City. Patrick Mahomes, 206 yards and 3 touchdowns. Eagles over the Vikings, 14-6. And the Panthers are on top of the Jets now, 10-3. Bryce Young with 117 yards in the air and a touchdown. Also, Breece Hall seemed to have injured himself, and our producer, Bo, found the video, so I went to look for it. As he walked to the locker room, he did slam his helmet in frustration, looking very upset. It looked like he suffered some lower leg injury. There is no update, but he did look very frustrated with that. The Rams crushed the Jaguars in London today, 35-7. Matthew Stafford threw for 182 yards and 5 touchdowns. 3 of them went to Devontae Adams. He had the hat trick. Travis Hunter did get his first career touchdown today as Jacksonville lost to LA. Packers are going to put running back Josh Jacobs through a workout on the field at State Farm Stadium shortly before a final decision is made on today's game. He is not sick. He's dealing with a calf injury, so that's going to happen as that game kicks off at 4:25 Eastern time. Also, for Monday Night Football, despite both wide receivers listed as questionable against Detroit, Mike Evans is likely to play, and Emeka Egbuka has a real chance to play despite that low-grade hamstring strain that he suffered last Sunday. They're not going to decide Egbuka's status until pre-game warm-ups, and that's for Monday Night Football. And in case you missed it, Florida college football, who beat Mississippi State yesterday, did fire head coach Billy Napier. Back to you guys.
So he goes out on a high.
On a high.
Basically.
Yes,
on
a high.
That is the weird part of that, though, is that they won.
Yeah.
Yesterday. Thanks, Mons. But the fact that they won yesterday.
Yeah.
I see why he got fired, but after a dub, it wasn't. But it wasn't. I guess it wasn't.
Well, the delay was somebody coming up with that $20 million because he's 100% guaranteed. Even if he takes another job,
right?
They're still on the hook to pay him $21 million. So they had to find the money first. Once they found the money, then he was out the door. All right, Monty, thank you. We'll check in with you a little bit later on. By the way, Tua at the half, 5 of 12, 37 yards. 5 of 12. Mm-hmm. Can you imagine what that is like in the locker room for the Dolphins right now with Mike McDaniel?
No, because I think we already know what it is. Like I said, as he was on the sideline, you see players walking by. And I'm a big energy guy. You know that, Steve. Yeah. Like the way body language tells a lot more than you will ever verbally say in your entire life. Just do the studies on it. It's been done already. The body language they're not playing for each other. I don't even know some of these guys are playing for themselves, which is pretty pathetic. And I said this during the break with you. If you think that mailing it in as a player when you want to get your coach fired, if you think that's going to look good on tape for the next coaching regime coming in, you're sadly mistaken. Because why would I trust you to be my left guard when you quit on the guy that was here before because things weren't going well? This is why I hate he lost the locker room talk. I hate that phrase because you're a grown-ass man. regardless of what's going on around you, you still have a job and a mission you have been commissioned to do. You chose to do this. So to go out, especially in the sport of football, where Steve's mistake can cost me my season, I have a big rift with that and a big beef about lost a lot. No, still show up. Still, you suck, okay? We suck. We're not good this year. But you still got to show up and play. But to half-ass it, I'm all the way out. Half these guys, if they fire McDaniel, I guarantee you, it'll be half the roster turnover.
More than any sport, because there's so many moving pieces in football. You got to have a unified locker room. You have to. As close to being unified. Not necessarily. We've seen completely dysfunctional clubhouses in baseball be very successful.
Same in the NBA.
Same in the NBA. But in the NFL,
you got to kind of be friends.
The camaraderie. It's you got my back. You got your back. I mean, that's the way this league works.
Yep.
And if you lose that, it's really hard to get it back. All right, once again, we're in the Fox Sports Radio studios. If you missed any of today's show, you want to catch the podcast, just search Fox Sports Radio wherever you get your podcasts. And right after the show, today's podcast will be posted. Be sure to follow the podcast, rate it 5 stars. You can even provide a review. Again, just search Fox Sports Radio wherever you get your podcasts, and to find today's full show posted right after we get off the air. Now, one of the games coming up here in a couple hours has the top 2 seeds in the AFC. That's right. The number 1 seed Colts on the road against the number 2 seed LA Chargers.
Yeah.
And week after week, now again, the Colts' 5 wins are against teams with a combined record of 10-20. In other words, they're beating the teams they're supposed to beat. The one thing about the Chargers in this game that they have to take advantage of is the Colts secondary is not good by any stretch of the imagination. And I'm sure a coach like Jim Harbaugh is fully aware of this. Look out. I mean, Quentin Johnston is back for the Chargers. They are going to throw the ball deep. They are going to test this Colts secondary. This should be a big day for Justin Herbert today. Should be.
But what Indianapolis would do to counter, I think you're talking about the 4th-ranked offense in the NFL, the 6th-ranked
very good
rushing attack in the NFL. So the way you do that is to keep Justin Herbert from, having this should be big day is you run the ball and get the ball on the keep the ball on the ground. Also, quick sidebar, Drake May was just tackled and slammed down to the ground. His head smacked the back of the turf. Wow. Joshua Dobbs is warming up. Drake May for the New England Patriots starting quarterback is in the blue tent right now. The way he got up and kind of fell back to his knees, I would be hugely surprised if he's allowed back into this football game. That did not look good. So Patriot fans out there, cross your fingers, hold your breath. This is a 17-13 game.
You remember when Joshua Dobbs was the talk of the league with the Cardinals?
Bro, it's crazy. It's crazy. It's crazy,
I mean,
man.
Every once in a while, again, he was one of those guys, again, where you're like, wow, look at Dobbs. And he gets a few hot games, and then the league figures you out.
But remember what I asked Kenny, and I'll throw it to you really quick. Do you feel like we're in this flux of, dude, we're watching 2 40-year-old dudes go at it Thursday night, dueling it out, and all these younger guys, because right now I believe wait, Mahomes, Allen, and like Lamar, they're separated from the rest of these other quarterbacks. Jalen Hurts to me would be with them, but everybody keeps saying he's got to do more, and he's wondering.
Hold on. We had a rookie quarterback last year, had an unbelievable year, Jaden Daniels.
But what does it look like this year?
Well,
he's already missed games. He's already been knocked out of games and missed time.
That's the problem. When you have a mobile quarterback, they're more susceptible to injury. Caleb Williams seems to be coming around right now.
Right.
It's slow, but, he's taking steps
forwards
this year.
Now. It's crazy.
Cam Ward, we've been talking about. Cam Ward has got potential. They can put some pieces around him. Look, again, quarterback is one piece. The
biggest.
We've seen great quarterbacks go to different teams, and they are not the same quarterback. They're minus everything.
Yep.
And so, there's no universal answer. The NFL is about everybody working in unison if you're going to be successful. Right place, right time, right system. There's so many variables, right coaching.
Man.
And that's how teams win or guys lose out on their NFL careers.
And see, that's why you look at the Patriots, love them or not, just as a sports football guy. Like, I don't hate greatness. Like the Chiefs right now, I don't go against the Chiefs because, they win too much. Hey, everybody else try to do what they're doing.
Exactly.
I'm not going to complain about who's winning as Drake May is jogging back on to the field.
Wow. Okay,
Wow.
so he was in the tent, banged his helmet against the turf, and he's
okay.
like, I'm okay. Well, we'll see how that works out. They're in a battle.
But we'll see.
All right, Patriots again, right now. Number one team in the AFC East. Remember, they beat Buffalo head-to-head. They hit the tiebreak. Buffalo's off this week, so New England with a victory would get a half-game lead over the Bills and take command, at least temporarily, in the AFC East. They're in a battle with the Titans right now, leading by a score of 17-13. We continue on with a very busy day. 6 games currently underway. We got second halves already going on. This is End Zone Radio.
Football fans, it's the pregame show you've been waiting for. Don't miss Fox Sports Radio's Countdown to Kickoff, presented by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Every Sunday morning at 10 a.m. Eastern. There's no better way to get ready for football every Sunday than with us, right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox, and you know how it is. During the holidays, you're always loaded down with packages. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, your body starts to ache, and that doesn't make it easier, but Aleve can help. It has long-lasting body pain relief so you can forget those body pains and make some happy memories instead. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours so you can keep up with the season's magic. Don't let those aches and pains hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Hey, Doc, nice office. Quick question. If you had to choose, would you give yourself a root canal or run payroll?
Run payroll, no question.
Seriously? Well, have you run payroll before?
Paying my team with Gusto couldn't be easier. Gusto gives me unlimited payroll runs, next day direct deposits, and automatically files my taxes. Saves me time.
Wow, that's nice.
Over here, Doc. Can I run payroll too?
Choose payroll without the pain. Visit gusto.com/radio to sign up for free.
Now, here's a little something that you missed from the Ben Maller Show.
We have avoided it long enough. George Pickens, who is set to become an unrestricted free agent after the season. He did praise the Cowboys. However, he also noted that he wants to, quote, showcase his talents. So that's a good jumping off point. Let us discuss the question. You are now the investigator. Even Hugh on the 5, who's now made it across the U.S.-Mexican border. He's driving on I-5 there. How do you interpret George Pickens being non-committal on his future with the Cowboys? So I've got car wash, we've got figurehead, and we all, if that was not enough, see that'd probably be enough right there. We also have modern warfare. So we will combine all of these things together, and we are going to make the gabagool. We're going to make the gabagool. So first of all, this is the NFL's version, talking about George Pickens being non-committal on his future with the Cowboys. This is the NFL's version of I'm just not that into it. I'm just not into it. There's a classic song from the 1970s by Rose Royce, not her real name, Rose Royce, working at the car wash. And when I heard and saw the words of George Pickens, I thought that's him working at a car wash. He's wishy-washy is what he's doing. He's doing it's the wishy-washy car wash. It's better than digging a ditch. There ain't no telling who you might meet.
To get the rest of what Big Ben said, podcast it by searching The Ben Maller Show. And as always, you can hear The Ben Maller Show weekdays from 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific, right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Basically, get out of the way.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan Patrick.
Kurt Cignetti, the Indiana head coach, timing is everything. So you had James Franklin losing a couple of games. He loses to UCLA, loses to Northwestern. You get beat by Oregon. And all of a sudden, Kurt Cignetti beats Oregon. So now he doesn't get this raise right now if James Franklin doesn't lose to Northwestern and, lose to UCLA. So the timing of that, he gets fired, and then all of a sudden it's like, is he going to go to Penn State? And as I said on the show, no, he's not. I think he likes where he is. He's 64 years of age. He's got something. and he signed a 8-year, $93 million deal. Now, that doesn't mean there's going to be 10 or 15 coaches going to benefit from James Franklin getting fired.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan and the Danettes and you.
Weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific. On Fox Sports Radio. This is the Jason Smith Show.
Check this out.
Pay attention. With Mike Harmon.
Shohei Ohtani, 6 innings pitched for the Dodgers, 2 hits, 10 strikeouts. At the plate, 3 for 3 with 3 home runs, including a home run that was hit out of the stadium that landed near the team store, which is at the edge of the... You walk out of the parking lot into the team store, and that's where Ohtani hit the home run to. I told you, that's where my dad and I had nachos last year in the NLCS. We were there before the game. We were there. We had lunch. It was an unbelievable day. And Ohtani hit a home run there. It's the single greatest night you've seen in the playoffs in baseball history. No one's ever had a game like this. Pitching, hitting. It's easy to blow off greatness and say, yeah, we've seen this from Ohtani a lot. But I'm telling you, man, you have a better likelihood of seeing Halley's Comet.
You're listening to Jason Smith with Mike Harmon. Weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific. On Fox Sports Radio.
No competition, they want to be just like me.
We love it when others say they're #1 rated sports network. Because we know it's not true.
Boom, boom.
We have the real numbers. Huge, robust numbers.
It's huge.
This is a big story.
And it's all because of you.
Hey, so far so good. I think you guys do an incredible job.
The real listeners.
I'm just enjoying listening. Thank you guys for the entertainment.
We are.
Yeah.
Fox Sports Radio. The most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app.
Tua from the pistol, throws to the outside, blasted, picked off. Campbell down the sideline. He's in the 10, the 5, touchdown. Are they going to call it a score? It's a touchdown.
That's the Browns Radio Network. So, first play of the second half for the Dolphins, a pick 6.
First damn play.
And now the Browns lead the Dolphins by a score of 24-6.
Full contact. It goes through A-Chain's hands. Tua didn't just throw it to the defender. The receiver drops the ball, and it goes into the waiting hands of a defender.
This is End Zone Radio, Fox Sports Radio Studios. All right, BJ. I mean, look, come on. Again, there's no way after this showing that Mike McDaniel survives this week.
I just think.
I mean, I agree.
Look,
I'm with you
Yes.
100% on this idea of, but that's not the way it works. He will get fired. And the thing that just throws me off about this Miami Dolphins
Are you just
team.
firing him?
Well, yeah, that's the way it works. The head coach goes, and then the clean staff.
You're going to keep.
You got to still coach out the rest of the season.
So you're going to keep the defensive coordinator that has the.
Well, why would you hire anybody right now? The season's over. You're 1-6.
You don't have to hire anybody. But okay, so here's the deal. Let's fire Mike McDaniel tomorrow morning, but just make sure you fire also Greer, the GM, and you fire Anthony Weaver. Fire all 3. Fire all 3.
How do you feel about ownership in Miami?
I thought Stephen Ross always bought this team. All right, so I know this guy, a financial mentor of mine in South Florida. And I remember when he first bought the team, he told me, he goes, I know you're a big Dolphin fan. He goes, but this guy isn't going to do anything for you guys, man. He bought this thing as a shiny little toy to kind of show off to all his international friends, rich friends that fly into town and fly through Miami. And then you saw they went and they let Jennifer Lopez buy a piece, and they let Serena Williams buy a piece, and they brought in Dan Marino as a figurehead, and then they had Bill Parcells, but Bill Parcells wanted a bigger role, and they said no, but like you had the guy right there. You had Bill Parcells, who actually did convince them to draft Jake Long at left tackle. Now, they could have had Matt Ryan, but his whole thing was, well, I could draft Matt Ryan, but who's going to protect him, right? So ownership, I think what I was told when he first bought the team by a financial mentor that I respect a lot and appreciate a lot, he bought this thing as kind of his shiny little toy to show off. He doesn't know football. He's not a football guy. He's a Michigan grad. He doesn't know football. He's a rich businessman, and I don't think he's let the football people do their football job, even over Greer. I'm sure somebody's whispering in his ear, hey, man, you might need to get rid of this guy. Because remember, Ireland was there before him, and he wasn't no better.
No.
So you've had back-to-back bad general managers with the Miami Dolphins. So.
Well, it's a mess. By the way, remember we were talking about Drake May in the tent? Since then, he came back in the game, and just like that, Patriots 2 quick touchdowns. 31-13 right now. They're blowing out the Titans, and Drake May is 16 of 17, 176 yards and 2 touchdowns. So apparently, thankfully, he's okay.
To be fair to the Titans and Drake May, one of those was a sack fumble from Cam Ward that was returned for a touchdown.
Yes, it was.
So scoop and score?
Yeah, the coaching change made a huge difference in Tennessee this week, if you guys can't tell.
Chiefs, 28, Raiders, nothing. Patrick Mahomes, 24 of 31, 244 yards and 3 touchdowns. The game has passed by. Geno Smith in this game is 6 of 8 for 31 yards.
You guys are talking a lot about whether or not Mike McDaniel gets fired. Like, this shouldn't even have happened.
How about
Pete
this?
Carroll.
So Pete Carroll, right now, total yards in this game, the Chiefs have 341, and the Raiders have 48 total yards in this game.
So what do you do with the Raiders then? Like, what do you do? Like, because obviously,
I'll tell you one thing: stop listening to Tom Brady, apparently, because Tom Brady ain't bringing any expertise to this Raiders organization.
This isn't gonna get fixed, right? Like, there's some teams right now that I think we all can say, okay, they need to strip down. I'm talking from top to bottom. And yes, it's going to set you back 2 or 3 seasons. But if you draft correctly, hire correctly, and train and develop correctly, you could be right back in this.
And you're onto something, VJ, that you should, like, you've got to clean everyone at the same time. Like, you can't do the staggered thing with the GM, the president. Like,
that's why I just said.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
If you fire McDaniel in the morning, fine, guys.
Everyone's got to be on the same page.
But you got to fire Greer. And you got to fire Anthony Weaver. You could promote an interim coach. You could promote an interim defensive coordinator. And you can move whoever is president or VP of operation or right above them. You're not going to make any moves. You're not going to do anything at the trade deadline. So there will just be someone sitting in that position until the season is out. And then you go hire a new general manager, a new head coach, and you guys come together, clean out the locker room, clean all the crap. If Tua's not the guy, get rid of him. You still got to pay him, but get rid of him.
It always starts at the top, guys. It's always about the organization. Right. Mark Davis
can't fire the owner,
whose number's right on my phone. We could call him right now. I don't think he would answer. It's not a football person. He never has been a football person. Nope. I knew this. I've known Mark Davis for over 40 years. He's not a football person. Yeah. Period, exclamation point. He's actually a guy with pretty good business sense, and he's been able to salvage his control of the Raiders organization. But he's had to turn to other people to try to make some kind of decisions, and they decided that, okay, let's hire Pete Carroll, a man in his mid-70s, and he's got it. Look at his record with, USC. Look at his record. This game has passed him by. And then you bring in Geno Smith, and again, bears zero resemblance to the guy that we saw in Seattle the last couple of years. So, I mean, they're just miscalculating all over the place, and the Chiefs are taking advantage today. So, I questioned why it was that the Chiefs suddenly were getting all these accolades after they, beat Detroit at home. Okay, so they had a home win against the Lions, but it's games like this that suddenly get your confidence back. Now you're just motoring through this team. So, yeah, I mean, it's the Raiders, but I think this is a big win for the Chiefs.
We always questioned the Pete Carroll move, but we did like the energy it brought, but we did question it.
Yeah, I don't know if that energy prevails anymore. Much more coming up. This is End Zone Radio.
We are
Hi, I'm Michael from the War and Treaty. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. Only Novo Nordisk makes FDA-approved Ozempic. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5 milligram, 1 milligram, and 2 milligrams.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken. Wow. You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app. Now, here's a taste of something that you missed from the Doug Gottlieb Show.
Check, 1, 2. It's an interesting experience, honestly, to have somebody like Jason as my producer because he's really invested. And I think you handle it the right way. Like Jason always like, hey, I'm going to recuse myself from a lot of these sports conversations because I don't follow it. I'm not that into it, or I'm not that into the sports stuff. I'm into the storylines more than anything else, right? Okay, but Dodgers, on the other hand, I don't want to see you watch every pitch, but it feels like you watch every pitch. And you have been telling us before the trade deadline, your disappointment after the trade deadline about the bullpen, and yet the starters have just been incredible. It's the old what's good for the goose is good for the gander, right, in life. It's what's an argument for against Clayton Kershaw is an argument against the Brewers. What's that mean? So, again, Jason, I only look at the numbers. And the numbers are solid, like mid-threes ERA. Obviously, win-loss record we don't care as much about. But still, you look at Clayton Kershaw, and I think he's got like 3.36 ERA in the regular season. He was 11-2 in the regular season. He had considering where he is in his career, his last year pitching in Major League Baseball, through a historic future first-ballot Hall of Fame career. To have this sort of last year was a pleasant surprise. Is that a fair argument?
Sure. Yep.
Okay. So you go on social media, you listen to talk shows, and people are like, man, it's sad to watch a guy who's an all-time great get shelled like that. Shelled. It was basically...
To get the rest of what Doug said, podcast it by searching The Doug Gottlieb Show. And as always, you can hear The Doug Gottlieb Show weekdays at 3 Eastern, noon Pacific, right here on Fox Sports Radio. This is The Herd.
You got to be consistent.
With Colin Cowherd.
Mike check. So Tomlin's great on Monday Night Football. These Thursday games, J-Mac and I talked about it yesterday. Tomlin, less time to prepare and motivate. He's not good. So we thought we'd have Bengals, Steelers, probably be boring. No, it's 33-31. Flacco, in 2 games with the Bengals, 555 yards, 5 touchdowns, no picks. But that game was not only about Flacco, it was about Pittsburgh's defense. It's the highest paid in the league once again. It's atrocious. Chase Brown, who knew he was Jim Brown? The Bengals averaged 6.2 yards a rush. And Cincinnati has the 30th ranked offensive line in the league. I mean, I thought it was going to be a boring, ugly Steeler win. Not at all. It was a fireworks show. Don't blame it on Aaron Rodgers. Aaron's been terrific.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. The Herd. It's Colin Cowherd.
Here we go. Weird sometimes works in sports and in life.
The Herd. The Herd.
Yeah.
It's poetry.
Outline your life in pencil, not pen. Yeah. Things change.
It's sports.
College football fans are freaking out. Oh, my God.
Need I say more?
Total class, understated, just does his job.
Yeah. It's The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
The public is always right.
Listen every weekday at 12 p.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific. Right here on Fox Sports Radio. FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
And here's what you need to know.
The Eagles have extended their lead over the Vikings.
Hurts fakes. He's back. He's looking. He is going deep. He wants Devontae Smith. He has it. 20, 15, 10, 5. Touchdown! Devontae Smith beat Rodgers.
Yeah, you just heard on the Eagles radio network. They are up on the Vikings 21-9 halfway through the third quarter, but Minnesota is in the red zone. The Panthers over the Jets 13-3 early in the third. Late in the third, it has been all Chiefs. The Chiefs have not punted in this game. They are crushing the Raiders 31-0. Also late in the third quarter, the Patriots were on top of the Titans 31-13. Drake May has thrown for 176 yards and 2 touchdowns. The Browns over the the Dolphins 24-6 still early in the third. Spencer Rattler has thrown for 167 yards and 2 touchdowns, but the Saints are losing to the Bears 20-14 halfway through the third. I'm Monty Bolaños.
This is Fox Sports End Zone Radio. Every stadium, every touchdown, every score, all broken down for you.
We got the pads on now.
This is Fox Sports End Zone Radio, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios. Here's Steve Hartman and VJ Husky.
Oh, having more fun than, well, anyone should have. That's what we do every single Sunday here on End Zone Radio. Once again, we're in the Fox Sports Radio studios. 6 games going on around the National Football League, and keeping an eye on which one of these games are going to be good. Oh, by the way, Chris, is it not that hour? Oh, I think it is. It is.
You know what time it is.
No Huddle Hour.
That's right, the No Huddle Hour.
You're going to do that to me while I'm trying to eat pineapple.
I know that. No Huddle Hour, where things go into high gear as we try to figure out which one of these games is going to take it down to the finish line. One game I don't think is going to go to the finish line is the game going on right now between the Panthers, thank you, and the Jets. Justin Fields, is he out of this game?
He is benched.
Yeah, he got benched.
So he got
finally
benched. Tyrod Taylor, actually it's Tyrod, don't call me Tyrod Taylor because it is Tyrod Taylor, is in right now. Justin Fields today, 6 of 12, 46 yards, no touchdowns, no picks, 3 sacks. This team has a net, last week they had a net of negative 10 yards passing. This week they have a net of 49 yards passing. Remember that opening game, Fields going up against Aaron Rodgers, and everyone's like, look at Justin Fields.
No.
Man, oh man, oh man.
No.
Justin Fields, we can now put a nail in the coffin in his NFL career. He's never going to be anything more than a backup quarterback. He's not a starting quarterback in the NFL.
Yeah, but what if he just finally figures it out and is like, oh, I should just play running back or something?
He's not a running back, though.
He should try because he's not a quarterback.
Well, again,
if he wants to
if
play
you
in
want
the
to be a
NFL,
running back in the NFL, you got to be able to take a lot of punishment.
Yeah,
There's a lot of difference between a running
receiver.
quarterback and being a running back.
He could probably play wide out. Oh, but to that, though, Bo, and that's why, honestly, man, I know I keep harping on it, but the man does speak so smart. When I listen to Tom Brady, I feel like I get smarter about football, and I'm already a smart guy in the sport. I feel like I get smarter when I listen to him. We just assume everyone can develop these guys. He has been failed. Like many, I'm not trying to make a certain excuse for Justin Fields, but we all can admit this. Like many we have seen in our lives of watching football. That's why we love when a guy gets it, and it does click. But there's no mistaking that Patrick Mahomes, who's number 1, right? He's got Andy Reid. That's who he's had since the minute he's walked into this league. He's had no other voice. He had the talent. But could you imagine him in Cleveland?
No, he would not be the same guy.
Could you imagine him in Jackson? He wouldn't be the same guy.
By the way, here's my favorite stat of the year in the NFL. Justin Fields this year has thrown 0 interceptions.
Oh,
0.
Wow. Oh, wow. He hasn't turned the ball over.
He
ain't on him.
They are. Think about that. Your team is 0-6, probably going to be 0-7, and your starting quarterback has not thrown a single interception the entire year.
Wow. That's a
and
crazy
you're still
stat.
winless.
And you're still 0-6.
How is that possible?
That's a crazy stat.
I mean, that is one of my all-time favorite stats.
Yeah, that's a crazy
I was like,
stat.
they are winless, and their starting quarterback has not thrown a single interception the entire year.
He's been failed, though. What we saw at Ohio State when he had guys around him. Like, listen, I've been a Mac Jones dump-on guy my whole radio career since Mac Jones. But I backed off this year. You guys I've said anything bad about him because guess what? He's with a competent staff that actually can look at him and go, hey, hold up. You're still 6'4", 6'5", USC guy that was the top 5 pick. You're still that guy, but you've been failed up until this point. Now, we've seen it with Baker Mayfield. Anybody that goes to Cleveland's done. Anybody that gets drafted there is done, from Tim Couch to the quarterbacks we can name that have been drafted there. Brady Quinn, they get there. It's not a good situation. Baker Mayfield gets to a few different situations, then ends up with Sean McVay, who then cuts the light on for him, goes and earns himself another $100 million contract, and now has his team in first place, going on roll, putting up 30-plus points up in Seattle with a good defense. Like, That stuff just matters. I just think Justin Fields has been failed as a quarterback. And right now, no one will take another. I agree with you, Steve. He's done as a starting quarterback because why would you try? Why would you at this point?
You're not going to invest in him time or the effort.
Exactly.
I mean, they've seen enough.
Yep.
All right, a team trying to get back in the game is the Vikings right now, trailing the Eagles 21-9. 5.5 minutes to go in the third quarter. They have a 2nd and 5 right now at the Philadelphia 14-yard line. Carson Wentz, well, that's a nice pass for a first down. So the Vikings right now trying to get back in this game. For the Eagles, but where are we right now with the Philadelphia Eagles? Give us a little sense. We know
what sense?
Well, I mean, you look at. I mean, this is a man that talks the talk and walks the walk.
Yeah.
I'm talking about Bo Benson.
Correct.
Because even after winning the Super Bowl in dominating fashion, still not sold on Sirianni, still not sold on Jalen Hurts. We can upgrade at both coach and at quarterback. You seem to be justified. Don't you have a new segment now?
Well, I think I got to talk to Ricky. We should all have a new segment at some point today. But, yeah, I mean, look, they had a great opening drive when you're on script, and ever since then, outside of the Devontae Smith touchdown, it's been 3 and out, 3 and out, 3 and out. So they have offensive line problems for sure. But
they're going to piece this thing together.
Bo was
and
right.
hold it together like an NFL team should. A lot of times in these situations, you do enough to get the dub and to move on. You're going to get a tough Brian Flores defense today. Yes, Carson Wentz is on the other side taking the snaps, but in the NFL, there's just no style points, man. The wins,
yeah, that's true.
The wins matter. Now, right now, Philly's got the ball on the 2-yard line. They have 2nd to go. It looks like they can
all right. Oh, look at that. A direct snap.
This.
That's not going to get there.
No.
By the way, in this game, I like my stats, right?
Yeah.
Jalen Hurts is 11 of 13, 170 yards, 2 touchdowns, and no picks. That is a perfect passer rating.
I took the over.
158.3. That is a perfect passer rating. That is what Jalen Hurts, who Bo can't get rid of fast enough, has done in this game today against the Vikings on the road.
Over
by the
on
way,
195.5 with a +4 +220.
And by the way, when is Saquon Barkley coming back? 8 carries, 30 yards. His longest run is 9 yards.
He's dealing with something.
Have they? What is going on with the Saquon Barkley situation?
The issue is their offensive line is not the same one it was last year.
Well, we keep saying that, but I mean, this is freaking Saquon Barkley.
Like I said, after they got blown out by the Giants, I'm really tired of hearing the excuse about personnel because Jackson Dart doesn't have his best wide receiver, and he put up 34 points on the Eagles. So they should probably be trying to score more than 21 points in a game.
All right, Vikings get it into the end zone, so waiting on the extra point. They are right back in this game against the Philadelphia Eagles. The extra point is good. 21-16 now. Eagles lead the Vikings, 3.5 minutes to go in the third quarter of that game. By the way, during the baseball postseason, Strauss made history as the first brand ever on helmets. Family owned since 1948, Strauss makes workwear built to perform. Smart pocket design, real comfort, and durability you can trust. From grit to glory, gear up today at Strauss.com. That's STRAUSS.com. I was listening to our dear friend Bernie Fratto last night, and he does his midnight hour where he has different topics. And he was talking about if the Dodgers win the World Series, being the first repeat champion since the Yankees won 3 in a row from 98 to 2000, is that good for baseball? And I was surprised to hear a majority of people say what I've always said. Dynasties are good in sports. I don't care what the sport is, or individual sport or team sport, dominance sells. Because even if you hate that team, as a lot of people are hating on the Dodgers right now, I'll go to Bo Benson again, who's a big Dodger guy. You revel into this. When people say, well, $1 billion can buy you a lot, all this kind of stuff. You
mean like your text message the other night between you, I, and Bo?
Yeah, I loved it. You see how I threw that out at him, and I knew Bo would respond immediately. Bo was a little silent until I threw out that line.
Thank you. I was about to say, Bo never responds to anything in a group text.
And then until I threw out that line.
And he threw that out. The bubbles popped up immediately.
But, I mean, when you're the fan of the team that is the beneficiary of a dominant period,
right?
And all that hate's coming your way, You love it, right?
Yeah, I don't care. Like, I remember 23 and 22 and 21 when it was, the Dodgers spent all that money to lose in the first round.
Right.
So I don't care. Like, really what it is, though, is the payroll does not make Uribe throw that ball away at first base and allow a run to score.
Right.
The payroll doesn't make Christian Yelich, who's paid more than a lot of guys on the Dodgers, go, 1 for 22 in the series or whatever it was. Like, the payroll excuses just sat. Pat Murphy was embarrassing all week. He should probably get fired just for bringing shame upon the Brewers organization for his comments to the media.
Well, I mean, they were major underdogs despite the fact that they
the
swept all
97 win team. Yeah, swept them in the regular season. Underdogs.
By the way, guys,
didn't mean nothing.
The thing that about the Dodgers is the fact that they were able to get that deferred deal done with Shohei Ohtani. That's the sticking point. They haven't broken any rules.
Right.
But now all of a sudden we're talking about a cap. And if you're going to go that direction, I can promise you this. There will be a work stoppage. It could wipe out an entire baseball season. There is no stronger union, not just sports, any union, stronger than the Major League Baseball Players Union. They never crack, ever.
Ever.
There's never, ever, ever.
Not even a little bit.
Nothing.
No.
And they will make sure that there is no cap in Major League Baseball.
You know why this is great for baseball?
This could be a wipeout of, look out, folks, 2027. There's a real chance there could be no season in 2027.
You know why this is great for baseball? Because we haven't really talked baseball like that in this nation on higher, platforms and on media mainstream TV shows and radio shows. Baseball gets a little bit of love. The rule changes probably had us kind of up to talk a little bit with the pitch clock and the bigger bases.
Shohei certainly took.
And then Shohei, but you can only talk Shohei. Like, we live in LA, so we're here, so we hear it nonstop. You get in the car, you hear. If you listen to local people, but the nation is not getting that. This is great for baseball because also it's Los Angeles. It's a huge market. Everyone loves to hate this city, but guess what? Everybody wants to come here. Everybody wants to visit. They want to see the Hollywood sign. They want to see the Walk of Fame. They want to see Grauman's. They want to see Venice Beach. They want to see guys playing basketball outside where they shot. White man can't jump. Like, you want to come to L.A. to see all this stuff. LA's got to put a product out because I don't have to go to your bad sports team. I can go to brunch in November and sit outside at the beach. I don't have to go watch your bad NFL team or your bad baseball team in the springtime. So you better win here. It's great for LA. It's great for baseball. It was great.
Look, I'm old enough to remember the Steinbrenner in the 70s when they opened up free agency and he started buying players and the Yankees are winning World Series and everyone's hating on the Yankees. No one hated them more than me. But just, you know what? Fine. Hate on me.
You watched.
We're just hand me another trophy.
Well,
hand me another trophy.
The funniest part about it is that, Max Muncy is the Dodgers' all-time leader in postseason home runs. Anybody could have signed Max Muncy.
What? He had two tremendous years in Oakland.
Kike Hernandez turns into a Hall of Fame level bat in the playoffs. Anybody could have Kike Hernandez.
Anybody could have any of these
It's not
guys.
the Dodgers' payroll. Yeah, Shohei Ohtani could have signed anywhere, but he chose the Dodgers because of the organization.
By the way,
anybody could have paid him.
By the way, I love the fact that Shohei is the third Dodger to have 3 home runs in an LCS game. The other 2 are Kike Hernandez and Chris Taylor.
I think it's
journeyman.
I think it's interesting coming from the fans too. I saw this one post on social media and I think it captured my sentiment as well. I don't think people are there was someone saying I'm not pissed at the Dodgers. I'm upset at the Twins for blowing up the payroll they did. I'm upset at the Miami Marlins who cannot put together a World Series roster without just immediately fire sailing this. I'm upset at the White Sox who have refused to spend any kind of money whatsoever. That's the problem going on right now.
Let me tell you this.
Yes.
When Peter Seidler down in San Diego signed Manny Machado to that $300 million deal, and everyone was like, you can't do that. You're a small market team.
Wow.
There's no such thing. There's small money teams.
Right.
In other words, there are people that use that small market team as an excuse for not spending money.
The Pirates
Peter Seidler got
awful
everybody angry at him in San Diego because he exposed the fraud that there are teams that don't have money. They all have money.
There are more teams that could compete out there, and
Way
yet me
more.
as a Tigers fan, I have to sit here and listen to, well, we might not be able to pay Tarek Skubal. Why can't you pay Tarek Skubal?
Why? Why can't you pay the game's best
Same
pitcher?
thing with
That's
Pittsburgh
stupid.
right now with Paul Skeens, right? Well, we can't afford him. Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
Every single team in Major League Baseball
built a
can
new damn
afford it.
stadium. Yeah, you can pay him.
And
You
by the way-
don't want to.
Okay.
And if you can't, go find more guys to buy in like the Dodgers did. Just find more ownership to throw capital in there.
Exactly. All right, we'll continue on with these 6 games. Which games are going to go down to the wire? Yes, indeed. It's the No Huddle Hour here on End Zone
No
Radio.
Huddle Hour. Football is for the weekends. And the reactions are for Monday. Listen to the best. Break it down. 2 pros and a cup of Joe with Jonas Knox and NFL veterans LeVar Arrington and Brady Quinn, Dan Patrick, and Colin Cowherd. The best reactions on a Monday are right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Deadlines move fast. So should your takeoffs. With Lowe's Blueprint Takeoff, you can turn blueprints into competitive quotes. Bring us your plans, and we'll generate itemized material lists to make quoting faster and easier. And when you're ready, we'll deliver everything you need straight to the job site. Visit the Pro Desk today to get started. Lowe's, we help, you save.
Remember when they used to ask, what do you want to be when you grow up? At Bank of America, we ask every day, what would you like the power to do? When you work here, you help build businesses, inspire communities, and forge legacies. And now we've raised our U.S. minimum wage to $25 an hour. So the opportunity to do more also comes with competitive pay. Learn more at bankofamerica.com/25. Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
The WNBA playoffs are here and the heat is on. Every game, every play, every moment counts. Bet on your favorite teams and stars with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the WNBA. Cheering for an underdog or a powerhouse? DraftKings puts you in the action with player props, live betting, parlays, odds boosts, and more. And for a limited time, all new DraftKings customers bet $5 and get $200 in bonus bets if your bet wins. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app and use code HEART. That's code HEART to turn $5 into $200 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort, Kansas. Fees may apply in Illinois. 21 plus age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bet must win to receive reward. Minimum -500 odds required. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see sportsbook.draftkings.com/promos.
Did you know that over 85% of grass-fed beef sold in America is actually imported? Even when it's labeled product of USA, it often comes from overseas. That means fewer opportunities for our American farmers and more families disconnected from the source of their food. We started Good Ranchers because we wanted to change that. Every cut of beef, chicken, pork, and wild-caught seafood we offer is 100% American, sourced directly from local farms and ranches. When you choose Good Ranchers, you're helping preserve the legacy of American agriculture and keeping honest, hardworking families in business. And with every purchase, Good Ranchers donates a portion of the proceeds to Paralyzed Veterans of America, giving back to our nation's heroes. This is more than meat, it's a mission. Visit GoodRanchers.com and use code RANCH40 to get $40 off your first order, plus free meat for an entire year. That's GoodRanchers.com, code RANCH40 to get $40 off your first order. GoodRanchers.com, American meat delivered.
You must have been busy, but The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Calvin Washington, we're breaking this down.
Every day I'm shuffling. I think some of these young guys fall in horrible situations.
All right, so where did Peyton Manning go? Where did Peyton Manning go? And throw 28 touchdowns his first year. I think that's the biggest cop-out, that the only way you could have success is you have to go to a good organization. The Cincinnati Bengals had lost 7 straight playoff games, and they couldn't win a playoff game to save their lives. And people said, Joe Burrow, don't go there. Tell the Bengals before they draft you that you don't want to play in Cincinnati. Hold out. Tell them you want to go somewhere else. And guess what? He went there and took them to a Super Bowl his second season. So
And
you
know
can
what
be
just
you
did?
can be a part of the solution.
I'm glad you
can be
did
a
that.
part of the
You
solution.
just named. You know what you just did? You named a Heisman candidate in Peyton, one of the all-time greats,
Yeah,
and
but
a
the
Heisman
Colts
winner.
weren't good.
And no, what I'm saying is you literally named one of the top maybe 4 or 5 quarterbacks of all time.
No,
and
but
then
he
you
went to a
named-
bad tip. The
and
Colts
then
weren't
you
good.
named
That's why you
Joe
went
Burrow,
there.
who was also a number 1 pick. My simple point is, I'm not saying that all quarterbacks are ever going to be good. Some quarterbacks are just going to be terrible, just like players in the NBA, just like some MLB guys will never cut it. That's an absolute fact. Some guys will never be good. Some guys are going to be great. My point is, sometimes you can go to a situation that was not the best for you, where it was not a volatile situation. Coaches are fired. GMs doesn't know what he's doing.
To get the rest of what The Odd Couple said, podcast it by searching Odd Couple. And as always, you can listen to The Odd Couple with Rob Parker and Kelvin Washington. Weekdays at 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Pacific, right here on Fox Sports Radio. They do sports. He like football. They do life, but mostly they do themselves.
Podcasts and radio, no one's got anything to talk about, but I do.
Steve Covino.
There's a spring in my step and a nickel in my pocket.
Rich Davis.
Fred Savage, Ben Savage,
and Macho Man Randy Savage. Your afternoon pick-me-up.
It's not a show, it's a lifestyle.
It's Covino and Rich. Weekdays at 5 p.m. Eastern, 2 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. Do you know what sets us apart from the rest? It's our ability to talk the talk.
Back to what I'm saying.
And being able to walk the walk.
If you want knowledge, listen to Fox Sports Radio.
We have the shows.
You can't be weak. Can't be soft and weak.
We have the talent.
Knowing who you are is the most important part.
We're just plain better than the rest.
It's about the consistency.
We're Fox Sports Radio. And we have the premier sports lineup in the business. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Go! Check them out.
FS1.
Check them out.
FS1.
Ward under center, 2 receivers to his left, 2 to the right, including a tight end in the wing. Single back, hands on knees. Turns, play fakes, rolls into pressure, and Chason picks up the ball with a flag thrown on the play. Chason has it running into the end zone as Cam Ward off the play fake, rolling backward in big trouble immediately. The Patriots are celebrating in the end zone as Caleb on Chason able to take the football in for a score.
That's 98.5, the Sports Hub and the Patriots Radio Network. So a game that the Titans led early, no longer. Patriots lead this game 31-13, 8:46 to go. Drake May, 19 of 21, 213 yards, and a pair of scores. So the Patriots look well on their way to move to 5-2, which would give them an outright lead in the AFC East. And, wow, you talk about the haves and the have-nots. You got the Patriots at 5-2 soon. Obviously, the Bills with the bye week are sitting at 4-2. And then, of course, you have the winless Jets and the team that, well, their only win is against the Jets, and that is your Miami Dolphins.
Yeah, it's right now today. The Patriots look good, man. Listen. We always say this, look, you got to beat who's on your schedule, okay? Doesn't matter who it is.
Right.
I hate that type of talk because now we're getting into too many variables. It's like, look, did they win or did they lose? Hey, you got to play. It's not like, oh, well, the Titans are bad, so we don't have to play them this week, and we just get a nothing for this week. No, it's 17 games. You got to play your 17. They did what they're supposed to do. You're going to roll. A little testy earlier. Titans has some energy. But you have the better players. Your quarterback got knocked out, had to go get checked. All he does is come in, throw a touchdown, then you get a scoop and score. See, those back-to-back possessions like that, when you get a defensive touchdown off of a scoring possession, it really does just flip the game around. Because, 10-3 can turn into 17-3 real fast. You know what I'm saying? And at that point, if you can't move the ball and you don't have an offense and, you're my beloved Miami Dolphins and there's just no chemistry today, 11 of 20, 89 yards. On the flip side, though, Dylan Gabriel, 11 of 14, 91 yards. Quentin Judkins, the 21 carries for 78 yards. That's not a great average. He's had the 2 big runs. One was for 46 and a touchdown. So other than that, the other 30-something yards have come on his other 20 carries. while Devon Achane has 82 yards on 12 carries. He's almost averaging 7.5, almost 8 yards a touch, but you've only given him the ball 12 times. Jalen Waddle, 1 reception, 15 yards. Like, if this is the product you're going to put out on the field, then you better make sure you sustain it. And that's what the Patriots, I say all that to say, that's what the Patriots have done, even on drives where they haven't done well.
I love the
defense
fact
have held up, and the defensive scoring, that's a big thing when your defense is
One of the things
for
I love about my partner here is that he's loyal. He's a very loyal guy.
Yes, I am.
Loyal guy.
Yes,
And
I
I
am.
I try to tell him before the season began,
Oh, God,
Miami's
here we go
not
with
good.
this.
Not good. I mean, I didn't think they'd be this bad.
Yeah, you did. You
But
said
they
they'd be
are
lucky to
not
win 6
good.
games. That's this bad.
I mean, they may not get to 6 wins at this point, but I mean, meanwhile, the Vikings right now, 4th and 12 at the Philly 17-yard line. They're going to come on with a field goal attempt, and the field goal attempt, by the way, the Eagles missed one. This one is good. So now the Eagles' lead is down to 2, 21-19. Eagles leading the Vikings. If the Eagles lose this game to a Vikings team led by Carson Wentz,
Just another loss. Season's not over. For
well,
them.
I mean, that is another division right now that needs a little reviewing. Let's take a look here.
The league, period. Doesn't this feel weird to you? Look at
everything.
The league.
Well, I mentioned this.
What'd you text us the other night? What'd you
Right.
text us the other night?
Well, basically, I said nothing's good right now in the
Yeah.
league. I mean, there's certainly no dominance in anything else, and week to week, we really have no way to read this league. But I mean, if you look at the NFC East, well, here's the thing. All right, we haven't talked about this game coming up. Giants are on the road against the Broncos. And everyone's buzzing about the Giants right now, right? Jackson Dart and Camaboo, everybody's talking about the Giants.
Scatterboo.
There you go. Camaboo. I call him. I get rid of it.
I got you.
Cam Scatterboo. So the Giants today are going to get worked. They're going up against the number 1 defense in the league currently, which is the Denver Broncos. They're going to put a hurt on Jackson Dart.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Mm.
Now, wait a second. Now,
Broncos haven't. Your
wait a
Broncos
second.
haven't been living up.
Let me. Well, no. Right now they're sitting at 4-2. They're okay. They've won 3 in a row. They're on a 3-game winning streak. I don't know if you noticed that.
The tape. Anyway, go ahead. But the tape, the record, the tape.
Look at Bo Nix got off to a very slow start, not playing well, but he's playing a little bit better. But again, this is the number 1 rated overall defense in the league right now. Okay.
I took the Giants to cover in one of my underdogs.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. That's what I'm asking you.
I took Giants to cover.
Really?
Yeah.
What was the points? What did you get?
I found it at 7.5.
7.5
last night. Yeah. So that's more than a touchdown. I listen. This Giant team.
Well,
Jackson Dart can run around and make a play or two. This defense has played well, though. This defense has played good for them.
That's what Jackson Dart has done best. Is his ability to scramble around and ad-lib and create some plays. I mean, he's a very talented thrower of the football. I remember all the way back to his USC days before he ended up down at Ole Miss. I mean, the guy can really throw the ball, but that's not what's been working for him. And Scatterboo obviously has been a huge force for them. And if they can find a way to run effectively on that Bronco defense, more power to them.
Well,
I just don't see it happening.
Well, the Broncos have the 6th ranked rush defense in the league right now, and that's why I'm kind of with you as far as that's concerned. And the Broncos are going to have to run the football. You can't put it in Bo Nix's hand. Giants rush defense right now, they gave up 28 yards, a game, which is good enough for 22nd in the NFL right now as a rush run defense. So the Broncos do want to win this game. They're going to have to run the ball. The reason why I took the points is if they're going to run the ball, I mean, the clock's going to keep running. They're going to play possession football, which means the Giants will have some opportunities to make some plays and get the ball back. They're going to have to get some turnovers, but that 7.5 just looked a little too juicy for me from a Broncos team. Like you said, 4-2, but the tape says that they can be got at 7.5 at home to a Giants team that's going to run the football and a guy like Jackson Dart that can run around and make some plays.
How many people have Quinshon Judkins on their roster for fantasy football? He just scored his 3rd rushing touchdown of the game, 22 carries, 80 yards, and 3 scores on the ground. And the Cleveland Browns are hanging on to a 31-6 lead over the Miami Dolphins.
And if you missed it, Tua threw another interception, ball on the 2-yard line. They're in shotgun. And another free guy, not even no one sees him, makes a beeline to Tua. And Tua's like, okay, I got to get rid of this thing because I can't take this hit. and take the safety and threw a pick that got returned to like the 2, and then the first play, Junkins running in. So
talk about turnovers. The Raiders just turned it over again. They just showed Pete Carroll on the sideline. The Chiefs are leading 31-0. By the way, this is the second oldest matchup of coaches in the history of the National Football League.
Wow.
Second oldest.
In a big rivalry game, too. Do you fire, like, we're talking about firing coaches, and I just throw this out about Pete Carroll again. Like, you can't fire him after 1 year, can you?
Oh, absolutely you can.
Really?
The Raiders, Al Davis fired people after 1 year. He fired his dear friend, Mark Shell.
Could you fire Pete Carroll this year?
What's the case for keeping Pete Carroll this year?
Yeah, what is the case? That's a great question. I mean, if you're expecting better things, like, we're putting the pieces together. That's Belichick's thing in North Carolina, right? Well, we're establishing something here.
You gotta clean, because you gotta. It takes a couple years.
Yeah, but he went and got his quarterback.
Right. Well, he went and got
Geno
who
Smith.
was kind of left.
But that was Geno was his guy.
Look, I said I was on the record before the season. I said when you look at the Raiders, they've done 3 things to obviously upgrade their team. You've taken a running back, Ashton Genty, who's going to upgrade the running game. Geno Smith is going to be better than any quarterback you had last year, and certainly Pete Carroll's an upgrade. Well, one of those sort of is an upgrade with Genty, sort of. But the other 2 have been absolute disasters.
I think this just goes back to the conversation we're having last hour about how you rebuild, and it's just everything in the league especially can get staggered, and it's not like it ever hit rock bottom for where like, all right, we got to blow it all up and start fresh and new to give you the time. If you're someone like Las Vegas, like they just continually try to keep adding the pieces each year.
And they're missing Big P. But Brock Bowers hasn't played in 3 or 4 weeks. This is the best tight end in football.
Yeah. But again, Genty today, 21 yards, 6 carries.
Yeah, that's another anomaly that we'll discuss and why he's not getting the carries. He even knows he's made comments about it. But I just believe if you're gonna fire guys, and I agree with Chris, that's actually a nice point that you made. I think a lot of times I call it MacGyvering, right? You guys remember the old TV show MacGyver? He'd get locked in a cave and
he could always figure it out.
Putting some tools
with a
together,
piece of gum and a paper clip and a firecracker. He can make a bomb and blow a hole big enough for him to stick his hand out to unlock, little stuff. I call it MacGyvering your franchise, right? Okay, let's just try to fix this, or let's try to fix this piece, or instead of looking at the whole scope and go, okay, but if we fix this piece is still broken over here. We have to blow this up. Like everybody, GM, head coach, quarterback, like everybody's got to go. And we have to really start this thing over, as Tua has just thrown his 3rd interception today. He seems like he's having a great week after his 2 press conferences.
Well, he pretty much, he's thrown in the towel. All right, let's find out what is trending right now. Monty, we have to save...
Monty, save me.
BJ from himself. Yeah. I mean, he every time he looks up, it's another turnover for the Dolphins.
Yeah, no. Don't even take that game off. Put something else on so that you don't hurt yourself anymore.
I asked them not to put me out of my misery just yet.
Okay.
I asked them,
all right.
don't put me out of my misery just yet.
Yeah, whatever you want to do. Go ahead. It was 13-3 for the Eagles, and Jalen Hurts had a big throw to A.J. Brown, and now Saquon Barkley with another first down. So the Eagles right now are driving, trying to extend their lead over the Vikings. They're up 21-19. They're around midfield right now. Panthers and Jets have 2 quarterbacks in the game that didn't start the game. Bryce Young is questionable to return with an ankle injury, so Sam Darnold isn't at quarterback. And as you guys talked about, Justin Fields being benched, Tyrod Taylor in at quarterback. The Panthers are up 13-3, still early in the 4th quarter, and they're driving. They're making their way towards the red zone. Chiefs have only punted once in this game. They're crushing the Raiders 31-0, about 5 minutes to go in that one. Patrick Mahomes is 26 of 35, 286 yards and 3 touchdowns. The Patriots have a 31-13 lead over the Titans with about 5 minutes to go. Yeah, all Browns in this one. Dolphins just can't get the ball moving. 31-6 is the score. 10 minutes to go still. Bears over the Saints 23-14 early in the 4th quarter. The Saints had a nice move, but I think they called it back. It was supposed to be a backwards pass. It looked like a forwards pass from Alvin Kamara, but I think they called it back. Bears are still up on this one, 23-14. In London, it was the Rams who crushed the Jaguars 35-7. Matthew Stafford threw for 182 yards and 5 touchdowns. 3 of them went to Devontae Adams. Josh Jacobs is going to be active for the Packers today as they take on the Cardinals, that's for sure. They already reported that. In college football, Florida fired head coach Billy Napier, even though they beat Mississippi State yesterday. But Florida is off to a 3-4 start. AP Top 25 college football poll came out. Ohio State still in at number 1. Indiana moved up to number 2. Number 3, Texas A&M, their highest ranking since 1995. Alabama moved up to number 4. Number 5 is Georgia. Coming in at number 10, Vanderbilt. Top 10 team in college football for the first time since 1947.
That is insane.
It is crazy. It was a great win for them yesterday.
Yes. Against LSU,
Louisville makes its top 25 debut, coming in at number 19.
I know UCLA's got to be in the top 20.
I don't think so.
3 and 4? Not yet.
Not yet. I'm sorry.
By the way, just play a little fantasy with me this week.
Yeah.
So UCLA is at Indiana.
Yes.
All right, so the second-ranked Hoosiers at Indiana, who, by the way, blew out UCLA last year at the Rose Bowl. But play this fantasy game.
Okay.
So UCLA wins at Indiana.
Okay.
They have a home game against Nebraska, win that, and then they win at number 1 Ohio State.
Wow.
So that would get
is a
them.
fantasy.
But let's play along. At 6-4
Right,
with
Monty?
road victories against Ohio State and Indiana, where would they be ranked?
And this man says, I'm
Hold
loyal.
on. Hold on a second. I'm just trying.
Yeah.
Where
Keep
would
telling
you
us about
rank
your
a
fantasy.
team that it would be 6-4 with road victories against the number 1 and 2 teams in the country? Would
Now-
they be in the top 10?
Yeah, I would say in the top. If that
With 4
happens
losses?
in this crazy fantasy.
Okay, thank you very much.
No.
Yeah.
In this crazy
Thank you.
fantasy.
I can dream. I
Listen.
can dream.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, we'll wake up.
Yeah. I'm trying to offset your Dolphins.
That's a Freddy Krueger dream
Yes,
you're
thank
having,
you.
bro.
Good stuff, Monster.
Yeah, back
All
to
right,
you
Thank you
guys.
very much.
Yeah.
Always nice ones.
Once I can play. Once again, we're in the Fox Sports Radio studios with the iHeartRadio app. You can stream us wherever you happen to be. Catch us on all of our Fox Sports Radio shows live 24/7 in the new and improved iHeartRadio app. Just search Fox Sports Radio in the app to stream us live all day, every day. Be sure to select Fox Sports Radio as one of your presets in the iHeartRadio app, so you always pop up at the top of your screen. Let me ask you again as we continue to watch what's happening with the Dolphins today.
Jack Jones
is
is so bad.
As long as you
He
have been
sucks.
a self-proclaimed Dolphins fan,
Yes.
is this the low point right now?
It's close to the 1-in-15 year, but the 1-in-15 year, ironically, was my first full year living in Los Angeles. I just moved out here from Virginia to do comedy and sports and acting and all that stuff. But we knew the team was. I mean,
Right,
hell,
you knew that team wasn't good.
Yeah, that team wasn't good at all. Cleo Lemon was our quarterback. That was coming off the back end of Dave Weinstein and all the Ricky Williams trouble that was going on there. And this is before Ronnie Brown. This is before the Wildcat. This is before Tony Sperano. This is before all of that. That year, you just knew it. But I remember being in Long Beach, and the day that they beat the Ravens in overtime, I had on my Dan Marino Mitchell and Ness throwback. And I just happened to have it on because I went to the sports bar to watch the game. I remember being in the parking lot of Albertsons and these two Mexican guys yelling out, "Hey, Holmes, that's how you do it, man. You keep showing faith for your team. I see you guys get your win today, man." And I remember turning around and I was like, "Hey, bro, I ain't never going to run and hide. It hurts like hell, but hey, we're not going 0-16. We're not going to do that." So.
What is Mike McDaniel doing? He's staring at the board, which he's been doing the entire game. Cleveland has the ball. So what exactly is he staring at?
I think
Candy Crush.
I think he doesn't want to look at other players in the eye right now. It looks bad. It just does, man. And like I said, if you're gonna do it,
Look at him. Look at him. They're showing him right now. He is staring at the chart,
The
which
chart
he's been
plays.
looking at the entire.
Oh, it's not the tablet.
No,
game.
what he has is he has his phone under there and he's looking at Indeed.com.
No.
So he can find a new job.
Well, he's not gonna need.
He is not looking up
That's
on
not a
that
play
chart.
card. That's the Waffle
entire
House
game.
menu.
I've never seen anything quite like that.
It looks uncomfortable. That's the thing. You can see body language. You can see it looks like there's no one talking to him. There's no.
No.
But this is what happens when you don't properly put a team together. You kind of let some guys go that you just kept. Van Ginkel, Wilkins. I can name a bunch of them, man, that they didn't want to pay. And now look at your look at the team. Like, look what happened. You lose Tyreek this year. Tua missed 8 games last year. It's been snowballing. It just is what it is at this point.
All right. Well, the Eagles needed something to happen, and they did. Another touchdown pass from Jalen Hurts to A.J. Brown, 26 yards, and the Eagles have now extended their lead to 28-19 over the Vikings with 6.5 minutes to go. I hope, well, again, this was an Eagles team because of A.J. Brown being very vocal about his unhappiness with the team. And weren't we just talking about it's time to trade A.J. Brown? Get rid of him.
Or throw him the football. Just do one or two things. I said it last week. If you're not listening, if you feel like you have a cancerous type of personality and in your locker room, get rid of him. I am not a guy of trying to work through that. The Eagles have been through this before with a guy like Terrell Owens, and he did it in every locker room he was in. Some guys are just who they are, Steve. And I'm not one to say, oh, you work through that. No, that is going to be bad. That is going to inject itself into your team, your locker room, as the Dolphins have now made the quarterback switch. And Quinn Ewers, however you pronounce it, almost just threw a pick on his first pass attempt.
I want to update Jalen Hurts' day today. This doesn't happen very often, folks, but Jalen Hurts is about to have a perfect passer rating today. Perfect. 158.3, 18 of 21, 281 yards, 3 touchdowns, and no picks. Are you ready, Bo Benson, to give him his due with his perfect passer rating today against a pretty good Vikings defense?
Yeah, no, they had to
on
come
the
out,
road.
They had to come out and play well today. So kudos to them for figuring out that you can, in fact, take snaps from under center and use play action when running plays.
And by the way, if you're still hanging on to Saquon Barkley on your fantasy football team, 15 carries, 46 yards, 3.1 yards carry. This is basically his entire season. 0 touchdowns, long run of 9 yards. That has been Saquon Barkley
O-line
all season
O-line's
long.
important. Bo has said it.
Well,
I've said
offensive
it.
line seems to be helping out Jalen Hurts.
Jalen Hurts, I'm sitting up here watching the game. My eyes are off the rest of these games. My eyes have been fixed on this game. Jalen Hurts also has made, chicken salad out of you-know-what. This line is breaking down. He's able to shift and step left to right and make guys miss. The third and 11 completion that he made to A.J. Brown on the sideline before he throws the touchdown, that's all Jalen Hurts. This is why when I hear that you can't do this with him or you can't do this with him or you can't, it's just like, are we missing these other plays or these other things that you do? I feel like Jalen Hurts is the spouse that's not appreciated for the 80% of what he does, and people are looking to try to replace the 20% of what he doesn't do and thinks that if they go get somebody else, they'll get all that 80 plus the 20, and that's just not how it works. I just think he works perfectly for where he is and what he has there. They're going to have bad games. They got some injuries on the offensive line, but I mean, like Bo said, you needed it today, coming off the Giants' embarrassing loss, and almost 300 yards, touchdown, no turnovers. I'm just trying to figure out, when do we give him his due? When do we give him his love, man?
By the way, in terms of actual time, this Chiefs-Raiders game is over.
Right.
This might be the shortest game of the year. I mean,
fast.
the Chiefs have basically been running out the clock since the beginning of the game. 31-0. Final score today. Mahomes, 286 yards and 3 touchdowns. Geno Smith, don't ask.
It's hard not to score in the NFL, man.
So
that's hard.
I mean, there's going to be a lot of coaches answering questions again this week in the NFL. Will we see another firing? Callahan was the first. Who will be the next? We continue on with more coverage, looking to see if the Vikings can still get back in this game against the Eagles. This is End Zone Radio.
No Huddle Hour. Watching us on YouTube has never been easier.
That's absolute fact.
From the show clips
It's on.
to the live shows that you love.
There's something for everyone.
Fox Sports Radio on YouTube is for you.
Yeah.
Check it out now.
It is a no-brainer.
Come on now.
Just search Fox Sports Radio on YouTube.
Hey, why not?
An official message from Medicare.
Couple more minutes, and we'll start this month's book club.
You know, I usually love a plot twist, but this year, I'm comparing my options during Medicare open enrollment.
You can't assume your current health or drug plan is the best one for you.
And you gotta make sure your drugs are covered. That's important.
So is saving money.
Review all your options at Medicare.gov. Open enrollment ends December 7th. Paid for by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
Hi, I'm Chef Franklin Becker. You know the jingle. Now discover the facts about Ozempic, a GLP-1. There's only one FDA-approved Ozempic made by Novo Nordisk. Learn about the real thing.
Talk to your healthcare professional today. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and to learn more about Ozempic. Semaglutide injection 0.5, 1, and 2 milligrams.
The one and only
When Dan Patrick speaks, you better stop and listen.
I must have missed this.
This is the Dan Patrick Show.
You know, is 40 the new 30? Because you had Flacco and Rodgers last night. Scherzer last night, who's 40 or 41. He allowed 3 hits, 2 runs over 5 2/3. First pitcher in baseball history to start a postseason game for 6 different teams. Tigers, Nationals, Dodgers, Mets, Rangers, Blue Jays, and he's the oldest pitcher to start a postseason game at 41 years, 81 days since Kenny Rogers. That was back in the 06 World Series.
When Scherzer walks a guy and then they have that mound meeting, he was borderline unhinged when they came out there. He was telling guys to get the hell off the mound, and everyone just retreated like they were physically scared of him. And since they won, it looks great. If they somehow lost that game, like, why would you let a madman continue pitching a baseball game?
Do we have John Schneider, Marvin, and talking about when he went to the mound, he's the manager for the Blue Jays, and Max Scherzer has a blue eye and a brown eye, and so he's going out, like David Bowie. I think he had that too, but he's going out the mound and just going to talk to him. And Scherzer wanted no part of him. Yes, Marvin.
He looks like the white version of Debo from the movie Friday.
He does.
Like, it was just like, what? This is my bike, punk. All right. I mean,
a guy you don't want to mess with.
Okay. Here is John Schneider, the Blue Jays manager.
Given that it was your first experience with the Mad Max that we've been hearing about for so long, was it what you expected?
Yeah, it was awesome. I thought he was going to kill me. It was great. You know, he locked eyes with me, you know, both colors as I walked out.
That's old school stuff.
If you want to know what Dan Patrick said next, just podcast it by searching The Dan Patrick Show. And as always, you can listen to Dan Patrick live weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
Basically, get out of the way.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan Patrick.
Kurt Cignetti, the Indiana head coach. You know, timing is everything. So you had James Franklin losing a couple of games. He loses to UCLA, loses to Northwestern. You get beat by Oregon. And all of a sudden, Kurt Cignetti beats Oregon. So now he doesn't get this raise right now if James Franklin doesn't lose to Northwestern and, you know, lose to UCLA. So the timing of that, he gets fired, and then all of a sudden it's like, is he going to go to Penn State? As I said on the show, no, he's not. I think he likes where he is. He's 64 years of age. He's got something, and he signed a 8-year, $93 million deal. Now, that doesn't mean there's going to be 10 or 15 coaches going to benefit from James Franklin getting fired.
The Dan Patrick Show.
Dan and the Danettes and you.
Weekdays, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. This is the Jason Smith Show.
Check this out.
Pay attention. With Mike Harmon.
Shohei Ohtani, 6 innings pitched for the Dodgers, 2 hits, 10 strikeouts. At the plate, 3 for 3 with 3 home runs, including a home run that was hit out of the stadium that landed near the team store, which is at the edge of the... You walk out of the parking lot into the team store, and that's where Ohtani hit the home run to. I told you, that's where my dad and I had nachos last year in the NLCS. We were there before the game. We were there, we had lunch. It was an unbelievable day. And Ohtani hit a home run there. It's the single greatest night you've seen in the playoffs in baseball history. No one's ever had a game like this. Pitching, hitting. It's easy to blow off greatness and say, yeah, we've seen this from Ohtani a lot. But I'm telling you, man, you have a better likelihood of seeing Halley's Comet.
You're listening to Jason Smith with Mike Harmon. Weeknights at 10 p.m. Eastern, 7 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio. This is a friendly reminder to step your listening game up.
Here we go. Spoiler alert.
You want NFL? Here.
He is in the Hall of Fame of business in the NFL.
The Steelers are an Amish country.
And they run their team like they're Amish.
Need some NBA? Got it.
I covered the league since 1987.
Wow. MLB? Sure. Why not?
The best Major League Baseball talent of my life. That's not close. It's Shohei Ohtani.
We're Fox Sports Radio, the premier sports lineup in the nation. FS1.
Call your friends and ask how they doing.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Boom. Trust your eyes.
FS1.
Hurst. He lines up in the gun with Barkley to his left. His 2 best receivers stacked to the near side of the field. Brown outside of Smith. Now Brown goes in motion. Hurts back. Hurts looking. Hurts firing. A.J. Brown. Touchdown!
That's 94 WIP Eagles Radio Network. So the Eagles extending a lead 28-19 over the Vikings, and a potential Vikings touchdown is being reviewed right now. I think Hawkinson, that ball hit the ground. We'll see what they're ruling right now. So they are looking at a review on that catch. There is 3 minutes to go. And again, if the touchdown holds up and they rule touchdown on the field, potentially this will make it a 2-point game with the Eagles leading. Once again, we're here in the Fox Sports Radio studios, and yes, it is that time.
Here we go. Precise, profitable, picks.
That's for suckers.
Over under a half a flagrant.
Gentlemen, these are your perfect picks.
All right, guys. Recapping last week, once again, Steve coming in 2-0.
Oh, boy.
He took the over on Patrick Mahomes' rushing yards and the over on Bijan Robinson's scrimmage yards. So I believe it now sets something close to 8-2 right now. This
BJ, what is going on here?
It's your Hall of Fame year, dude. I
know.
I don't care about this, bro. It's your Hall of Fame year. Because it's your year,
right.
dude. I'm not going to fight against your year.
No, you're going to fight. We got some picks. We're going to have
All right,
to
very
have you
quickly.
fight
What
here.
do we got picks?
All right. Speaking of Bijan Robinson, Robinson needs 178 yards against the Niners to become the first player. This is Marshall Faulk to reach 1,000 scrimmage yards through 6 games. So I'm asking you, who has more yards in this game? Rushing yards, not scrimmage yards. Rushing yards, Christian McCaffrey or Bijan Robinson?
Bijan. That's easy.
All right, well, since I'm on a roll, I'll take McCaffrey.
All right, you're taking McCaffrey. All right, so we got some
It
disagreement.
doesn't matter
there.
what
That's
I say these days. I'm right. It's crazy.
All right. Real quick, we'll go to the Packers Cardinals game. I don't know why I blanked there. Rookie wide receiver Matthew Golden hasn't scored a touchdown this season, but he had a career-high 86-yard receiving against the Bengals last week. He's making some big catches. So over-under Matthew Golden touchdown, a half.
Under.
I say he gets in the end zone.
An over.
Over. Look at me. I'm like
I did want to
right
throw
now
in
with
here
my
if there's
pick.
going to be a coach.
Doesn't matter what I pick.
I like it, man. Roll.
Would you guys like a quick third one on college, on a coach getting fired? All right. Will there be a coach fired before the next perfect pick? College or NFL?
Yes.
I agree with
that.
Yes.
Both
I think 2 could be fired. Because I think there's some talks in Tallahassee today. It just hasn't broken yet.
Yeah, I think so too.
I
And Fickle
agree.
might be
Hasn't
on that
broken
board
yet.
as well too.
They've had a great recruiting classes the last 2 years.
Yeah.
And they have not cashed and these kids are not performing on the field.
That's the perfect picks.
All right, very good. All right, so the Vikings, they reversed the touchdown. The ball did hit the ground, so the Vikings still have the ball right now, and they have just gotten a first down on a 4th and 2. So the Vikings very much in this game. So at least we got one game here. By the way, one game that's still not over, the Panthers and the Jets. The Jets got a field goal to cut the lead to 7, and now the Panthers are punting to the Jets with under 5 minutes to go, so plenty of time here. The Jets benched Justin Fields, put in Tyrod Taylor at quarterback. And again, this is the kind of those kind of games where a guy like Taylor, who's been around, done that, been there, seen that with every team in the league, seemingly, could lead the Jets right down the field, maybe force a little overtime in this game.
I don't think so. If he could have, he would have done it already. He hasn't been able to move the ball. The Jets have just as many problems as the other bad teams in the NFL. The Panthers, Bryce Young gets knocked out. Andy Dalton's in for him, so they can't move the ball now because you have backups just galore. Stat I wanted to throw out earlier today before we started the show, too, I found last night. You guys know how many backups have had to start for NFL teams
I want to
this
hear
year?
this number. How many?
9.
Wow.
9 backup quarterbacks. The most all time in an NFL season over the last 46 years. Just if anybody wants to know, the team that's had the most starting quarterbacks in one season happened twice. 5 starting quarterbacks for the 87 Pats and the 23 Browns.
5 in one
5
season.
starting quarterbacks in one season. Also, too, by the way, 2 teams have had to start 3 quarterbacks this year. Like, this has been just a revolving door of QB. And
Well, what happened to all these rules to protect the quarterback, and don't touch him, and, everything to protect quarterbacks, and yet quarterbacks have
and
more
that's
injuries than
Tyrod
ever.
Taylor, who could so-called lead this team on a game-winning drive, just did what? Threw an interception, the J.C. Horn, 4:28 left, 13-6.
Yeah, I was trying to build him up for a second there. All right, looks like the Jets are indeed heading to their 7th straight loss. Much more coming up. This is End Zone Radio.
We are Fox Sports.
Hey, it's Brady Quinn. Are you tired of waking up at night, even with the tiniest movement? Mattress Firm sleep experts will match you with the Temper Luxe Adapt. It has unique temper material that absorbs motion for undisturbed rest. It helps minimize disruptions caused by movement from your partner, pets, or even your kiddos. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm and upgrade to a Tempur-Pedic with next-day delivery. They make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. Next-day delivery available on select mattresses and subject to location. See store for details.
The holidays are here, full of joy, family, friends, and yes, a little hustle and bustle. That's why you need Aleve. Between cooking, shopping, and all those extra errands, aches and pains can sneak in. Aleve is here to help with long-lasting body pain relief. Don't let body pain slow you down. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, you can keep up with the season's magic and all that awaits. Pick up Aleve and get back to what really matters, making memories. Use as directed.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Go! Check them out.
FS1.
Check them out.
FS1.
Check it out.
The Herd.
When Colin Cowherd drops the info, The Herd, you need to listen.
It's right here.
So, when I got into this business as a kid, and I'm talking about when I was like 7, 8, 9, 10 years old, the sportscasters that I was always attracted to as a kid were the ones that were like honest. Even at 8, 9, 10 years old, if my team played bad, it was okay for the local sports announcer to say, my team played bad. So I almost always defend people in my business that are critical of teams, even if they win, because a lot of local, there's some pom-pom waving and everything's sunny and rosy. So Troy Aikman apparently did not hand out flowers after the Bears and Caleb Williams just beat Washington. So here's what Ben Johnson said about a former Fox broadcaster's comments.
It sounded like from that game the other night, a few people weren't particularly pleased with how we were winning right now. So I woke up this morning and, my kids were watching the second half before school. And so I heard some of the commentary. But listen, in this league, any way you can find a way to win is a big deal.
Of course it is. But the Bears are 3-2, and they're a blocked kick and a fumble from being 1-4. And Caleb Williams, who I loved out of college, is a work in progress. Right now, he remains dead last in the NFL in expected completion percentage. What is that? That's when the game's over, people look at tape. Translation, he should be completing 72% of his throws. He's at 61.5.
If you're eager to find out what Colin said next, just podcast it by searching The Herd. And as always, you can listen live to Colin Cowherd weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
This is The Herd.
You got to be consistent.
With Colin Cowherd.
Mike check.
So Tomlin's great on Monday Night Football. These Thursday games, J-Mac and I talked about it yesterday. Tomlin, less time to prepare and motivate. He's not good. So we thought we'd have Bengals, Steelers, probably boring. No, it's 33-31. Flacco, in 2 games with the Bengals, 555 yards, 5 touchdowns, no picks. But that game was not only about Flacco, it was about Pittsburgh's defense. It's the highest paid in the league once again. It's atrocious. Chase Brown, who knew he was Jim Brown? The Bengals averaged 6.2 yards a rush. And Cincinnati has the 30th ranked offensive line in the league. I mean, I thought it was going to be a boring, ugly Steeler win. Not at all. It was a fireworks show. Don't blame it on Aaron Rodgers. Aaron's been terrific.
This is The Herd with Colin Cowherd.
Wow.
Weekdays at noon Eastern, 9 a.m. Pacific.
Here we go. Van Maller,
Look out.
the late night wordsmith.
We speak fluent emoji.
Van Maller, holding the sports world accountable.
They went out there like a toy poodle with fleas, is how they played in that game.
And when he's right, you'll know about it.
And you know what? I was absolutely right.
It's the Van Maller Show.
So I've got NASCAR, IHOP, and opera.
Listen on the overnight, 2 a.m. Eastern, 11 p.m. Pacific on Fox Sports Radio.
FS1.
Call your friends and ask how they doing.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Boom. Trust your eyes.
FS1.
know.
It was a hat trick type of day for Patrick Mahomes.
They load the right side up again. They single the near side. Caught Rice. Touchdown. Kansas City. Rashee Rice, his second touchdown. And back. And is he back, baby?
You just heard on the Fan Chiefs Radio Network. That was Mahomes' third touchdown pass of the day, and the Chiefs shut out the Raiders 31-0. The Patriots improved to 5-2 after outscoring the Titans 31-13, and the Bears have now won 4 in a row after beating the Saints 26-14. With 2 minutes left, the Panthers have a 13-6 lead over the Jets. Eagles have a 6-point lead over the Vikings. It's 28-22, less than 2 minutes to go, and down to the final minute in Cleveland, where the Browns have just crushed the Dolphins 31-6. In college football, Florida, who beat Mississippi State yesterday, is firing head coach Billy Napier. I'm Monty Bolaños.